nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast. I am the nigga, John Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk.
Can't talk.
Golden era faded,
But we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme.
popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they sold out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted the
Back in the day, the rock had a wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Rock used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Crack had us pop,
even dancing in the rain.
now they nodding off.
Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, John Galt.
That is correct. We're going to be covering the. There's a rally out in Frisco, Texas today. That is for the Austin Metcalf. So we're going to be covering that. We're going to see how that turns out today. And the person sponsoring that rally is Jake Lang. He's a former J6 prisoner. And my first thought was like, damn, I wonder if, he's experienced a lot of problems in jail from the black office. So I was wondering if he experienced, some real terrible treatment in the DC jails and stuff like that, and if that kind of is what radicalized him. So we'll be taking a look at him, and there's an organization. We'll pull that website up first. Let me see if I got that website here. For those of you not familiar with Jake Lang, we'll cover him as well. And then I think Universal is going to be joining at some point. And so we'll talk about that. Okay, here's Jake Lang's organization. This is the organization putting on the rally here today. So take a look. It's supposed to be raining in Dallas today, Texas today. So the rally may be postponed here. Here's the website for the organization putting on the rally today. We need to address black violence on white Americans. You can see that here. Join PWA for a peaceful protest located at the stadium where Austin Metcalf was killed there today at 11 a.m. Central. So we have about an hour actually before it gets started. So I figured we would get into a little bit of the background there, maybe even touch on some topics, some of the things we covered on this stream about this. I'm wondering how much of this is a response to the behavior of the Carmelo Anthony family and the behavior of black people in general. I would imagine that most white people would not want to be having a protest to address another race of people. Typically, you would expect that race to address its own problems. But in this case, they are throwing a rally not to improve themselves, but to improve the behavior of another race of people. And here they are. And I don't think I've ever seen that before. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. Have you ever seen one race of people have a rally? Well, I guess you could say the civil rights was that way. But they were asking for the white people to do something for them, pass rights, laws, whatever, amendments. But in this case, this may be one of the first times I've ever seen one racial group protesting the behavior of another racial group in America. I guess the closest thing would be the civil rights, but again, I don't think it's a direct parallel there. So this is very, very interesting. And if it wasn't raining, I'm sure there would be some black counter-protesters there. But with the rain, they don't like the rain, particularly not at an outside track event. So there probably won't be many black counter-protesters there. But again, this is very interesting that one racial group is demanding that another racial group behaves better. That's very, very interesting. That's very interesting indeed. And this is the website here that they have here, and it shows in 2019, 26% of rape arrests were of Black individuals. It's double their population there. In fact, most men are doing raping. Those numbers are very distorted there. A 2002 NCBS report noted that robberies with white victims and Black offenders were 12 times in the reverse. Okay. That's pretty amazing, too. That very few whites rob Blacks. I guess that kind of makes sense there, but, yeah, that makes sense. I never would have imagined it was that high, though. Here's some other stats that they are showing on their page here. 31% of 822,000 arrests for non-aggravated assault. So that would be just simple assault, stuff like that. 31% Black individuals. Again, I would imagine the overwhelming majority be Black men again here. Again, they're a small percentage of the population, much smaller than 31%. 333,000 assaults involving white victims and Black offenders annually. Damn, it's like the size of Atlanta. Size of a medium-sized town, maybe Savannah, Georgia somewhere. These are some amazing numbers that they've compiled. I'm not sure the veracity of them, but these are their numbers nonetheless, and you can feel free to challenge them. Oh, you like here, 2019 report. 2019, 2019 report, 9,400 murder arrests, 51% were Black. It only goes 130,000 robberies committed by Blacks. It's 52%. Here's the organizer, Jay Lang here. Here's some of his words. Here's the location of the protest here. And so hopefully it'll go off without a hitch. Hopefully the rain doesn't disturb the protest too much. Hopefully hear what they have to say here. And so we'll take a look at his Twitter page. Just getting a little up to speed. This is the first page. And again, I wondered if this is maybe what his treatment in prison, maybe what radicalized him. He spent a lot of time in prison, no bail. He didn't kill anyone. Here's a video on his treatment there.
Father God, in the name of Jesus Christ, Lord God, we pray for America. We pray for the freedom of the January 6ers, Lord God. Raise up an army of brave, kingdom-minded men to take back this America that we know and love. The land of freedom and opportunity, of constitutional rule of law, Lord God, of sanity, Lord God, and modesty and humility and excellence and championship, Lord God, the things that make us American, Lord God. The freedom that we once all enjoyed to go to church, to worship you, Lord Jesus. Bring it back to America. Make this land the land of your opportunity, your grace and your mercy again. Bring Donald Trump successfully back to the White House and free us from the chains that bind us. We need you, Jesus Christ. We love you, God. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Now imagine being in prison with, in DC and all those Black guards. That'll change a man. Make you think a lot of things differently. Here's what he says. This was a pinned tweet last night at 10:30 while we were live on our J6 Patriot panel. His cell was raided. He was tackled, armed twisted violently against the wall. This was in Brooklyn. They treated me like an animal, called him a domestic terrorist, stripped naked, searching cavities, forced to stand half naked around a half dozen guards, so on and so forth. And that's that. Today, he heads off to solitary confinement until his November 4th trial in D.C. That's what he wrote at the time. So this guy has really been through it. solitary confinement is no joke in DC anywhere, really. So here's the tweet about the protest here. He said the blessings are still fresh on the bleachers here. And
Austin Metcalf's blood is still. The message today is very simple. We need justice. Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf's murderer, is still on the loose. His bond needs to be revoked. Right here is the scene. Austin Metcalf's blood is still stained on the bleachers. It is crying out for justice. Come join me today for a peaceful event, 11 a.m. Central, here at Kai Kendall Stadium, Frisco, Texas. Be peaceful and let God lead this event. The message.
And there is that. And so that's kind of his trailer for the protest here today. It's going to be at 12 o'clock Eastern time, East Coast time. He said history will be made today as thousands show up to remember Austin Metcalf. Speakers will be on top of the 40-foot MAGA bus. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I think it's going to rain them out, though, or going to hamper their ability to protest here. So yeah, oh wow, there's a counter protest already scheduled here. Wow, so it's going to be interesting. Going to be very interesting indeed. Here's some more tweets here. Many speakers already booked. Stop Black American violence on white Americans. So initially it was at the high school, but I think they had to move it to the stadium here. Frisco expecting a large crowd. Going to spend about $50,000 in overtime here. And there's a We Miss You, Austin. Let's play a little bit of this.
Hey guys. Turn on my focus mode. God bless America, guys. We are on the MAGA bus right now. The MAGA mobile. Pretty back to outrage. Let's treat this like the historic moment it is. Oh, there's my brothers. Okay, we've got requests. And how do I add us? We're equivalent. We're asking you to break that chain of oppression that the enemy has over the Black community in America, Lord God. Break the bondage over the minds and hearts of those who don't know any better because they haven't seen anybody better. They don't have fathers in their household. They're looking for TikTok for advice on how to live their life and their lifestyle.
I think this young man had a father.
It's important. Jesus Christ, come and break and place your man, sons of God. Your name is spoken of our lives. God, have justice. Donald Trump. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
My piece. I would address it much. Philip, that is an incredible story. I had no idea your origins were another testimony of God's grace. He has a call.
Hey, you know this. Can't wait. Hey, when you get here tonight, we got to hang out. I'm buying you the first few beers. Actually, I'll buy you all the beers. I don't give a shit. So, like, as I was saying, they found me next to my mother's dead corpse. They took me to Mother Teresa's orphanage. And then these two white people, we got to end the income tax. But they went to Africa. They adopted me, even though and when I had nothing, didn't have food while I was a child, while I was a teenager. Some have good hearts, but they're just messing around with some of the wrong people. And where they'll say something racist, the Black people who weren't overtly racist, weren't racist out in the open. Even my close Black friends, they're like, why are you going there? Why are you hanging out with all those white people? Why are you going to that party? It's all white people. Like, and I just could not help but notice it over and over and over again. Even with the ones that were not overtly racist, are not even here on Twitter saying racist stuff. I mean, there's a real problem in the Black community. And not a lot of Black people have the stones to come forward and say that, primarily because other Black people will immediately turn on them. Their own family members, their own relatives will look at them and be like, what the hell are you talking about? These people don't know our lives. You're gonna say this and they're all gonna look down on us. But the point of the matter is that there is a problem in the Black community. There is a serious anti-white racism problem. That's a fact. I've seen it my entire life.
Oftentimes, you see the Black response to this is to say, well, what about your problems? I don't think these people are going to accept that. Again, I say it's very, very, very interesting. I'm not sure if we've ever had a protest in history where one group of people is looking to help another group of people solve their behavior problems. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And so this is very interesting that they are having a protest. to do for the black community what the black community should do for themselves. And I've always said, you'll like your medicine. It will taste better if you take it than someone else give it to you. And in this case, someone else is starting to want to come up with solutions to give the black people their medicine. And that doesn't end very well. As I say, it's better to solve your own problems than have someone else solve them for you. And here's a man saying, look, we need to solve this black problem. If they're not going to do it, if they can't do it, then it is on us to do it. And they cited a lot of statistics. Whites have been beaten up, robbed, killed, raped. Somebody's going to solve it. It's either going to be the blacks or some external group. And here's the first group up to have their protest.
Even the way they treated me, just because of the relatives I had who were white. I remember that. Now, to be fair, there's a number of them, plenty of them. They didn't have an issue with me having white parents, but it's just the white people, they didn't think about it. It was no problem at all. With the black people, it was just different. So when they say that all white people are racist or inherently racist or that white people are more racist, I can tell you from someone who's dead in the middle, who's an actual black man, who sat at both lunch tables, hung out with both groups, been to both cookouts, both parties, it's not equal. Like black people are taught to, to be afraid of them or to, not like them. It's hard to really put it into words, but it just isn't equal. White people are taught, be accepting, don't be racist, look at their content and character, look at their actions, look at their heart. With black people, it's like right off the cuff. Not all of them, to be clear, but too many of them, to the point that it happens over and over again. To the point that you're expecting it to happen if you're around them, So that's one of the main things we'll talk about at the rally. Obviously, we're going to talk about Austin Metcalf, and we're going to also talk about, the statistics as well, because that's a serious problem. There's going to be some people that say, oh, that's a little too close to the chest. Don't quite go there about the statistics. Well, what's worse, the fact that white people are getting killed out here and getting victimized and brutalized a number of ways, or the fact that people's feelings may get hurt over what's going to be said? Obviously we don't want to go too insane with it, but there's things that are just facts, and it happens over and over and over again. And I'm actually really appreciate Jake for having the balls to say it, because let me tell you, when I'm walking down the sidewalk in my own damn neighborhood, the car door's locked. And it's not because of anything I did. It's not because of what I say or my behavior. It's because of the behavior of other black people. When black people get, profiled by the police.
Damn, I thought this was a white man.
When I'm automatically suspected, it's not because of me or anything I did. It's because of the behavior of the black people. And automatically they flip it and say, oh, it's racism. No, it's not. It's because y'all act like a fucking fool constantly, and it gets caught on video, and it gets posted online, or you're beating up white people. And, people may not say it out loud, but they're expecting. They're going to say, oh, someone stole something, someone beat someone up, someone, vandalized something. It was the black guy, is the black person. And that's what it's become, So these things had to be said. And, it's not racist to have expectations for black people the same way you have expectations for everyone else. That's actually the exact opposite of racism. Telling black people, oh, here's a college degree, even though you didn't pass a single test and do any homework. Oh, here's a job, even though you don't have any qualifications. That's actually more racist, So we got to go back to the way it was before, back during the. Oh, I see it, Ron. Back during the days where black people had great self-respect, and they pushed one another to be better. I'm not saying that doesn't exist in any form right now. It absolutely does, but unfortunately, the dominating culture, as Jake Lane pointed out earlier, in the African American community, in the black community, is in the young part of the black community is the hip hop, violent, being a little irresponsible, bang hoes, get money, that kind of thing. Getting money is fine, but like you don't need to have like 5 baby mamas. That's not good.
I'm on mute there. He touched on something right there. And whenever I hear it, I always kind of cringe. The whole get money. I think, if you work toward a skill or something that you're passionate about, you'll make money, and even if you don't make a lot of money, You might take joy in doing whatever you're doing, and it doesn't just become a killjoy there. But you often hear it. You heard it a couple nights ago in the street interviews. And, you know, all the young boys just get money, and ultimately that becomes the lowest effort for the highest amount of money you can get. So I think it's kind of a bad way to go about the world. Hey, I'm hustling, I'm getting money. People work for money. It's typically how people get money. And they're not talking about working, they're talking about getting money, which means they're cutting out the work part. That element of it, they're saying, well, we'll skip that part and we just get money. And so it's kind of, you know, skipping a step, if you ask me there.
You know, so, and they'll call people like me that happen to be black, but just say simple facts. They'll be like, oh, who's that? Jake, you all right? Jake, you okay, man? Hey, Jake, good?
Yes, I don't know. I'm trying out these new Twitter features. When I first went into prison, they didn't have all this stuff. So I don't know. I was trying to like do like the DJ like drop because you were dropping some hard facts. But I don't know what I'm doing, brother. You're spitting
You have me
game,
worried
bro.
for a second.
You're spitting game.
You're good though, right?
Yeah, I'm great, brother. God bless. You're speaking the truth from your heart, and have more members of the black community that weren't just so, because there's so many members of the black community that are like, they've separated themselves from their actual like black community, and they just speak to black conservatives, but they're not the problem. Obviously, the 97% of black women supported
97%. That supported Kamala. Is he saying they're the problem?
Voted for Kamala Harris, and the 80% of black men that voted for Kamala Harris, and all the men, black men and women that didn't vote at all, God forbid, this is the community that needs to be reaching. We need to send like.
He's saying, is he saying that they're like the 80, 90? I think he just called out a number. He based his on the voting patterns. Truism said people are noticing the same things. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, bro. My mother and father used to always tell me, like, either you solve your own problems or someone else will. But you won't be able to carry your problems all through life, bothering people and, you know, inconveniencing people before someone solves your shit for you. And this is a first step toward that. It seems a very provocative step. Group talking about some things that usually isn't even mentioned in polite company. The violence, the crime of blacks. You know, they're not making any distinctions, I guess you could say. They're saying, look, what they're doing is a problem, and the people that are overlooking it, making excuses for it, not talking about it. They can either join in solidarity with us and we come up with the solution, or we just solve it for ourselves. But it has to be done. It has to be done. Yeah. We'll see how it all turns out here.
Missionaries in some type of way into these communities and reach, you know, through the sports, hip hop culture, and all that, and reach them, because these spaces, it's rare that we're going to have anybody of any other disposition, maybe one or two, God forbid, that are here. But you know, we need to reach millions of people that are brainwashed. This is a major thing. But like I said earlier, I can't worry about that community yet, because I got to fix my household right now. The Protect White Americans organization is focused on protecting white Americans, because I got to focus on these women and children, and people are being murdered in the streets. And first I got to fix my household, make sure my household is safe, so that I can then go out and lift somebody up. If I'm swimming in the water, how can I lift you up out of the water? First I got to get into my lifeboat, and then I can pull you up in my lifeboat. But right now my lifeboat is sinking, and there's a bunch of other people around me trying to pull it down, and I've got to make sure that we reflate the air in this lifeboat, and then we can start working on some of these systemic issues inside the, you know, World Star hip hop culture. Remember the stupid World Star hip hop videos that we all watched in high school? The knockout, you know, World Star. I mean, that poisoned. You don't understand. Tens of millions to glorify violence, to get the best angle on a knockout video. That's what every single young 13, 14, 15-year-old black kid is trying to stoke violence in their schools
Dude,
so they
put
can
the
get a
video of me on
viral
there. When I
video.
got attacked, they put the video on World Star, and I was just like, I thought y'all were supposed to be like in support of black people. What the hell is this? You know?
I know it's insane, but here, I'm gonna turn the camera on for a second here. Hey guys, so Philip, of course, you come back and speak here. You know, in a little bit, I'm gonna bring up Matt Wallace, and we'll bring up some of it's like 7 or 8 people who are in the request box. Everybody, join the request box if you want to speak. If you don't have hate in your
Is Matt Wallace the guy that CKJ3 mentioned spread some misinformation or whatever, incorrect information?
heart, if you want to have a constructive conversation about the totality of the events, not get into the weeds about what's his name? God forbid, Carmelo Anthony. There's another ball player named Carmelo Anthony, and I always get confused, but about his GPA and all that stuff. He's no longer Carmelo Anthony. He is a symbol of black violence on white Americans. He's a symbol of YN culture. They're called young, the young end. That's what they call.
Ooh, the word is getting out. I didn't know. I didn't know people knew about that. I thought that was a kind of internal thing there. But other people apparently know about the YNW Melly, YN Carmelo. YNW Carmelo. We did a stream called YNW Carmelo there.
These young kids that they all wear the masks, right? And they throw up the signs, and they barely even know the English language. They're like failing in all subjects. They don't care. They just want to sell marijuana.
Oh my God. Oh, this got to hurt. But it had to come from somebody. And he's bringing it to you, and shit. Oof. He's talking rough language. He sounds like John Galt.
Marijuana and smoke, and they're just like lost completely. So this young black culture is extremely lost, but you also have, it's been happening for decades, so it's a pervasive into, millennials and the X generation as well, but it is an epidemic.
Like a pandemic.
Younger, under 25s right now, they're completely lost, and it's going to take surgical precision in order to save this community from destruction.
Oof. I mean, this man come with some strong language, and it doesn't seem to be coming out of hate, bro. Like he's not calling them niggers and talking about, give me a rope. He's trying to come up with some solutions. You can dislike it. You can even say that there's no problem. That's fine. But he's saying that there's a problem, and that may be where your disagreement is. He's coming up with a solution. Again, if you don't like it, blacks, I would suggest you get out on the horn now and start going around to your fellow NAACPs and Al Sharptons and trying to come up with a solution, or maybe working with this guy, this group. Because right now he's out here fighting it alone.
Destructing itself and destructing my community and ruining and tarnishing the reputation of America. Okay, guys, so let's bring in Matt Wallace, guys, to give an introduction to my brother, Matt. Matt Wallace is this is how my friend Joe Open describes him. He's right and he's tight. He's a father of 2 children, a third on the way, 26 years old, doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, lives a humble, good lifestyle, built this social media presence from the ground up, just bought a brand new house. He is a man that cares about honor, dignity, being righteous, serving God. And he's a man that I'm so proud to call one of my best friends, and holding his home state and just saved white America from being perpetrated, from just being weak and being suppressed to even speak about these issues. The fear first must be conquered in here. It's a condition of the heart. Absolutely. First to speak on these issues. And so, without further ado, Matthew Wallace, co-host of Golden Age, who launches Young American Man content that's seen more population than that many. Do you feel safe in 20 years having them walk down the street?
The truth is, white people right now are not standing up for ourselves. We're not going and protesting when injustice happens. We're sitting back and watching the playing field be not only levied against us, but done so in a way that hurts our children, that turns our country into a different country. We're not going to be America in 30 years at the rate we're going. And it's not that we hate Mexico or we hate Africa or we hate the Arab world. it's that if I wanted to live there, I would go live there. I don't want to. I want to live here. And if we are made up mostly of
Exactly.
people from other places, then we're not us anymore. And that doesn't mean it has to just be white people, right? But it does mean I want to have a culture. I want to have a people
Just
that are
being white
mine.
people should
I
be
want to
the
have.
majority, at least for the next 50 years or so.
I like that. And the reason why I like that is because I feel comfortable when I go around and I see people that look like me. I feel good about that. I don't, and I think a lot of people do. People choose to go live in neighborhoods mostly that are made up of them. That's what happens. And if you don't have that, you have dysfunction and you have chaos and you have people fighting each other and you have a 17-year-old stabbing another 17-year-old and they claim, but there's no evidence of that. It looks like a murder, and it looks like something that was done because he wanted to kill him. I don't think that there was this spontaneous decision to stab him in the heart and bring a knife to school. You have to have sort of mindset that I'm going to do that to be capable of killing someone. And he didn't stab him in the leg. He didn't stab him in the arm. He didn't punch him in the face. He stabbed him directly in the heart. If that's not planned, then I don't know what is. And the fact that after that, with so much evidence, he's able to walk free and he's sitting in a mansion right now, possibly listening to this space. You never know. And he's enjoying his freedom while Austin Metcalf and his family are mourning. And Austin Metcalf isn't here anymore. And it just saddens me so much. And that's why, I wanted to use my platform. And I'm making almost no money from this. The X revenue is nothing. The money I do make is normally from, it is true. The money I normally make is from Rumble videos and YouTube videos, and I'm not doing any of those on this. I'm just using my platform for what I think is good. And what I think is good in this case is standing up and showing up and making it heard that we're not okay with it being the way it is. Jason Whitlock, who I have a lot of respect for, he's definitely invited to my cookout. There's no doubt about that. But Jason Whitlock, the interview that I watched you do with him, and he has posted some good stuff afterwards that I like, but he seemed to be trying to stop this and saying, oh, it's going to be a Fed operation. This is to hurt white people. This isn't good. Things like that. Oh, what are we really going to do the same thing as them? I think that's just it's so out of touch with reality. We live in a world where they know you can kill a white person and you can put $250,000 bail and nothing's going to happen. They know we're not going to be able to stand up and fight for it. She's not going to get fired. The judge isn't going to have to worry. Nothing's going to happen to her. And that's been the way it's been for years. And for the first time, we're finally putting pressure on people like that. And I don't know if everyone saw, but the judge is now requesting security. That's never happened before. That a judge has made such, and I don't condone the judge. That's not at all what we're doing. But I do think the judge should feel insecure. I do think the judge should feel bad because what she did is awful. She's encouraging violence from the country. That's what she did. That was the move she made, and that's undeniable. I mean, and for her to do that and think there's going to be no consequences is obviously she did at the time. To think no one's going to stand up and fight, she didn't expect there to be a post that got 37 million views saying that.
He's talking about the judge. I think that released Carmelo Anthony on bail. He's against the bail. I thought the bail was fair. Other people have gotten bail as well. The rally is in 45 minutes, 11 o'clock Eastern, CST, so 12 o'clock EST.
She needs to go to prison for the rest of her life for doing that. She didn't expect that we were going to rise up and have a protest, potentially 10,000 people showing up. We'll see how many show up. The weather's not perfect, but I still think a ton of people are going to show up. She didn't expect that. The police department expect that. They didn't think there was going to be any pushback at all. And just the fact that we're giving pushback. Now, what do you think that next judge is going to think? Should I give this kid or this adult, whoever it is, because they're the same race?
That's a very interesting point there.
This is me. I'm black. They're black. Should I give them a $250,000 bail for murdering someone? Should we allow them to be raising money? Yeah, and it's so stupid. It's unprecedented. It makes no sense, and it's clearly because of racial grounds. There's no doubt.
It's just one of these things. It's like I was reading something about this Korean president or something years ago. He talked about juries, maybe Singapore. This is very interesting how they are more or less pulling a black tactic where they say, hey, we want to put pressure not just on this judge, but future judges that would be adjudicating black criminals that attack whites. It's a longer term play here.
Out about it. And now they're going to think twice about that.
Make them,
maybe next
he said, make the judges think twice. Very interesting.
Time, the judge that would have done is going to say, oh, I don't want there to be a public outcry against me. I don't want to feel insecure about my decision. I don't want to have to worry about my town having to spend $50,000 on police overtime because so many people are going to show up who are upset, and rightfully so. And instead of doing that, I'm going to make it be a more expensive bail. I'm not going to let this person out. Maybe the crowdfunding platforms aren't going to let them raise money. That's what we're going toward. And we're
Stanley, I do think it is somewhat of a threat. Not a threat against a person per se, but they're trying to even up the scales here. And we've seen many cases where blacks are outside protesting as the jury is deliberating, scaring the hell out of those people. They're extracting a verdict with implied threats. And so this guy, say, hey, this is the first time a judge ever had to have security. This is our way of applying pressure here. I got to take a phone call. Let's see what this is. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, who's calling? But hello? Did your phone break up or something? Hello? Oh, damn. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You fine.
All right, hey, cool. What's up?
No, I said I forgot to press the OK button and continue to spin for the weekend, but also trying to figure out what the alternative option, because you said there was one.
Yeah, you can pay directly.
Okay, what's the price going to be the direct claim?
Which unit you want?
Well, I'm right here. I'm still downstairs right now. The upstairs has been blocked for them. It's been blocked completely.
Yeah, which one you want?
I can go back upstairs for them.
You want upstairs instead? All right, let me call and get the price. How long you need it?
I'll probably get into Tuesday, because that's when I get paid again.
Tuesday, was that like was it 3 days?
Yeah, Tuesday, then I get paid again Tuesday, the next day for a week.
All right, okay, I'll call you right back. Yeah, all right. Shit, what's up, Chuck? I rarely see you over here. I can't remember where I see you. Yeah, that's kind of what they're saying there, Chuckway, are implying, not lynch mobs per se, but they're trying to tilt the scale back to, what they think is, fair in their mind.
We're going to get it. By fighting and by standing up, we are already making progress. And I think that's the most important thing. And beyond that, it's not just what the judges are going to do. Next time there's a kid who is thinking about violence, who's thinking about using murder as a method. Now, what we'll say allegedly in this case, we still don't know all the details, but it seems relatively cut and dry. And I know they're probably setting up a psyop to try to catch people in a trap where they could end up finding him not guilty, whether he is or not, and try to trap people in some sort of weird legal battle. Now, I'm aware of that, and I think everyone should be cognizant that they may try to do that. But at the same time, our voices are going to hopefully have an impact on this case as well, not just in the future, which they definitely will, but on this case too. We need that bail to be risen again. We need him to be currently in jail until the trial is set. That has to happen. And if they don't do it, we're going to keep the pressure on. It's not just one day, one project. We're going to continue to expose and the actions that she is taking. We're going to call for her to be fired. And we're going to continue our attention until we have a field. My kids, as mentioned, I have 2 little ones, another one on the way. I want them to feel safe when they go out in public. I don't want to only have to go to a white neighborhood or a white school, my kids say, I want them to be safe wherever they are. I don't have that ability to also feel safe, and that's not the way it is right now, sadly. And that's where my heart's getting pulled towards, and that's what I'm passionate about, and that's why I'm helping Jake in this mission. I think it was an amazing idea for him to come up with that, and I want to see so many people show up that they will not be able to ignore us anymore. And I'm going to be covering it the whole time and making sure, posting lots of videos, lots of updates, and trying to get this to go as viral as possible without any violence. We don't need violence. We want peace. That's the important thing.
Amen, Matt. You've got such a bright future ahead of you, man. I can't even imagine what God's about to do with you. I love you, brother. I appreciate your bold stance on this, because Matt has social capital. I have social capital. Philip has social capital. And where we decide to spend that capital, where we decide to put our heart, where we decide to use our influence matters. A lot of these people use their influence to enrich themselves. They make.
Here's a young man that was speaking right here. Matt Wallace here. My next post is about to send someone very powerful to prison. And what is he saying? Everything I post is satire. Okay. And so he's posting about this event, and he's kind of mirroring the other guy's site there. And we'll get into a little bit of what Jason Whitlock had to say before the rally starts.
Take stances like Jason Whitlock did today, and try to use their influence to dissuade others from exercising their rights. Who is he to tell me and my community how we are supposed to peacefully exercise our rights as Americans, when I'm supposed to be able to cry, when I'm supposed to be able to grieve, when I'm supposed to be able to...
Yeah, that is very correct. I have to agree with him. Shit. Who is a black person telling a white person how to handle their business in their community? Black people don't want anyone telling them how to handle their business in their communities. They will take that as a personal affront. And so these people, Protect White America, are going to have a rally, form an organization, and they have some thoughts, and presuming they have some things that they think could be solutions. And Jason Whitlock has not really come up with an organization to go about solving anything, but he's telling them not to do it. This is the way this guy's looking at it. I kind of see what he's saying here.
To protest a murder of a young white man. It's not right. And the thousands of comments of people trying to, sow seeds of discord and doubt and shame and suppress our feelings as white Americans, to be able to cry out and say, we want to hold hands, light a candlelight vigil, pray for this man, protest for his killer to be put behind bars. These are our rights that our founding fathers died for. And if we sit on our couch and tweet all day, and if you do it the right way, it's the biggest thing in the world. But if we just do that and complain all day, I had to stand up. I'm running for United States Senate right now, guys. This was maybe one of the most politically unexpedient moves I could make. But what the pages of history will write is men that make a stand for what is right, regardless of the political climate. Like Donald Trump. Donald Trump made a stand to pardon us when J.D. Vance, a week or two before, spineless, said, oh, of course the violent ones aren't getting out. He made a stand, and in the page of history will smile upon President Trump for his stances that were bold, and they may not have been politically popular at the time, but he's a leader, and he decides what's popular. And now it's time for new leaders who are going to speak out against this perpetration of violence, to do things that may not have been popular tomorrow, but a year or two from now, people look back and say, that was the beginning of the time when the white people in America stood up and said, we are not victims. We are not victims. We want to love our brothers, and we want to be safe. Amen. So I brought up a speaker here. We're going to give a couple of the, there's people here in the crowd here that want to speak. And, I don't want any racial slurs said. That's just so stupid. You have freedom of speech. Go use it somewhere else. And this is not the time for that. This is the time to have our deepest feelings heard, that we're not, first of all, on X anywhere. We couldn't have had this VTM. It's 9:40 now, where I'm at in Central Time here.
Thank you, Jake, for the mic. Well, I'm black. I'm a black man, and I always feel bad when I see things like this happening. I don't like things like this happening, like seeing people of my own race hurting white people, it makes me feel sad a lot. And on behalf of black people, I'm saying I'm very sorry this kind of thing is happening, and I pray that we won't see such things more. And yeah, shout out to you, Matt, for everything you're doing. You are a very hardworking man, and may God help you on everything you're doing. So yeah, I think the white people, we need to speak up for ourselves, because if you guys don't stand up for yourselves, more of this might keep coming. So we really need to stand up for ourselves. And yeah, RIP. I pray that Austin souls find rest in God's side. And yeah, I really don't have much to say because I'm very, very heartbroken about these incidents. I'm very heartbroken. I don't like hearing stuff like this happening. So yeah, thank you very much for the mic. I'm really down right now. I am not happy about this at all. I'm not happy about it, and I pray that we won't have more of this happening anymore. So we should just summon courage and get unified and speak up for ourselves so that stuff like this won't keep happening. We should there should be peace. There's no reason for violence amongst ourselves. I admire white people a lot, and I'm a black man. I admire white people a lot, and I have a few of them as my friends. And we've not even seen each other at all. We're just friends on the internet, and we have good connections. So I see no reason for the hate. I see no reason for the fight. So yo, shout out to you guys. You guys are doing a great job, and you know, yo, I pray that the protest is going to be a safe one in Jesus' name. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you, Matt. You are a very, very, very hardworking man. Philip, Jake, yo, shout out to you guys. Thanks for the mic.
Very well
Of course,
said.
brother. God, amen, amen. Which country are you from? Are you an American, or where are you born? Are you living in America?
Yo, I'm Nigerian. I live and work in Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria, Africa.
God bless you, brother. One of my mentors while I was in prison, one of the prison guards, Agadibe, was the ministry we started together. And I currently actually, by God's grace, have a charity, a Christian charity for an orphanage in Nigeria and in Uganda that I run from faithsponsor.com. And we have about 100 kids we take care of, and we built like a whole entire farm. I was giving them money every month for my personal, and then I set up faithsponsor.com. And, I came to the owners of the orphanages, the Christian orphanages, because there's so much war and destruction over there. And a lot of young kids have no parents. And so there's like these large, like mud huts that take care of the kids. It's horrible. And so I said, I'm not just going to send you money like without accountability or whatever. You just buy food every day with it and stuff. I said, let's buy farm animals. So currently, I'll post some photos soon. We have like 50 to 100 goats and like thousands of chickens, and I've set up homesteads, and we have a few different homesteads there. And I did this all in my prison cell, and so I have such a deep love for the Nigerian people. There's actually, if people don't know this, Nigeria in like 20 years will be the largest Christian country in the world. It'll eclipse America. There's like over 200 million Christians in about 150 million Christians in Nigeria now. And so that is, that's the body of Christ right there. So we love you guys so much. God bless you, VTM. We're going to bring up this speaker, OWLM. I believe that stands for Only White Lives Matter. That's a hard take on the issue. I don't agree with that, but I do agree with White Lives Matter a lot. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. But speak and be heard, brother, and address the core human aspect of this, and let your voice be heard. God bless.
No, correct. And yeah, I would admit that my views are probably a little bit more radical than the average person in this group, but I won't go there. I'm not going to advocate for violence or anything. But I do want to point out that yesterday, if y'all haven't seen the story yet,
Neo Monkey,
that our brother Jacob Couch
one of those
died from a sex away from his in. So
Sorry, I did not mean to use the laughing emoji. I apologize for that. That's not funny.
no, you're fine. I understand. This is a very serious matter. We've all, I'm sure you all have seen the same videos I have on social media of the response from the people supporting Carmelo Anthony. Just disgusting the way they're treating Jeff Metcalf, everything. I'm gonna say it on this. I'm not gonna advocate for any violence, but the minimum we need in the United States, specifically since these two instances have happened, the minimum we need is the separation of the races. Everyone is saying it. Everyone is saying it, and that is.
Everyone is saying it. Has anyone? I have not heard that. I have not heard anyone being that bold. Maybe out on the extremes, but I think everyone's still trying to, make these parts, these pieces of the puzzle fit together. So that's so damn, only 4,000 people. Is that the number of people that in the 4,600 people tuned in? Jake Lang is one of the J6ers here. Let's see. Let me go back and play a little bit more.
Is what will.
Well, not everyone. There are people that are saying, but it's not everyone.
The majority of people are saying it. The people.
Well,
that
how do you measure that though?
The impressions on the videos and the likes, and the comments.
I know, but I've gotten millions of views. I got hundreds of thousands of likes. You can say more than ever before. You can say
yes.
that. I'd agree with you, but I wouldn't say the majority. That you were just not quite there. I don't think.
Well, I think that ideology is spinning from desperation right now. It's a very desperate ideology because, for generations, the black culture has been so degenerate, and the white people in America are like, listen, we have no choice but to for survival's sake, please stay away. Cause maybe when you rebuild your house, you can come back over and hang out with us, but you're living in a very degenerate manner in a large respect, in a percentage wise. The culture is completely at bedrock level right now. And so I understand the feeling of wanting to do that just in desperation and in a survival instinct. But, that's not the nature of the human heart of a believer in Jesus Christ. That is the nature of this animalistic reaction to violence. That it's like, okay, if we can't get along, if we can't live with dignity, if we can't live with Christian values and basic human respect and modesty and all those things, that we must just take off for the hills. And that's a horrible place to be at in America. And that's why the exact reason why I am doing this rally is because the level of desperation has gotten so far that people are almost forced into that dialogue right now. So you make a great point, and more people than ever are calling for that. And I'm reading a little bit of that. I would say it is still a fringe, but actually it's not a fringe of people that are awake right now as far as are really studying, right? And they're involved. I would say it's a fringe of the total white population because, 90% of them are not really, really tuned into what's going on. They're not watching the videos. They're playing Candy Crush and whatnot. And that's just the bottom line of how many people know God. But out of the 10% of white people in America that are tuned in to what's really going on, that 10%, I'd say a large portion are getting fed up and saying, we need to save ourselves. We need to continue to have our culture. And if we don't, do drastic measures such as getting the heck away from violent murderers. And sorry, I say that,
like Scott Adams said, get the hell away from the black people. Get the hell away.
Well, here's the. I also want to raise this point
really
as well.
quick, buddy. Let me say something really quick, okay? You're justified in being angry. You're justified wanting to get the hell away from people are doing this stuff. But you have to understand, it's not all black people. I know you get tired of hearing that, but you're talking to a man right now who's literally going to this protest to fight for you, to fight for people who look like you. That's the only reason I'm going. It's not for myself. I'm not getting paid to do this. I wouldn't ask Jake to pay me. He's already done so much for me. But, dude, it is literally for you and for my white parents, for my white friends out here, because I see what's being done to y'all is wrong. You're not being treated fairly. I see that. But you have to understand, it's not all black people. Think about the black people who voted for Donald Trump. They don't deserve to be separated from every other race. They didn't do anything wrong. It's unfortunate, that, and by the way, it's not just black people in America. You have to understand, there's black people in every country around the world, with the exception of a few. There are. Like where I come from in Ethiopia, black people don't behave like that. They love white people. They'll invite you in your home. They'll give you all the food you want until you can't eat anymore. It's not the same over there. So I just want y'all to understand that this is what was built in America, okay? Like, unfortunately, the seed of hatred against white people, that started in America and maybe some other Western countries, but mostly in America. It's here. Because if you go to other countries, black people have no issue with you, bro. They want you and your family, or they want you to bring all your people over there. They love you. I promise you that. I could take you right now with full confidence.
I would
What
say,
about South Africa?
Philip, to
What about
measure
South
that,
Africa?
I would say, Phil. Oh, come on. I would say to measure that statement that it's in the countries where black people
We
are
need to separate
the
this
historical.
Republican and Democrat.
Wait
Don't
one sec.
separate
Hey,
anything. Not skin color.
well, I'm
That's what we really need
saying,
to separate.
I would say that culture of love, right, that you're talking about, is in countries where black people are their heritage basis as far as, but the countries in which black people are being imported, like from all sub-Saharan Africa and whatnot into Sweden and Finland and everything like that, they definitely do not have that culture. They're bringing, and especially the Muslim predominant countries do not have the same feeling about white people. I'd say a lot of the great countries in Africa have that, but sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East areas like that definitely do not have that same feeling. But Ethiopia, Nigeria, Uganda, that's a different
So let me
story.
give you an
They
example
love
real quick,
white
guys.
people over
So
there.
They
But
spoke to my
like
dad, right?
Afghanistan, right, which we would call, I mean, they're not necessarily black, but they're Muslim, brown skin. They hate Americans, they hate white people, and they're being imported in mass into all predominantly white countries. Australia, New Zealand, South Africa is not, I mean, it was conquered, but is up being, now regentrified in the opposite direction. And Ireland and Scotland and England and whatnot. And so they're being mass imported and changing the culture. They do not have that like.
Right now, we listen to the organizer. He's hosting a space, or he hosted a space, and these are some of the speakers I think that will be at the rally, presumably, if it goes off as planned. These are some of the people that may be speaking.
I invite you to the family dinner table type of culture that you're talking about, that I know because I have lots of real Nigerian friends, right, both on the Muslim side and on the Christian side. And I would say there is definitely a cultural difference in the amount of love for Americans and white people between the Muslim side of all Africans and the Christian side. I'd say you have a much, much higher percentage chance of being received with warmth and love by a African in Africa that studies and follows our Lord Jesus Christ, rather than been indoctrinated into the false prophet Mohammedans faith that inherently cannot exist with white Christian culture. But regardless, those are other topics outside of the review of tonight. And guys, I'm noticing my voice is getting a little hoarse because I talked a lot today, and I have to dress possibly tens of thousands of people tomorrow. So I'm going to recede a little bit for the conversation. I know there's a lot of speakers and people that want to talk tonight. We will pick up this conversation in a few days from now. After let's see how 100% here. And quite honestly, that come out tomorrow. Do not be a weakling, Americans in America. Up, and you pushed us too far, and now we are assembling in peace to say, here's the line, stop it, Jesus Christ. We love you so. You do not have this.
And then
I'm gonna, if you'd like to speak, I need to start texting and moving and grooving on tomorrow's thing. But if you'd like to say some closing statements, Matt, please do take a few minutes. I'm gonna be here listening to you, but I'm gonna be on my 50 laptop here. Yeah, speak your mind, brother.
yeah, of course. And so I think the most important thing to remember is this isn't an all lives matter protest. This isn't even a protest where we're saying, oh, but this, but that. This is specifically, we are calling out there's black violence against white people that has risen to extremely high numbers. We're not cowering down. We're not backing down from that. We're directly tackling the truth. That is what's happening, and it needs to stop. And this is a prime example of it. and the injustice that has followed it is something that has happened in the past and will continue to happen if we don't take a stand. And so I think it's very important to not try to be making appeasing or trying to be like we normally see, where it's like, oh yeah, you know, I want to this.
Wrong is audio here, huh?
And I think it's going to have a large impact on people who feel that way and aren't represented in media. People on social media are being paid by groups. There's no
I know it's different than in Vietnam now.
oh, they're trying to have fight there and stuff. Yeah, ironic do that because there's too much risk. Oh, what if the feds are there? What if this? What?
It's good.
If we don't have a backbone, then we're going to lose our country. We're not going to have the ability to stand up for it. The freedoms that our ancestors fought for won't be there anymore. And so there's nothing more important than strength right now. It can't be later. It can't be strength, but we also care about this. It has to be focused, undeterred strength with a backbone and being willing to call it the truth and speak on behalf of God and on behalf of everyone in this country who doesn't have a voice. That's what we need. And, you know, I'm honored to be able to have a platform and to be able to play a role in that. And I will never.
What's going on, HB?
Man, I'm loving what I'm hearing.
Man, you know, you white boy need, you know, white people need to step up, you know, advance their interests like everyone else, you know.
Yeah. But I think the Stanley asked in the audience, what do I mean a spiritual aspect? They keep bringing in, they keep talking about, you know, God and doing it righteously. And I think it's not really the issue that blacks are killing whites. It's really the people that are like making it seem like it's okay to do it and rallying behind Carmelo, and that's the issue.
Yeah, something wrong with that, bro. Something real wrong with that.
Yeah, something in it, and I think it's a spiritual thing. Like, you can't say that, you know, Zimmerman and the guy that killed George Floyd is wrong, but then say that this is right. It's something spiritually ain't right with these niggas, man.
Yeah, it's something definitely wrong there. You know, like I said, I called it bloodlust the other day. Hold on, I'm looking at NA Waves. What are you talking about? Enoch? Are you talking about Enoch Powell? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about? I gotta go watch you. Oh, you know, Enoch. Okay, I gotta go watch you, Enoch. G. Oh, was Gary live last night? Did I miss you, Gary?
Yeah, Gary was live. Yeah.
What was Gary talking about?
He was talking about he was doing some like the Bible, talking about he was talking about something. I kind of was listening later on, so I didn't get to really hear all of it. But yeah,
Gary going back to the Bible.
Yeah, Gary's doing his
Gary
thing.
very religious. I know Gary was very religious.
I think Gary's like I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's just he tries to be very knowledgeable about everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, impressive young man there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I think that's
no matter
that's
what,
honestly what a lot of black people are missing, man. They don't have that spiritual like leaning anymore. So it's just, man, you're right, John. These motherfuckers are just bloodlust, man. It's like demonic, man. It's turned into a death cult.
Did you hear the earlier part of this where the guy was saying about get money? He was talking about blacks and get money.
No, I didn't hear that part.
Let me try to find this. See.
I was living, but we need to get to the root of a problem. Do you want to pop up as a speaker and a co-host so you can manage people?
Yeah, I can find it.
As Americans today and each other's rights, white is that kind of black people and how we feel against all these black teenagers beating mercilessly, kicking these kids when they're on the ground. I'm seeing it dozens of times a day, and the statistical numbers don't lie. In 2019, races were equivalent as far as population, well, actually 350 tenable. I don't want my conquered elements and hate. Like I said, I don't want to get too much in the weeds and back after people are done, and I'm
They had wonderful love, wonderful life. They're making good money. They dropped all that, went to Africa to be a mission. Austin Metcalf.
So many members of the clan, Anthony. He has systemic issues inside the, world. So
Good though, right?
yeah, I'm great, brother. God bless. You're getting a viral video.
When I got attacked, they put the video on World Star, and I was just like,
But at the same time,
I had to find it later, but basically what he was saying was, and you hear a lot of black people talk like this, and it almost makes me cringe sometimes. And you heard it on some of the videos, the street interviews. You were like, they talk about get money, right? Get money. Hell, it raps on get money. Well, how do you get money? You have to work, right? They're cutting out that aspect of getting money, just going straight to the get money, right? And, I think if you don't talk about the work aspect of it, then you are more likely to take shortcuts, robbing people. You heard the young boys on the stream say they loot Lululemon money and then sell it online or sell it in school. They said that. It's not my words. It's getting money. It's not working. It's hustling. And I think a lot of them are oriented that way, unfortunately. To not, to see the connection between working and getting money.
And I think,
you understand?
They don't really see it. And it's, they talk about it in the Bible where, the love of money is the root of all evil. And it's like a lot of black folks, they love money, but the flip side of that is you can get salvation through your works.
Yeah.
So they totally miss that it's your work and what it offers the world, that you find your salvation. It's not the money. The money is just a byproduct of it.
And so it's not a surprise that they get money and then they spend it on Chinese plastic.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if you've been following all of this this expose that the Chinese are doing with the shoes. We talked about it on here, I think.
Yep.
Motherfucker was throwing away Gucci, Balenciaga, and says, man, I don't want this shit. It's bullshit, right? But over here, you got YNs that'll pay $1,500 for this shit. Chinese man just throwing it in the trash. If you just
rob and kill.
Yeah, man, bro. I've always said, bro, the harder you work for your money, the less likely you're gonna buy all that Chinese shit. Yep. You ain't gonna stack them Air Force Ones up to the ceiling. You getting up working every day. You know what I mean? You're just not gonna see value in that. And so these people are not working to get money. They're hustling.
Yep.
And so they throw their money on bullshit. They get money. They get money. Society.
That's what we need. That's what's important. And I'm excited. I'm really excited to see tomorrow unfold, and the changes that come from it will be bigger than I think a lot of people are even realizing. So that's what's going to happen. And I think that's really the closing statement I want to make. I know this space isn't exactly huge right now, but to those of you who are listening, you're listening because you care, and you're listening because you want to play a part in it, most likely. And so that really means a lot. Of small group of people who are passionate is way more important than a gigantic group of people who aren't. And that's why I'm still taking the time, no matter how big the spaces are, because all of us can play a role, and all of us can work hard to try to fight for a better world, and to fight for a world where our kids, especially if they're white, can feel comfortable in this country and have a place where they can feel like themselves, where we can have our own culture. And if we don't have that, then we didn't try hard enough, and we didn't fight hard enough right now, and we still had a chance to save it. So that's that. There we go. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off now.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that. Love you, Matt. Love you guys.
I'm Jake, and I'll be covering it the whole time. If you need updates, you can check Jake's page or mine, whatever you want to do. But we're gonna fight for our kids.
Yeah.
As I was saying, HB, man, this might be the first time I've heard of a protest to address the behavior of another race. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is very interesting. I don't know, it may not go anywhere from here, but the fact that they're saying we need to protest the behavior of blacks who are attacking us. We don't care if they attack each other. Like, shit, that's y'all problem. But once you start attacking us, it becomes our problem.
Yep.
Hey, that's very interesting. You know, I'm not sure if we've ever seen that before.
Yeah, no, that's why I feel like this case has really showed you the true face of America right now. More than George Floyd, more than the civil rights movement. This has really exposed a lot of people. And honestly, you know, I'm not even sure if this isn't all a psyop. Like, you don't even know who's behind all these accounts that are coming about.
Right.
Man, John, this could all be from China. All these donations and stuff, they could all be China.
Oh, yeah.
Just starting a race war, you know.
I see that on the channel, man.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, it is a real issue.
Yeah.
You know, because you can see the videos of people that are actually posting, and you know, majority is a bunch of, you know, black women and YNs.
Yeah.
You know, so there's something going on.
But them motherfuckers are not, like Jason Whitlock said, and I thought the same thing. Bring no way in the hell, no YNs and their girlfriends donating to the sums of $400,000-$500,000. I don't believe it.
No,
I don't believe it.
No,
I think
this might be Russia. This might be Russia and China working together.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this shit. Oh, I found it, HB. Has anyone ever heard of Janet Cook? I know you haven't. I'm just asking you rhetorically. Anyone ever heard of Janet Cook? Huh?
I don't think so.
Nobody? I bet Stanley has heard of Janet Cook. Stanley ever heard of Janet Cook? Huh? Let's get into little Janet. Not Janet Jackson. Janet Cook.
So, broadcast sideline reporter making up the bits of trivia, to throw tos at the side of the field. Yeah, like I said, it was pretty bad, but not as bad as this. Today, we're going to be talking about the winner of a Pulitzer who got it because she lied. Now, Janet Cook's scandal, she was a journalist for a number of years between 77 and 81 before the scandal broke. She received a Pulitzer Prize in 81 for an article written for the Washington Post. The story was later discovered to have been fabricated, and Cook returned the Pulitzer, the only person to do so to date, after admitting she had fabricated the story series. The Pulitzer was instead awarded to Teresa Carpenter, a nominee who had lost to Cook. Now, Cook grew up in an upper middle class African American family in Toledo. She said her upbringing was stressful and strict.
Hold on, HB, did you hear that?
Yep.
She grew up in an upper middle class home. You understand?
Yep.
White prep school she attended, and by her father, whom she described as domineering. As a result, she said that habitually lying became a survival mechanism for her as a child. She enrolled at Vassar before transferring to the University of Toledo, where she earned.
You ever heard of Vassar College, HB?
No. Where is that at?
Up in the Northeast somewhere. It's like tangential to the Ivies. I can't remember what they call them. I think they have a name for it. It used to be an all-women's college. I dated a woman that went there at one time. Vassar.
Earned a bachelor's degree. However, Cook will later claim that she received her bachelor's degree from Vassar and a master's degree from Toledo. Now, in 77, she began writing.
Now, did you hear that, HB? She basically graduated from Toledo and then lied and said she had a master's from Vassar and an undergrad from Toledo. I think that's what they said.
A master's degree from Toledo. Now, in 77, she began writing for the Toledo Blade. 2 years later, she interviewed for a position at the Washington Post and was hired. She joined the weekly section staff of the Post under editor Vivian Alphin Brownlee in January 1980. She quickly gained a reputation as a prolific journalist and a strong writer, filing 52 articles in her first 8 months. Alphin Brownlee later remarked that Cook was also consumed by a blind and raw ambition. So in journalism, sometimes that's where you get these up-and-comers who want to prove it, and the problem is where the reporter is left to do the job of the editor, like background information, if there's a problem. Now, in a September 2880 article in the Post titled Jimmy's World, Cook profiled the supposed life of an 8-year-old heroin addict named Jimmy, said to be a pseudonym. She wrote of the needle marks freckling the baby smooth skin of his thin brown arms and claimed to have witnessed episodes of heroin injection, describing them in graphic.
I'm gonna say the volume is kind of low. Let me see if I can turn it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a little low. I can hear it though, but it's a little low.
Let's see if it's louder here.
Detail. The article in
Is that louder?
much empathy amongst readers.
Not really. Not really.
Let me see if I can find a better video. This is what's interesting about this. When I first moved to DC, I read about this lady. This may be a better article, shorter, but you know, you may get the gist of it. Damn, this is low too. Is this low? That was low too, right?
Yeah. Damn,
shit. What the fuck is all low? Here it is. Maybe this is it.
In September 1980, the Washington Post published a 8-year-old heroin addict in Washington, D.C. The article shocked readers and sparked Cook's vivid portrayal. In 1981, she was awarded. As questions arose about the story's scrutiny, Cook admitted that she was an addict and no interview. The Washington Post, no Jimmy, no 8-year-old heroin addict, and no interview with a drug dealer.
I don't know if music is copyrighted or not, but basically, she made up a story about an 8-year-old drug addict.
Okay. Now, is this lady black or white?
She's black.
Okay.
She grew up in middle class background,
right?
You know, private school, Vassar, but she didn't graduate from Vassar. And as I've told you here in DC, it's all about where you went to school. You understand?
Right.
You could be the best at your job, and he'd be like, "Yeah, but he went to Harvard, though, and you went to Howard." So they look down on you. You went to Toledo, and you didn't graduate from Vassar. So she lied on her credentials to, highlight the Vassar. You understand? To fit in here in DC, if she stayed in Toledo, who cares if you went to Toledo State? A lot of people probably went to Toledo, but here in DC, where you go to school matters, right?
Right.
And so she gets to the Washington Post on the fake credentials, and she could have written any kind of story that she wanted to, but she makes up a fake ghetto story about a black drug addict boy, right? A heart-wrenching story, and then it was all fake. You understand? She went down in the ghetto. She came over here, actually, and found crafted a victimhood story that was so far removed from anything she had ever lived or seen. You understand? She'd never seen it. She was middle class. But here she is attaching herself. She wants that victimhood. She doesn't want it pulled off of her, even though her family did the best they could for her. She went to the ghetto and made up a fake story about blacks. She could have made an uplifting story. Right? If you're going to make up some shit, make up some uplifting story. But she made up a story about some broken down, to make blacks feel, sympathy for black. Anyways, I just thought that was very interesting. That she would do that, and that was years ago. That was back in the 80s. So and it's been going on a long time.
I suspect a lot of the race tensions and things in our history, a lot of them probably were fabricated. I'm sure there was a lot that was real, but I think a lot of people use that race stuff just to push their careers, and it's all gonna come to a head eventually, because these lies, they don't last forever.
Yeah. HB, I want to share this with you. I think I sent it to you guys. I think I sent this to you and Universal. I think I sent it to Portia. I may have included Stanley too. Take a look. This is, who this is, right?
Yeah. Jason Whitlock.
Dominique Alexander. Because I believe you were at that 2020 Trump rally where he tried to commandeer the stage. Things got.
Now, hold on for a second. Stanley says somewhere this is happening to white journalists too. Again, the whataboutism. But again, it's, what sticks out to me is this is a middle class woman. It would be like Stanley making up a ghetto story. You'd be like, nigga, where the fuck you figure that shit out of? Right? Yeah. You couldn't write a fake ghetto story, Stanley. You don't know anything about the ghetto. Your mind wouldn't even take you there to want to write a fake ghetto story.
And I think that mentality is where black people, that's where we can't win at. Where white people do it. We don't have an edge in that department. You know, they always say, John, you gotta keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So we already expect white people to lie about shit. We expect them. I mean, they told us they discovered America, found out it was already people here. We expect them to lie about shit. But
But
when
why
black
not go
folks
into
do it,
creative writing? Why wouldn't she just go
right?
into creative writing, right? Like
Yeah,
go
yeah.
into fiction, write fiction stories. That would be a great fiction story. But you probably can't, fiction, you have to have a probably even more vivid imagination. And her stories clearly, there were holes in them. People started.
I'm probably sure that was her justification for it too. Well, white people lie about stories all the time, so I'm gonna make up one too. Shit.
Oh, yeah, I'll get the laugh.
Yeah.
So yeah, I totally get it. It happens on both ways, but what she decided to lie about was very interesting. She decided to lie about black victimhood. Woe is me. She could have gone any direction on a lie. She could have made the nigga a superhero. Some niggas getting all A's with no food, water, lights. Could have said anything, but she decided to paint him as a victim, make you feel sorry for him. Here's Jason Whitlock. Listen to this, HP.
Violent or anyway. What is your memory of that? What can you tell us about Dominique Alexander?
Actually, Jason, I was speaking at the time. I was the one that he felt like he didn't like what I was saying. He didn't like that a Black woman was actually talking at this rally. It was a Rescue America rally, which was done by the Walkaway campaign. But those of us who actually supported Trump at the time, we were speaking out about it. And he didn't like that. He actually had set up speakers and a microphone to kind of counter what we were saying. And he didn't actually have much to say until I took the mic. So initially, I was asking him, how can you, because there were also some Black Lives Matter people in the audience asking me, was I Black? Clearly, I'm Black, but they were asking me, are you Black? Because they didn't like what I had to say. And he was telling me that I should be supporting Black Lives Matter opposed to being at this rally. And I was saying to him, Black Lives Matter only support straight Black men when they're dead. How can I get behind this if I say that I love Black men and I love Black people? Why would I ever support Black Lives Matter who want to completely eradicate the point or the purpose of Black men and their position in our communities? And so he didn't like what I had to say. And so it was making him angry that I was not actually coming to his side or giving in to him. So he wanted to try and approach me on this, on the stage. So he was actually trying to get to me and come towards me, but security stopped him from doing that. So that's what you see on camera. I'm actually right in front of the little white backdrop that you see. It was something different on the other side because I was the one speaking and he was trying to get to me. So he had
Wait, did you pause it, John?
My bad. I'm on mute.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
you know who she's referring to, right?
It wasn't. I do. I know. I think I remember that guy.
He's the spokesman for Carmelo Anthony's family.
Oh, okay.
That's what she's referring to, this acting all violent and shit, right?
Gotcha.
And even Stanley yesterday said, yo, why in the hell did the family align with this guy? This guy's a criminal, right? He's a grifting criminal.
Him and his Black Lives Matter followers who just did not like the fact that there was a Black woman there who was speaking against Black Lives Matter.
Yo, John, and she made this was what really kind of woke me up to the whole Black Lives Matter grift too, is that I realized it was really just a death cult. All they were doing was like
Right.
exalting a dead black man.
Yeah.
And that was it. That was it. They only uplifted dead black men. And that's what kind of like the light bulb switch. Now it's like, man, this is really a death cult. You guys are celebrating dead black men. Say his name. Say her name.
All you dead people.
Yeah, y'all
While
worshiping a bunch
overlooking
of
the living, right?
right. Just uplifting a bunch of dead people. Like why
Man,
are we doing this?
man, I tell you, when I went, I was with Lisa and lovely lady Lisa. We went down to the White House. She votes Democrat. She's a Democrat. There was an exhibit on the White House fence at the time when the Democrats were at the peak with Black Lives Matter. And it was all dead men, black men and women. Nigga, I'm talking about nigga, the whole wall, the whole fence was dead niggers. And I said to myself, Lisa, like, damn, look at all these dead niggas. And many of them were criminals. But I'm saying to Lisa, like, look at all these dead niggas. Like, these niggas out here having parties, barbecuing, playing music, and no thought as to, like, how can we keep more dead people off this wall? It was almost like a celebration.
Yep. Nah, that's exactly how I took it too, man. Like, man, they really want to see more dead black men so they can grift off of it.
And then, what really got Lisa, bro, and it was a spiritual point that she, that you talk about. Right down the street is that church. Remember the church where they said Donald Trump held up the Bible upside down? You remember that?
Yep.
Man, them niggas set that church on fire and were barbecuing in front of that motherfucker, man. And Lisa's very religious, and that touched her. Be like, damn, this shit is deeper than just a protest.
Nah,
like,
it is.
Y'all niggas burnt the church up, bro. Right?
It's
Yeah, this is
spiritual.
live with a protest. Well, this is not live, it's a video. But yeah, go ahead, HB.
No, it's definitely a spiritual battle going on right now. And unfortunately, a lot of black people are on the wrong side of this. And they think that they're on code by sticking to their race, not realizing that you're being used to push something that's way more evil than you can even imagine.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm looking to see if I can find clips of this video, the live feed of the protest. There looks to be a lot of let me see if I can play this for you. The police there. Let me see if I can play this clip for you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to play this clip for you. This is another clip from Jake Lane talking about the protests here. I'll play this for you.
Say that again, sir.
Between your group and if there is a counter group that happens to show up, we have options for that to make sure everybody's allowed their own space and not intermingle. We are able to separate the groups by a couple hundred yards with very, very limited access to interact, but we are not able to provide water stations or restroom access.
Okay.
So that's what basically they put on a large show of force there. Let me see if CBS 11 has anything up to date. This is coming out of Frisco here. I think CBS 11 is out of Frisco, and they may be talking about it. Oh, let's see.
Yet know his name. But bottom line, as we begin our team coverage tonight, Aaron Jones asking questions about the school's safety and security. First, though, tonight, Amelia Magavro. Can you?
Just trying to see where is this protest? I'm sure it's going to be footage of it.
Yeah.
Let me see where. It wouldn't make sense to have it and not have footage, right? Let's see, latest stories. Manage that a little bit. Organized Frisco. Let's see if they have any video here. They tell us where it's going to be streaming from. I'm sure the news will be there for sure. All these ads. Okay. a little. What's that thing? Let's see. I don't see anything. Let me go to YouTube, see if any footage is there. If anyone sees any footage, feel free to drop it in the chat.
Yeah. This is man, yeah.
Let me see. Did you hear about Austin Metcalf's family? While I'm looking for it, did you hear about this?
I want to clarify something right off the start because I've already heard some rumors and gossip. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing.
That's the father of Frisco stabbing victim Austin Metcalf. He pleaded on national television for his family's tragedy, the loss of their son, not to be turned into a race or a political issue. The sad reality is that appears to be exactly what has happened. Amid a surge of misinformation and false claims, the story has taken on a life of its own online. Tonight, our I-Team reporter Brian New with who is behind some of these social media posts, including one political candidate who is calling for a protest this weekend in Frisco.
From the very beginning, people far from Texas have amplified this story on social media, often injecting misinformation to push false narrative. This has come from individuals claiming to support Austin Metcalf, as well as those claiming.
It looks like I see something here. At least another post 3 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Check it out.
you could tell that Dad already knew where this was going, and
Yeah.
you could tell he already knew where this was going, and it's unfortunate because a lot of people don't really have that type of discernment, but he already knew.
You know what's interesting? I was reading some comments in a Twitter post, and they said, you know, the dad really showed you how when asked to leave somewhere, he left.
Yep.
He ain't stabbing nobody. They asked him to leave, which was a public press conference. They asked him to leave. He left. Which is exactly what Carmelo could have done. I know it was raining, but, you know, he could have left, just like the father did. Yeah, so interesting.
I think too, it just shows how even let him stay there and say what they had to say to his face.
Yeah. Well, they probably knew what they were about to say, and they couldn't say it to his face.
Yeah. Because I think if you had to say it to his face, that shame would have kicked in a little bit. So they had to push him up out of there.
Yeah.
They did that whole press conference. They didn't apologize once. No remorse at all.
They actually, one might say, emboldened their supporters to attack these people harder. And the man and his wife were swatted after that. I don't know if you knew that. Did you know that?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, they were swatted. Here's a most recent post by Jake Lang like 3 minutes ago.
We're live here at Kuykendall Stadium memorial service for our brother Austin Metcalf, who lost his life to senseless black violence. I'm here with my brother, Philip Anderson. Behind us, you can see the stadium where the
I've heard of that guy, Philip Anderson, from somewhere.
blood of Austin Metcalf is still wetting the bleachers. We have an amazing crowd, people still showing up, a lot of media, lots of police presence. I just want to invoke the name of Jesus Christ over this protest immediately. Father God, Lord, we just lift you up in your name today, God. We're asking for your peace to be upon the crowd, that you would be the Lord of justice, that we know you are God. Restore justice to Austin Metcalf and his family, Lord God. Bring upon this country a wave of the golden age where all of the races can live in peace, where there is no longer violence, no longer racism, God. We condemn black violence in America against white people right now, Lord. We know you stand with us. We know you stand against every violence and every evil principality that would lift itself against you. Lord Jesus, be with us, be with our families, and be with this crowd. In your name we pray. God, we just want to address everybody when we disperse later on, guys. Just don't go over to the counter-protesters. Let's keep it peaceful, keep our hands and feet to ourselves. Do not address the antagonizers. There are antagonizers over there. We don't want any violence. It's a peaceful event, okay?
He sounded like MLK, John.
He
sounded like-
first ones to do this. It's about time, yeah. So, guys, this is a historic event. Now we're addressing the crowd, so I shifted it. Before we had the stadium in the background where Austin Metcalf was murdered. Please reshare this link online right now, guys. Get this out to as many people as possible. Guys, this is the first time, I'd say, in American history, but in as long as I've been alive, where white Americans and my brother, black Americans, white Americans can stand up and speak out. We have been suppressed. We've been suppressed for generations. We've been moved to the back of the bus and told to sit down and shut up. Generations ago, it was people of this skin color. And now it is our people that are being brutally murdered.
Oh, shit. That's where it is. That's where I knew that dude from. He was at the J6 protest. That's where. And there was a lady, Boylan, I think her last name, Josie Boylan, something. She was being beaten by the police officer down on the ground, like trampled or something. That's where I knew I recognized that black guy from somewhere. Okay, that makes sense now. All right.
The justice system is failing us. And we're here to stand today against injustice, plain and simple. Righteous men of God are called to stand against injustice. And so today, black and white together, we're standing against black violence against white Americans. It's very simple. We've seen it time and time again. The statistics do not lie. The statistics do not lie. 350,000 white people were assaulted last year in America by black Americans. There is a prevalent gang culture. There is a prevalent gang culture in America. Give me a second. We have another camera here. I have to. Edward, you're on stage. I had to remove you from stage. There's a prevalent gang culture. It's my laptop. There's a prevalent gang culture and violent hip hop culture that has pervaded the young minds of black Americans in this country and turned them racist against their brothers who want nothing more than to lift them up, to live in peace with them, to love them, to be one party in the body of Christ. This has led to not just racism, but racism in action. People are dying. Stores are being smashed in. White people are being terrorized. Our country, the fabric of our country is changing right before our eyes. Donald Trump made
Hold on
one
for
of
a
his...
second. This is the black guy, I think, next to him. This is a J6 right here. I think this is him. I think this is him right here. You may be able to see him right there.
This is like white civil rights movement right now, man.
Yeah.
We're seeing like the birth of it right now, man. This is great. Hey, man, it's a great time to be alive, John. I never thought I would see this day, man.
Well, you know what's interesting, bro, is their numbers go down, right? Once they're teetering along about 60% now, whatever the number is, half of that will be women. It's really going to be left to, the men who at that point will be in the minority, right? There'll be about 30% of the men out here trying to defend their men, women, and children. So, there's no better time than the present before be more percentage. So, yeah, you may be right. This is a precipice of maybe more things to come here, more white advocacy. Where they are openly advocating for their issues. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
His main campaign promises, immigration. These two problems are linked intrinsically. White people are not only disappearing in this country, becoming a minority in the land that we had, the land that our founding fathers carved out for us, but now, not only are we disappearing, but we are being attacked and murdered in the streets. These two problems are intrinsically tied, but today we're here to address and call for justice for Austin Metcalf, who was murdered in that stadium. His blood is wet on the stadium bleachers. His killer is home playing Xbox. This is injustice. Black, white, Asian, Puerto Rican, Spanish, whatever you are, recognize injustice and don't be a coward to call it out. Today, tens of thousands should have been here. We have a great crowd. But
They're in their
fear.
cars, though. They're in their cars right there. They're afraid. They're afraid. Tell them to say it out loud.
But there is a spirit of fear that is not of God. There is a spirit of fear that is not of God that has pervaded our culture.
He talking your language, HB.
John, this is
We are
a
fearful to
spiritual battle, man. This is a spiritual battle, and you know, these white folks, they understand. Telling you, it's not the murder, man. Blacks been killing whites. Whites been killing blacks since the beginning of time, man. But when you like go against justice for your race, that's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's crossing the line there for sure.
Definitely.
walk on the streets, we're fearful to assemble.
Yeah, they're literally right there in their cars. They're afraid to stand here because those assholes get them fired from their jobs. That's the reason why. Another reason why this protest today. All these people that agree with us, but they're in their cars right now because they're afraid to be seen on camera, because they're afraid that they'll lose their jobs. They're afraid that
Damn, he calling his ass out. Damn.
someone will come to their home. That is another reason why we are here
And
today.
he just said they're afraid they might get swatted.
So when you tell me that white people are not the main victim of racism, that white people are not oppressed, not being put down, then tell me why they're having to hide in their cars right now. Tell me why they can't even talk to you, journalists, right now. Tell me why they can't even talk to the journalists. Tell me why they can't even come talk to you right now, because they're afraid. Because the people right there that are coming to counter-protest but really disrupt, they're bullies and they're the racists. Another reason why we're here today and why we're not going to stop. We're going to keep pushing this issue. There's nothing you can do to stop us.
It's a damn shame white people. I mean, it's really a damn shame that white people can't come out in droves. Blacks can come out in droves for criminals. I mean, like, and this really shows you how down bad they are, man. Like, they should be the whole Frisco community there.
Right.
Like, what the fuck is going on with them? Right.
They can't. And he's 100% right, man. It's that fear of losing their livelihood. And honestly, this is like where America is at right now. You know, John, Jesse Lee Peterson always says it, but he says, you become what you hate the most. And I think a lot of these black folks, they've become those hateful, bigot racists that they hated the most. You literally become it. We're looking at a white civil rights movement as we speak.
Yeah.
Whoever would thought we see some shit like this? A fucking white
It's
civil rights
crazy. Yo, this is just like, you know, when they first integrated those schools. This is just like those black folks scared to integrate their kids because they don't want to face the backlash. It's the same shit.
Yeah, this shit is really amazing. This shit is really amazing. It's amazing that, you know, like, again, like, this sparse group of white people coming out for, you know, while the blacks are like cheering and celebrating online. Jeez Louise, man.
Doesn't matter what you call us. Doesn't matter if you try to stop us. Nothing you can do to stop us, because this has been an issue for my entire life, with my white family members and my white friends, where they've been put down, they've been treated like trash just because they're white. And there's so many people say, oh, it's not true. It's not true. It is true. I see it day after day, month after month, year after year. And I'm tired of the anti-white racism. I'm tired of the anti-white hate. I'm tired of the anti-white violence. I will stand on top of a damn bus and scream that we are going to end this shit right now. Thank you. That's my brother, Philip Anderson. Philip Anderson is a gen.
It's people saying, you know, they think he's a psyop because he's Jewish. I mean, like, hell, well, where are your white people? Where are your white people? Shit, you know? Like, shit, there should be 2 white people up there then.
You know, he says that, but the reality is the Jews play both sides.
Right.
So, you know, the Jews were at the Black Lives Matter rally too. Don't think.
You can't deny that he did say, though, that he said something, and I forget what he said, but he's saying, you know, the blacks are celebrating, the whites are sitting at home. You know, here's your chance to come out there. If you don't like it being dominated by Jews, start your own rally. If you think it's a problem, if you don't think it's a problem, you know, well, I guess you wouldn't be no need for you to have a rally. But I think there's something there, man. You know, the fact that there aren't more white people here is probably even more amazing. I can just think of all the old white people killed, that baby that was shot down there in Georgia. I mean, guy just walked up to a baby and shot the baby in the stroller or stabbed it. One of the two. We covered it here.
Hey, well, the civil rights movement didn't start with 1 million people. It took a while before they got to before they marched on Selma. It took a while before that happened. So we're seeing the infancy of it right now.
It's just warming up here. It's warming up. Let's see what you have to say here.
January 6th patriot and hero that stood shoulder to shoulder with me at the Capitol. Here we are again, 90 days after getting pardoned. 90 days standing again. Those who are fearful in the audience and in the crowd to stand. I did 4 years and 6 days incarcerated, mostly in the DC gulag. I was never offered bond. I applied 3 times. I have no criminal record. I put millions of dollars in property and cash up. There is a man with just $25,000 and a bloody knife who is home right now, who is murdered. A member of this community in Frisco, Texas. For 2 weeks, his blood has been on those bleachers.
Oh, I meant to ask you guys, did you hear him call out the 90%? Did y'all guys hear him speak that?
Yeah, at the beginning.
Yeah, he said, shit. The 90% that voted for Kamala, the black women, and the 80% of the black men, he said that's the number.
Yep.
God damn.
So again, be brave. I told Be Brave too. His dream will be realized way after he's long gone. But we won't forget. He was the first one calling this shit out. We're not gonna forget you, Brave.
You'll be burning to memory here with your YouTube stream, your channel.
Right.
Someone said you're supportive of this. Yes, telling me, look, hey, this is freedom of speech, right? And don't you agree with freedom of speech? Right? If what they're saying you don't like, you have the right to go out there and counter protest. There are counter protesters out there. If they have a stream, we'll show them. If you have a stream of the counter protesters, I would love to see what they're talking about here. If someone can look it up, Universal, can you look that up? See if there's any black organizations. The NGAN, they may have a counter protest there.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find.
See if they have it.
And nobody has stood up in support of him. Nobody has stood up in support of him. So we had to come in from Florida. We had to come in, Phillips from Texas. There's not been a protest. There's not been a staged event. So we had to answer the call to God. We cannot sit silent when these type of acts are crushing and killing people. White Americans are living in abject fear. This is tyranny. This is the tyranny our founding fathers warned us about. We are asking the American people, do not be silent on this issue. Where it was 350,000 last year, it'll be 400,000 next year. All of the black Americans that are churchgoers, that generation is passing. There will be no voice in the black community to lift them up. So we are here together saying before it is too late, before the crime rate escalates, before the violence on white Americans comes to a point where there is some type of friction that cannot be healed between the communities, let's make a stand together now. Let's make a stand together today. I see right now Antifa, Hamas, some other nasty group has showed up to counter protest. The police are responding. My brother Philip Anderson, is I going to say something?
Hey, I just want to point out these idiots over here that are saying we're racist. Not a single black person, not a single brown person. Every last one of those idiots are white. And they have the nerve to come here and harass us and try to disrupt. And they can have their own counter protest over there on the other side. That's what the police said. The police said the counter protesters were not supposed to be here. But they have to come here. They have to disrupt. But you will not scare us. You will not run us off. We're going to stand our ground and say exactly what we believe. All we have said is that it's wrong for white people to be killed. It's wrong for our white friends and family members to be killed. That's all we're saying, that it's wrong for violence and racism against white people. Just for saying that, they want to shut us down. They want to call us names. And that's exactly, once again, why we are here today. They're the bad guys, in case you didn't notice.
Thanks, Philip. Fight. Listen, weakness will be rewarded. If we don't make a stand today, the fabric of our country will change. The race problem will decline to such a place where we can't live in this country where it was e pluribus plurum. Out of many, one. Americans want to be united. We want to live in harmony together. We don't want to have to run and separate the races just because the violence is so nasty and abhorrent. We are calling upon Black Americans, condemn Carmelo Anthony, condemn Carmelo Anthony, and demand that justice be served today.
They saying, hey, nigga, call out your killers. We need you to call out your killers. Show us that you don't side with murderers. Show us that we have something in common with each other. Please tell us that you don't side with a guy who killed someone. That's what the white man seems to be asking to me, Universal.
Absolutely.
Call out your killers. Bring out your dead.
But we won't do it. We haven't.
Yeah.
You know, I was listening when HB first got on. You guys were talking about how the response to George Floyd, and this was kind of one of my awakening moments. Was probably about 8 months after everything started to slow down with the protesting and rioting here in the Twin Cities. We had a 3-weekend extravaganza where 6 young people were murdered under the age of 11 years old. Like it was like back to back to back, and there was really no community response. They didn't burn down, they didn't complain, they didn't rally at the church. It was just like these babies were just gone. And given the work that I do, and you know, I've talked about some stuff that I do, I was one of the few voices that even said anything, man.
You know, he's talking about, you know, the race, the culture. I mean, like, these are things, honestly, I believe that the Blacks really are going to have to start saying.
Yeah.
Getting ahead of someone else saying it. You know what I mean? I think you have to get ahead of, you know, your own flaws before someone else points them out. And I think what has happened here is that this group, small, albeit, they've decided to, you know, point out the issues.
Yeah.
You know, and the Blacks, well, there's one Black guy there that's joining, but by and large, there really is no Black group of people out here saying the same thing. Very few, or if they are, very few of the Blacks. So it's very interesting.
And it's hard to deny. It's hard to deny it, man. It's like we can throw out comparatives and talk about, you know, domestic violence shootings and individuals, but when you look at the numbers of what Blacks are doing, you can compare it to whites or anybody really. It's very different, man. There's a lot of variables in here. It's a very different experience.
Interracial crime is always going to be looked at differently than killing your own. And then I think in some cases where there is an element of hatred, right? The killing tends to be a little more brutal or senseless.
Sure.
And I think that's kind of what is being played out here. You know, it's not so much that Austin was killed, but brutally, heinously was killed, and the response to it by the Blacks.
More the response.
Yeah. Let me play a little more of this.
Man, justice be served today. There is a killer on the loose in Frisco, Texas. His name is Carmelo Anthony. He has a knife, and he's coming for your children next. At a peaceful track meet, our children are being slain, gunned down, and murdered. How can we not condemn this? How can weakness, fear, cannot live in the heart of patriots? I'm calling upon both parties, all races, all religions, condemn Carmelo Anthony, the murderer that has been idolized by the violent Black culture in America.
Yeah, damn, you sound like B-Brave. Damn.
Violent Black culture is the reason why Austin Metcalf's family is grieving today. Violent Black culture is the reason why young mothers are afraid to push their kids in strollers anywhere where it's not 80 or 90% white people. We need unity in this country. We don't need separation. We need peace and unity. The people that stand against that are the people who would have condemned Martin Luther King. He is on the side of the bus. That man is a hero. He stood as we're standing against violence against any race. When one race perpetrates violence against every other race, it is untenable. Here are the numbers. 350,000 white Americans were assaulted by black Americans last year in America. 74,000 black Americans were assaulted by white Americans in America. But here's the kicker. If that's not enough, if those stark number differences aren't enough, white Americans are 200 million in America. Black Americans are 50 million. That is a 4 times difference. If we adjust the numbers, there would be 15,000 assaults, white on black, with 350,000 assaults, black on white. If those numbers do not scream injustice to you, if those numbers do not scream an untenable situation, then you are blind. And I ask God, my Father in heaven, to open up your eyes. By the blood of Jesus Christ, heal our country, heal this divide. We have some disruptors here. The Frisco police are handling it professionally. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. We wish the Capitol Police would have responded in kind. We wish the Capitol Police would have kept us safe instead of murdering us. Thank you, Frisco Police Department. We back the blue. We stand for constitutional rule of law. We stand for equal application of the law. Ask yourselves this question. Ask yourselves this question. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Ask yourselves this question. Why were a group of 95% white people, the January 6th ones that were persecuted, because there were every race, color, creed, and stripe there. But the ones that came after, 95% white arrest, why were the January 6th prisoners, by and large, not given bond? I spent 900 days solitary confinement.
God damn.
I have no injury. I have no injury on my case. I did not injure a human being. Carmelo Anthony has admitted to plunging a knife into the chest of an unarmed child.
How does he know it's a knife? I thought it was a cleat.
Is at home 12 days later. Is this not disparity, injustice? Is this not unequal application of the law? Is this not a perversion of everything that we stand for as Americans? I say it is. Those who would be against that
Fund me live with themselves for allowing that.
How can they live with themselves? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We have supporters. We have supporters. The drama will not overshadow our message. Austin Metcalf's blood is calling for justice today, and God is the avenger. God will bring justice and retribution upon the murderer of Austin Metcalf. And we need it today, not 3.5 years from now, when this media stunt legal team produces more fiascos and pushes the case off and off and off. We've seen it. I spent 4 years. I never was afforded trial. Do you think it's right for Carmelo Anthony to sit in his home comfortable for the next 4 years?
No.
How can you stand with such an injustice? Lock him up today. This is justice. If we don't set the standard.
He brought a knife to attract me.
He brought a knife. There wasn't no knife.
That is a
There ain't wasn't no knife.
crime. If we don't stand against this standard of injustice, we will engender more violence against whites by blacks by not producing justice today. Justice delayed is justice denied.
Okay, so basically, we show at the bottom. It says at the stage.
So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I think it's kind of sad, honestly. So the entire time that Jake was speaking, cars kept going by, and they're waving to us. They're saying, "We support you." I count at least like one.
Man, what happened?
They lost signal.
Anything.
Will be experiencing violence with the victim of violence. They're afraid that they will be banished from their community. So that's why we have to do this. And these idiots over here
literally supporting a murderer. This kid killed a child. Carmelo Anthony killed a child. And these idiots over here support him killing an innocent child. You are the racists. We are against murder. Doesn't matter if it's a black person, a white person, or a polka dot person who gets stabbed. It's wrong. And the fact that these people come out here and act like it's okay for a white person to be killed, once again, is exactly why we are here today. The fact that we can't even assemble normally to talk about a member of our community, a child, a little kid in our community getting stabbed to death. The fact that we can't even assemble to have a memorial or to have a protest without these assholes coming out and disrupting and calling us names just because they're showing up for a kid who was killed. That says everything. And that is why we're going to continue doing this day after day. I've seen again and again and again that white people are truly the victim. I see it online. I see it in person. I've seen it throughout the years of my life. That's why it's so important that we all push the message that Austin Metcalf needs justice. The bail needs to be revoked for Carmelo Anthony. Revoke his bail. Put him back in jail. You cannot murder someone, then immediately be back out on the street. That is not okay. If he goes out and kills another person, it'll be because of those idiotic Democrats that let him out of jail. If he stabs another person, it'll be simply because they want to let him out of jail and lower his bond just because he's a black Democrat, a black young man. That's the only reason why he's not in jail right now.
I'm a black Democrat.
The only reason.
You ever heard that? Oh, that nigga, a black Democrat killer.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking shots. They're taking shots. It's true.
He said, all you motherfuckers that voted for Kamala, y'all the problem. The blacks, he talking about. Did you hear him say that? University?
Yeah, I heard him. I'm listening.
Woof, boy, woofer.
Reason why he's not in jail right now is because he's a young black man. If he was a white man, an Hispanic man, any other race, he'd be in jail right now. You better believe you stab someone, you're not getting out of jail. But he's let out of jail because of them. And that's the true racism. The racism of low expectations. It's okay that black people are killing so many white people. It's okay because, it's normal. It's not normal, actually, to kill people. It's not normal, actually, to kill a child at a track meet with a knife. Who the hell brings a knife to a track meet? Oof. Seriously. Oof. Oh, no, it's okay. It's normal just because he was black. Listen to yourself. It's okay to stab someone at a track meet just because he was black? That sounds pretty racist. It's okay that black people are killing all these white people.
They're putting sauce on it now.
They just say what?
They're putting sauce on it now. You got the fist up. Oh man, the grip is going.
Ooh, I mean, they stirred it up real good here, Universal. But again, this is what happened when you don't get in front of your issues. Yeah. Grifters come out.
Yeah,
people that may not have your best interest in mind.
Yep.
You got to get ahead of it, people.
Black people, that's okay. Wow, that's just.
This is really a reflection of blacks not able to solve all their problems. Somebody else calling you out.
Yes.
They're airing your dirty laundry here.
Sounds pretty racist, doesn't it? Because it is racist. It's wrong, and it has to stop. We're not here to put down black people. We're here to identify the problem and have an honest conversation about it and say it's time to end it. We cannot allow this in our community where people are afraid just because they're white, where people are afraid to hold each other accountable just because of their skin colors. We need to hold each other accountable. This right here is my friend. He holds me accountable when I do something wrong. He holds me accountable when I say something that's false. He tells me what you said was wrong. It wasn't true. He holds me accountable. And for so long, people have been afraid to tell other black people, to hold them accountable, to tell them what you're doing is wrong, what you're supporting is wrong, what you're pushing is wrong, what you're doing to these white people is wrong. For so long, people have not been able to do that because they've been afraid. And that's why we're here today. We're here to hold each other accountable. We're here to push for justice, to fight for justice. And nothing that anyone says against us or does to us will stop us. You'll have to kill me to stop me, because I love all Americans. I love white Americans. I love black Americans. I love Hispanic Americans. I love all Americans. And it doesn't matter who it was that attracted me, what their skin color was, when they get stabbed. When they get stabbed, I'm going to show up. I'm going to stand up. Remember my community, because I live here. I live in this community. So I'm going to come here every time. If you stab a white child, if you stab a white kid, I'm going to be here every time, standing on top of a bus screaming, this is wrong, it cannot happen again, and they need to go to prison. They need to go to prison right now when they kill a white child. They need to kill any child, any race. The problem is that this kid's being treated different, and the only reason why he's not in jail is simply because he stabbed a white child. And that right there, that's the problem. I gotta get back to my friend Jake before I go for too long. Get a little excited over here. Guys, being an American is a standard, okay? To be able to call yourself an American, a black American, a white American, is a standard. We are the gold standard in the world. We have a certain moral responsibility. The freedoms that our founding fathers fought for, the things given us, we must use them to bring about peace and justice. If we abuse our freedom in America, if we allow evil to take root and we don't stand against it, then it's only us to blame when this country devolves into a degenerate land without moral backbone, without God. God has sent us here today. God has sent all people to gather together. I see creeds and colors of all people to condemn violence against white Americans. This is important. What we're doing today will echo in the pages of history.
Look at this universal.
Yeah. The first arrest has been made. An old woke liberal white lady in a COVID mask, of course, that showed up to support Carmelo Anthony. Get her out of here. Get that Karen out of here.
Oh man, it's always him. It's always him.
How many booster shots you think she's had? It's over under 4.
Oh man, this is just truly amazing. Yeah. Why is she there? Support Carmelo Anthony. She probably won't want that boy living anywhere near her. I thought that was just fitting here.
I reminded you earlier, do not engage with disruptors. They are armed and ready to use their weapons against peaceful protesters for no reason other than to get a violent story out on their social media pages. So ignore them. Do not engage with them. Remain peaceful. Keep our hands and feet to ourselves. We have a standard that we need to set here, okay? We are calling vocally right now, using our voices, which are much stronger than anything else. This poor brother here of mine is nursing his eyes. This is horrible, guys. We condemn violence. We condemn that woman that pepper sprayed this poor white guy in the face.
Oh, shit.
She should have not been here. There was a designated area for the counter-protesters across the baseball field.
It's supposed to be over there. You're not supposed to be here.
This is
every time.
Okay, so now we have a second camera. Edward, you are live. The second camera is live. You can see what's going on.
White on white crime. White lady pepper sprayed a white man.
This one pepper sprayed too. This one right here. Gordon Thomas is his name. Thank you. Yeah, that's who he is. Right, the one right there. He pepper sprayed.
I don't see a black outsider dude on the stage. Wait a minute.
I don't think so.
Oh shit! I mean, there ain't a lot of people there either, but Jesus.
Still, buddy. What you do?
So when people say
get out of the way. Thank you.
the PSYOP, I do believe that the PSYOP is in play now.
Yeah, it's happening. Just let it happen. Thank you.
I think it'd be more people if it were. This is nothing burger in terms of people.
Yeah, people wise, it's a nothing burger, but this might spark other protests around the country. Don't be surprised if there's to start happening this week. This thing's in motion now.
Yeah. Right in time for the summertime, huh?
Yep.
But you got a knife.
Oh wait, she brought a knife. Wait a minute. Nah, that's a cleat cleaner. Somebody singing a Negro spiritual? What's
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, they singing a Negro.
Oh, there's a black man, but he's a police officer. So he don't count.
You can't trick me. You know that song? Which side are you on? Oh, gee, let me get that link. Let me see if I can get that link right. Which side are you on?
Thank you. Don't mind for your cord or whatever. Just stay back.
Now, I will agree with CKJ on this, that the grift is happening on both sides. And this is another extension of people eating off the carcass. And being able to,
Hey, I'll be returning if you want me to.
being able to profit off the dysfunction.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about Carmelo. I'm talking about the response that the community has had towards this. You're right. It's clownish on both ends. But that's what this type of nonsense creates. It creates these opportunities to keep going. And that's why I said I think the PSYOP is in play both directions, because this thing's on autopilot now, man. This thing's pushing.
And you know, I mentioned the other day, I said, man, the blacks are just swept up in this shit. That boy family is swept up in shit bigger than him.
Yes.
And I think that's really what you're seeing here. There are no blacks even there. And which makes you wonder, how many blacks really even donated to this protest? Probably none. Well, here's a better, I just doubt many blacks even donated to it, to be honest with you. Which would kind of indicate it's a psyop. I led off this stream talking about Janet Cook. Did you hear that part where I talked about her?
Yeah, she's the journalist from DC, right? Did she get ousted? This is years ago, way back in the day.
Look at the comments in this motherfucker. Ooh, wait. Comments in this motherfucker is rough, bro. Look at the comments. Let me see if I can pop these comments out. How do I pop these comments out? Do it right here. Pop out.
Make the screen larger.
I'm gonna pop this shit out. Pop out. There it is.
Either the reality is a fan or little B.
Look at the comments here, bro. Let's see what they're saying.
No. I have a 3-time Olympic gold medalist.
It's on the black man.
We know Martin Luther named after him. He's just named after him. I'm just wearing Mellow. Okay, so Iwo Jima Constitution, Iwo Jima, Martin Luther King. Here we go. No interview. I'm sorry. Oh, too much conflicts. I got it. I got to be alert. So do I. Yeah. Martin Luther King, Kennedy.
Celebrates black violence for white people, but the other way around, we end up with no rights and thrown away, locked away, as it should be. As it should be if it were the other way around. If there were white violence on blacks, as it should be. Condemn that young man. Condemn that young man and all of the people that he showed up with. Promote white violence over there displaying evil ideology. Brokenness pervading in America. Well, I'll tell you this, the fallenness of this country. We don't make a stand today. America will be filled with a generation of people who do not know God. America will be filled with a generation of hate-filled, violent racists that want to kill and destroy the beautiful white culture that made America great. The Christian American, Judeo-Christian beautiful culture that is exemplified by the white community that made America great will disappear. We're not saying it's all good. We have a very great community in America. A peace. Go to a white neighborhood and see what I'm talking about.
Oh, KBK, trust me. I knew ain't no black people get that much money. Period. Hell, they ain't got it to give away. So whenever I start seeing some money put behind a black person, I know blacks didn't donate that shit. I mean, it's simple fucking common sense. Right? It's simple common sense. Anybody paying attention in the last 40 years, however long you've been living, you know that blacks are not about to be out here. Hold on. Hold on. You know that blacks just don't donate like that. You know, I've just never seen them, you know, just donating to charities to help people. So, of course, you know, you have to be very cautious that you're being psyoped. I believe more. You know, I started off telling you about Janet Cook. The reason why I did that is because I wouldn't be surprised some of these sloppy, lazy ass writers put comments in the GoFundMe contribution and then start writing newspaper articles off of it. Speculation. That's why I kept asking you guys, where did you hear about this knife? Because I can't find any articles about it. Where did you figure that out?
Right.
And all the other little rumors that, you know, they were being bullied, that was in the GoFundMe comments. That was never in any police notice. And then the family had to come back out and deny that. Well, maybe a reporter wrote that comment in the GoFundMe, gave $5, seeded the comment, which allowed her to write an article off of it. That's really a psyop too. Just like the Janet Cook wrote a fake article highlighting black victimhood and how downtrodden they are. And so the same thing could be applying on both sides here. You know, I'm well aware of that, indeed. But someone is dead and someone killed him, and that behavior there is not a psyop. That is what has to be dealt with.
Yep.
So I won't be sidetracked by the psyop part of it. I can see through that.
See what I'm talking about. Let's lift up the standard. Let's make black neighborhoods like white neighborhoods.
Did you hear that university?
Let's make black neighborhoods like white. Communities in this country. I don't want anybody living in degradation. I don't want anyone living in degradation.
The next question is, how do we do that?
Destroying an entire race of people in America.
How do we make black neighborhoods like white neighborhoods? Oh shit!
You know, if you can't figure it out, then you just segregate them and say fuck it, right?
Yeah,
like, figure it out.
Good heat. That's that righteous heat. That's that I'm doing the right thing, the Lord's soul. That's that type of heat right there. And that's why I'm proud to be here today. I've never been, this is honestly the best protest I've ever been to because of what we're standing up here today, what we're standing up for. Thank you. There's nothing more important than standing up for my family members and standing up for my friends. There's nothing more important than that. And that's why I will not back down for any reason. Doesn't matter what you call me. Doesn't matter what you try to say about me. Nothing will make me back down. I need that to be the mindset that every single person has here. I want y'all to push that mindset on your children and the rest of your relatives and your friends. You tell them, we're going to stand for what's right. We're not going to back down. We're not going to remain silent. When we hear something being said that is wrong, we hear something being said that's racist against white people. Amen. We're not going to be silent any longer because we're too long. We've been silent while we heard this racist things being said. We've seen these racist things being done to white people. We've been silent. We're not going to be silent anymore. We're going to get loud at it. This protest right here is the turning point in history. This is the shift where white people will no longer be the main victim of racism in America. We're standing strong against anti-white racism. We're going to push to end it, and we're not going to stop until it is dead. Amen. Amen. The ill intentions that Carmelo Anthony came to distract me with are the same ill intentions that these disruptors to cause violence, who perpetrated violence here today. Let it be known, this man here in the red MAGA hat was pepper sprayed without touching that woman. Let it be known she had ill intentions to smear our event as a violent event. We continue to stand in defense. We continue to be the non-aggressors. As we were on January 6th standing, we were attacked and we defended our country. We again here today were attacked by a violent and hatred ideology that has even pervaded the minds of liberal lunatics who would come to disrupt and attack innocent First Amendment advocates and those who would stand against white violence perpetrated by black people in this country. Guys, so grateful
that we could come out here today, that the American people could, for the first time since Donald Trump's January 6th event, come together and stand together again. Do you realize that they tried to take this right from us? They tried to make you fearful of ever standing out and carrying signs, American flags, and protesting. That's what January 6th was. And we're back. We're out. We will be doing more protests. We will be standing up against every injustice, against every word that proceeds to stand against the word of God.
It's time to do it. It's time to take a stand, guys.
More protests,
It's time to take a
more
stand.
peaceful stances. They tried to steal our right from us to stand against evil. They tried to make you fearful that there was going to be feds, that there was going to be violence. There was no violence on our side. There was no hatred on our side today. They came with hatred and ill intentions, and we stood peacefully. He did not attack that woman after he was
Hey,
attacked.
University, did we discuss the YNs that I did the street interview with?
Me and you?
Yeah.
No, we haven't talked about it. I've heard you reference it, but I haven't seen the interviews at all.
You know, I'm gonna take a little break from this while they're talking, because I think this really dovetails into part of the problem. And first, we're gonna start off with the not so YN, and you'll see he cedes ground to the YNs. I just want you to listen to this, man. Just take a listen.
And this the young dude with the dreads that you met?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard you talking about him. I think it was yesterday. Yeah.
This is damn, is it only 2 minutes? Oh man, fuck that. I gotta play the whole thing. Fuck that. This is too good to not play the whole thing. And it's short. It's only about 5 or 6 minutes. But bro, I think, you know, this really highlights so much. Let me see if I can find it. Where did I put? Where is this now? Oh, okay, it's live. Let me find it. Manage videos. But yeah, you know, as a psychologist, you deal with these social issues. As a black man, you live some of these issues as well in the dating scene, right?
Correct.
And so here is the stream. Where was it? What was the name of it? The street interviews. Street interview. Oh, it was a Carmelo fundraiser. Yes.
Oh, by the way, you asked me to look for a counter protest. I did find a flyer, but nothing reliable. So I don't know if that's just a post that somebody made or if it's a real thing or not. But I'll keep an eye out.
All right, I'll look at them in a minute. Let's see. Let me get to this black guy. And I want you to just give me your filtered opinion on this guy. And then the next guys that come in, the YNs. And Universal, brace yourself. Brace yourself.
I gotta put the mic over here to you. Project your voice though, my man. What's your name?
Alibaba Hassan.
Okay, where you from?
Philadelphia.
Oh, are you what is it, 5%ers?
I was born FOI.
Who the this one? That's the security on. And so tell us your story, my man.
Personally, my story is it's very integrated. I don't know my father. I met my mom like probably at 5. Like I see my mom a lot. I was seeing my mom a lot, but I actually started to get integrated because she was on drugs. So when I really met her, like coming up off it, and drug abuse in the 90s was a thing. Yeah, it was a thing. It had you, out of sorts, and you're not really paying your kids no mind. So I really raised myself. Got a little bit of a better understanding of it. I'm from a grassroots. I'm from a real life, like one of them. How can I word this? I'm a former Division I athlete.
Where?
Delaware State University.
Okay. All right.
I'm a Hornet. I transferred because my coach was trying to be my damn dad.
I'm about to stop before university. I hear you in the background.
Oh man.
What you think? What you
Well,
got?
my first thought is, having that early childhood experience of being detached from your biological parents is very significant. With a lot of children who have those experiences, those first, your brain develops 80% by the time you're 3 years old. So those first years are very, very important, and to have a detachment from your biological parents can lead to all types of issues and concerns. And he made and when I hear that, I start thinking of have you ever heard of reactive attachment disorder?
No.
So a lot of kids who end up in foster care or end up in systems, they'll have diagnosis of reaction attachment disorder, which is ultimately just pair bonding, and they end up having difficulties in relationships, dealing with authority, building emotional attachments to other people, even emotional regulation. So when I hear him say, he could not make it through Delaware State football team because his coaches were trying to be, quote unquote, my damn dad.
Right.
That stands out, right? So he already has this opposition towards authority, and he doesn't know how to, he didn't at that time. He doesn't know how to deal with a masculine figure, a coach, dictating to him how to act and where to be. So he had to remove his whole opportunity from college to do whatever he's doing now, which is fascinating.
It gets better, Universal.
How old is this? Did you say how old he is?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll wait for it.
Went to Shaw University. I'll try to further my education.
Shaw is in
North Carolina. Raleigh.
Right.
It's right at the top of right in the top of the city, like right when you get off of Crabtree, like right when you get off Crabtree Boulevard.
I'm not very familiar, but go ahead.
I'm just trying,
Yeah.
But yeah, like went to Shaw, played another year and a half. Enjoyed that because it was a it was a splash. It was something different.
Right.
If you go from Philly to Delaware as opposed to going from Philly to Raleigh,
right,
it's a whole nother ball game. So
right.
now it's a whole nother thing.
Right.
Learned a lot down there. Stayed down there for 8 years. Started working construction. Just to get different intervals. Just have different ways to make money, and like while your friends all sitting there smoking weed, trying to figure out what they gonna do.
Right.
I'm gonna go get me some money. So once I went and did that, I went and learned a lot of different things. I got into cars. I started working on people's cars and doing crawl space. And
what's your given name?
Alibaba Hassan I.
Oh, that was your parents were in the movement
from birth.
Did your parents ever tell you about Move?
Move what?
You never heard of Move? You never heard of the bombing of the black people in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Nah, man. What?
You never heard of
Please elaborate.
Get the fuck out of here. You never heard of this shit?
Said Move?
There's a whole fucking Netflix documentary on this shit.
I don't know what the fuck.
When
I walked by you the first time and shit, I was just coming in here to make sure that my job was still intact.
You work here at Busboy?
Yeah, I just got my job back, actually, because I'm a persistent human.
What happened? What happened? What you mean you just got your job back?
A year ago, they fired me because, language barriers and shit like that.
Language barriers? You speak English?
The poppies in there didn't like me, but everybody else liked me.
Yeah.
Poppies didn't like me.
Let me stop that right there. Go ahead, Universal.
Oh, there's a lot here. Okay. So let's just start with the poppies.
Play games
we
Hold on, Dad. Go ahead, Universal.
We've been talking about this in various different aspects over the last several weeks about the Latinos who are coming here and they're outpacing the work in many different areas. And he just said it. The poppies didn't like me. There was a language barrier. He speaks English. I'm pretty sure. I don't know what restaurant you're at.
This is
I'm
Busboy.
Oh, well, from what I've never been there, but from what I've seen online and just hearing
it's a boom shakalaka type place.
Yeah, it's a bougie place, so there shouldn't be a language barrier.
Not bougie, it's boom shakalaka.
Oh, even better.
Love Jones type environment,
Snaps.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, boom shakalaka, right? And so let me rewind it back just a few seconds. So now, the reason why I point this out is because this is in restaurants you have you may have say a sous chef and this kind of chef, but this is a restaurant where it's just, BLTs,
Okay.
it's very simple.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I think they call it
in
just
and out.
line cooks, right? They
Yeah.
don't have to have a chef, it's a line cook, right? So all the Hispanics are the line cooks and shit like that. And so
Yeah.
he's explaining, I'll let you listen.
Well, personally, like, my story is this is very integrated.
Wait a minute, I go back to.
I don't know my father.
I
I've
went
been
back a little.
Philly to Raleigh.
Right.
It's a whole nother ball game. But
Right.
now, it's a whole other thing.
Right.
Learned a lot down there. Stayed down there for 8 years. Started working construction. Just to get different intervals. Like, just have different ways to make money, and like while your friends all sitting there smoking weed, trying to figure out what they, learned a lot of different things. I went to cars and doing crawl space. And
what's your given name?
Alibaba Hassana.
Oh, that was your parents were in the movement.
Right.
When he moved, good thing he didn't just fall to the wayside. He was still active, trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
gaining skills.
You ever heard of move?
Yeah, you're gonna hear from that. Huh?
You never heard of it?
Please elaborate.
Get the fuck out of here! You never heard of this shit?
What the fuck?
Google that shit.
It's fucking slow. Stop it, pause it. What the fuck?
When I walked by you the first
What the fuck, yeah.
time and shit, I was just coming in here to make sure that my job was still intact.
You work here at Busboy?
Yeah, I just got my job back actually because I'm a persistent human.
What happened? What happened? What you mean you just got your job back?
A year ago they fired me because language barriers and shit like that.
Language barrier? You speak English?
The poppies in there didn't like me, but everybody else.
Spanolas.
Yeah. The poppies didn't like me, but they fired me. The white people. No, I was working as a food runner, but I was working as a food runner. Now I'm a server because I know the whole menu now. But in the same sense, I've been trying to get back into this place for a little while because it's eclectic.
Right.
It's one of the places that I could get money and come on, man. You know me, man. That's part of the reason why I came back.
Did you hear that, Universal?
Yeah, part of the reason he came back,
Because that's one of them black boom shakalakas.
Yeah.
Love your bitches. You know what I mean?
Poetry slams.
Yeah, poetry slams.
And he got that look. He got that look too, so I know he be cleaning up.
That's right. That's what I was trying to explain to the people yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
He's got that look, man. Earrings, the pullback dreads. He keeps his, from what we see here, he keeps his face, groomed enough. He's got the turtleneck on. Yeah, I don't know how tall was he roughly? You think he was over 6 feet?
No, he's at least 5'10", which is good enough.
That's enough. Yeah, he cleaning up in there. Oh hell yeah!
You're gonna hear how he clean up. Listen,
I know. I've been single for 23 hours, so I ain't even mad. So me personally, not really trying to. Like I'm just going, I'm gonna give myself some, some grace and give myself some time to get over my little situation. And if I'm
getting a little shorty, what happened?
We don't see eye to eye. We don't even see eye to foot. So
what happened? What's the reason though?
A little bit of everything. I can't really place my finger on one thing because then I'm gonna start seeing all the bad shit that she is and all the bad shit that I am. I'm not perfect in my situation. I'm not perfect.
Keep your finger on the screen so it don't go. What you call it? So it don't go. You see that by move right there? You ever heard of move, man? Your
hell no.
It's a documentary on that shit.
Damn, I ain't never known. I ain't know nothing about this.
How old are you?
34.
There you go.
Ooh.
Listen. All I do is play video games and play basketball.
What move happened? Was that 80?
did you hear that, Universal?
Yeah, he's 34.
No, did you hear this? Why am I buffering?
What's happened? Yeah, it was 85. I was gonna say I thought 83. Oh, I mean, it was a couple years after he was born, but
listen. All I do is play video games and play basketball.
Oh man, he's 34.
Video game, basketball, slang dick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the urban black male survival kit. Shit. I mean, honestly, if you take the
Play video
pussy out
games.
the equation, you know, what else is gonna motivate him? Like, now it's weird though, because he sounds like he's pretty like he sounds like he can put forth some initiative for himself, but it only gets this. But then he minimizes what he can do. One, he's a busboy. He said he worked on cars. I would assume that's working on cars is a step above being a busboy. But two, with his spare time, he's just playing video games and
Well,
that's it.
the thing is, university, the more complex picture is this is as low as a restaurant you can work at, bro.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? And you trying to get back in this motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But at the same time, there is no movement up for him because I'm a server now. Nigga, you can't serve in a high-end restaurant, right?
Mm.
Probably not going to have you there, right? And if you do go in there, you're going to start fucking with the women and they're going to get your ass up out of it.
Yep.
Right? And so he's trying to be a server at a low-end restaurant where the average plate is $10, $12, $14, you know.
Low tip.
Right? Low tip, low demographic that you're serving at the same time. But it's cool for him because there's some bitches in here, he says.
Listen, all I do is play video games and play basketball. I play video games and basketball. I'm about to start streaming. What you want to stream about? I'm gonna either like I'm gonna stream about regular life, my Call of Duty experiences, and shit. I play all types of games and shit. I'm a gamer, so you know, like with these older gamers like me, we play games like, you know, we might pull out the GameCube, the Dreamcast, the old Game Boy with the grayback joint with the 4 batteries, you know, like the old shit. To get people to actually get a feel for what actually gaming is. Like I from the grassroots gaming, I used to game when it was just Super Mario.
Hey, does he think the black woman is God or no?
Me personally, I know that it's an avenue for that. Yo, people want to know, you like sister gals or what? You like the sister gals? I like.
He said, I saw a fat bitch. I like her too.
Yeah, he like them all for sure.
She was fat as shit. But she was pretty as shit. Ain't gonna sit there and say I wasn't feeling it. You gotta like what you gotta like, but like you, mind you, she was feeling it. Like she was on me. Mind you, I'm dirty as shit, getting off of work. You know, I work construction sometimes. I just got off of construction job, came here. I'm hustling. Women pick up on stuff like that. Like when this nigga on his shit, like, all right, this man is a man's man. Like, I worked crawl space for 4 years. Up on the house. Yeah. Bitches love that shit. Yeah. Come home
dirty. I
dusty.
be saying that nigga get dirty.
Come home
Bitches like
dusty
that
as
shit.
shit.
The
Bitches
pheromone.
love that shit.
The
What?
pheromone be kicking up.
Yeah,
Pussy
jumping. Pussy just jumping.
Trying to tell niggas that shit.
They don't know nothing about that.
Clean all day.
Nah, they're cute. They want to be cute. They want to be like the bitches.
You want to be like bitches.
You want to be like the women.
Yeah, right.
But I'm not built like that, bro. Like people are pussies. Like women are they supposed to be the ones that's supposed to be scary and shit like that. Like,
it'll be scary nowadays.
They are scary. Real life scary. Like, so it's like I'll be in the car with somebody. Like I'll be mind you, my ex-girlfriend. Like I'm gonna say, like I'll be in the car with her and she give off this vibe like everybody want to fuck the girl. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody want to fuck her. Mind you, any chick I choose, somebody trying to hit. You know what I mean? If I choose the bitch, now niggas want extra chooser because now it's Ali's girl. Now I'm trying to fuck her. Like I'm trying to put that bottle cap on my hip right quick. You know what I'm saying? And I understand it, but you really gotta pay attention to who you are in the world. Yeah. Like if you don't feel that way about you, then you gonna lose.
Pause real quick, John.
You gonna lose.
What he's explaining is very common for men that are in his circle, right? Like in his space, black men, is that there is a level of competition around like I'm a fuck your chick. And so he explained it very well. He knows this, so he's always got to be a one step ahead because he also has probably seen dudes who fucked other people's chicks before. Think about the psychology. Think about the psychology in that. And when we're talking about we need to have these men build better relationships and and get into marriage. Like they're so far removed from even putting a ring on it because they got to go through these fucking social dynamics just to be in a healthy relationship with a woman. It's crazy.
Nigga, you ain't heard none yet.
Oh, it gets better than that.
No matter what. Like, so you keep up with the news at all, my man? I guess you don't. What you drinking right there? Yeah, some of that Fireball. Yeah,
One time with the Fireball.
Hey, you heard about that nigga Carmelo Anthony, bro?
Yeah, why?
Not the hooper nigga.
Carmelo Anthony, yeah.
Not the hooper nigga. I'm talking about the other little nigga.
It's another person named Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah, nigga killed a white boy in school down in Texas.
His name was Carmelo Anthony?
With the K though. What?
Why was his name that? Like, why was his name ever be that?
What's wrong with that?
It's just ghetto. But I love.
What's your name?
Alibaba. So I
forget your name, Alibaba. My bad.
My name not ghetto.
But your name ain't ghetto. I forgot what the fuck your name was.
Ethnic.
Nigga, I've been smoking and drinking. I forgot what the fuck.
What's your first name?
John.
John?
Yeah.
My friend that passed away at 8. Yeah. Straight age.
Damn.
Hold on, it gets better in universal.
You laughed at the name. It's funny.
God bless the dead, man.
Shit, come on.
Do things right.
Right.
That's all. Just trying to be a good.
So you think Carmelo's a ghetto name?
Yes.
With a K? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. What
about Jaquarius? Trayvon, what about
Universal, I gotta step away for 1 second. I want you to see this. I'm gonna put this up on the screen. While this play it. You ever heard of the per capita?
Yeah.
The meme is funny that nobody ever fucking knows what it is on both sides of the argument. That's why I'm here.
Okay, I believe per capita
That's
technically means like
That's
per
not really both
person.
sides.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And so what you get is like you divide the number of things occurring by the population size, and that gives you an operand that you can then multiply by 100,000, 10,000, 1,000. It gives you an idea of how many occurrences of whatever you can expect from a population of a different size. It's like it's a
term using statistics.
Control, bro. Nobody yes, it helps you understand how many of an occurrence happens in two different populations.
13% and 52%, right?
For what?
They make up 13%.
What?
I would waste my time trying to explain this to anybody.
What are you talking about? 13%. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. What are you
At a
talking
protest.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Not entire. No, I know it's not the entire 13%, but there is
Oh my god! What the fuck? You're here?
No!
You're here? Oh my! I didn't even know it was you.
Who is
know
it?
who that is? Oh my god! That's Shadical.
I'm prolific.
I don't even understand.
I wish I did it.
I am prolific.
And this is where
I am the best
you right
person
about
Come on the internet.
Come on the internet. Actually.
psyop. They have opportunists coming
No
out,
innuendos,
get
nothing
more
like that.
clout,
No,
get
dude,
the
that
streaming numbers up, etc.
travel away
So
from
everybody's
fucking-
everybody
I know
eats off
there's
the
two people here.
Where's James?
Can I switch sides?
I
know a lot of
That what?
He's a Groiper. He's Chatical on Twitter.
Yeah, I knew it.
It's like really bad.
Way bigger than this shit's
He's a
ass.
good guy. I like this guy. I like this guy right here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm good to meet you in person. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, bro. It's so funny.
And these
Hey, now I
Let's find that
go.
Yo, these DoorDash niggas are the dumbest niggas ever, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. These are some of the dumbest niggas ever. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. This fucking me. Nigga pulled up, sat in the car, and left. Can you fucking believe this shit?
But he didn't drop off what you ordered.
He didn't fucking drop it off. I saw him pull up. I said, man, what the fuck is going on here? Unbelievable. Like, you know how much money like they are losing
Yeah, it's
You
bad.
know, just out of like fucking sheer laziness.
Yep.
They're gonna make this dumb nigga turn right back around, turn your black ass around, and bring me my shit. Like, this is fucking amazing. Fucking amazing, bro. Hey, so were they explaining the per capita to this motherfucker right here,
He
Universal?
was trying to. We couldn't really hear. He was
Oh, they
breaking it
couldn't.
down, but he was trying to get the black guy to understand how to use stats and what the difference is per capita. That's what was going on. And then I had made a comment, and thank you, Kimmy, for letting me know that you couldn't hear me. But I was just saying that this what was happening because the guy got interrupted because they realized who he was. He's somebody that's notable on social media, and they were just talking about, oh, I can't believe it's you. But I was saying I was giving credit to CKJ. This is where the grifting kicks in. So now you have the opportunists who, they want to get their streaming numbers up and the clout. And he's out there, he don't even look like he's ready for a protest. He has slides on with no socks. He's ready for the entertainment. So everybody's eating off the carcass.
Yeah, everybody's eating. Everybody's eating. Is there a black protest yet? Where's the black protest? You find any of this?
So what I found was a flyer, but honestly, there was no links or nothing, and the people that are sharing it don't look like the organizers. So I don't know if it's really going to happen or not.
The national, was it the NGAN?
It wasn't those folks. Matter of fact, let me go back to their Twitter and see if they have anything.
They got another speaker. This is. He's like a rapper. Bubba Spark.
And those who stand against black violence on white Americans, that we disperse without engaging these lunatics. Thank you guys so much for being here. God bless you. God bless you. Go in peace. Find Jesus. And let's restore the goodwill. Let's lift up the communities that have been so lost and misled for so long. God bless you. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, guys. God bless America. We're wrapping up right now, brother. We're talking a little bit. God bless you guys. Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight.
And what a pitiful protest for these guys, man. Black people would have done a lot better than this, right?
Yeah.
They would have came out in droves for shit. A killer, Carmelo Anthony. A protest for Carmelo Anthony, get him out of jail would have drawn more blacks. And I think they just kind of show you that they're a little bit more, they have a little bit more freedom here to, speak their mind, protest their causes a little bit differently. Back to this black guy, I want you to hear something universal.
Trayvon. That kind of Trayvon's a regular. Trayvon is normal. In a sense, it's not too much. You know what I mean? Like, but once you start to get to John Terrius and John Quarius, IOUS shit. Yeah, IOUS to that motherfucker. Once you get there, it's like I could never. I was gonna name my son. You got kids? I don't have no kids. I'm 34, no kids.
In this universe.
Yeah, I kind of like escaped. I don't know how. Like, I'm one of them people that will tell a girl if she get pregnant, kill it. Because I'm not going to be there for you. People don't like telling the truth to these women. I will tell you the truth. I'm not going to be here for you. Why not? Why not? Because I wasn't here for you before. What do you mean? I'm only fucking you. Right. If we only fucking, then why would I be sitting there doing that? We're not in a relationship. Right. We're not, like, I don't even frequent you. I don't call you every day. Why should I be
a wild boy on your hands, John.
that? Man, that's the weirdest shit in the world.
Yo, I be trying to tell people, like, I'm a landlord, bro. I see a lot of relationships with young people, and like it ain't like it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nope.
There was a time where check it. There was a time where I could leave the house. It could be 9 a.m, and I don't talk to my girl till 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night. This was then though. I've been working since I was 14. Right. It was a time where I would call, yo, I'll hit you back. I'm about to go to work. And I don't hit you up the entire time I'm at work. Where is that world?
Right. You don't want to be talking all day.
The accessibility to people is too much. Right. Like, no, there's no such thing as privacy.
Right.
You're not private. I'm not private. If I want to find you, I can find you. Right. You want to find me, you can find me. You want to know why you can't find me though? I don't carry a phone.
No phone.
No. Absolutely not.
So how do you communicate?
iPad. Nigga, that's a phone. Not.
Ask him what he think of family.
But it's on all day. You can call me if you know my number on the iPad. Right. But you can't find me if you don't know my number. You know what I mean? It's an iPad. So it's not for everyone. It's probably for 4 people, 5 people.
You live here in DC?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some YNs. Hey, come over and go and check.
John, definitely got some YNs.
Come on. Yo, you been jumped by the YNs.
They rode up on y'all too.
The YNs?
Jumped by the YNs, nigga. Jump the line. This nigga done jumped the line.
Now what he's doing is important. People might not recognize. Well, both of you actually did it.
Before we get to the YNs University,
yeah,
what did you think about him saying, "Shit, bitch, get pregnant by me, bitch, kill it"?
I mean, it's brutally honest. I mean, that's not how I'm out here living, but he's brutally honest. And in this dating market, and I come on here talking about this all the time. We got 2.5 generations that it's a shift. He's at the top of that. He's the second half of millennials. This guy is playing the hand that has been dealt to him, and he's telling them right up the bat, I don't want it. We just seen Anthony Anderson do the same thing on a much higher level than this man. The exact same thing. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. It does not build families, but it is what it is. And the dating marketplace has become transactional, and he's just playing that card.
Yeah,
the women are doing their own version as well. I seen a video earlier today. It was one of those met her on the street type of things where it was 2 girls and a guy, and he had a microphone and he was trying to talk to her, and the girl was feeling him, and then he had asked the 2 girls a question. He said, what can a man do to get your number? And she said, hit that cash app. And then the other girl said, I don't even give out my number. I just give out my cash app. So you want to talk to me? You gotta send me some bread for it. Like that's I mean, can you? That's how it works. That's how it works.
Like a payphone.
I mean, it's a different game. Dating is transactional, man. It is what it is. We clown Lasagna for it because he's doing it on the next couple levels above him. He's like, fuck it, I'll just drop the 250.
I don't know if you heard CKJ3 up here yesterday. They asked if there's any difference between sleep, and I'm paraphrasing it because I don't know exactly what he said, and I know he'll probably jump up here. But basically, paying for it explicitly, or mating for it, dating for it.
Yeah, indirectly.
Shit is all the same at the end of the day. And I think that's what it kind of has become. As long as you're busting that, if you had to pay for it, who cares?
I would say it's somewhat the same. But I think that when you're doing it indirectly, you're forming more of a relationship with the person. It doesn't always have to be like that, but you're connecting and creating more of a bond. Where like a Lasagna is just he's paid for play. He's done once the chick leaves, he's on to the next one.
Well, this young man right here probably is not capable of being in a relationship. Would you say that's fair? He's not capable.
I don't know, John, because I think he's got some good qualities, but
yeah.
I don't think he has the desire to be in a relationship.
Right. With this marketplace, with his position in the marketplace, right, there's just going to be too many distractions, and he's low paid to really, focus on a relationship.
Correct.
That'll be my thought. He's going to have trouble.
Yeah. The maintenance of the relationship would be very difficult.
Right. And then you hear me say, hey, man, like, shit, I just want to go back to a simpler time. I ain't got to talk to you all day.
Right.
When the woman can text you, talk to you, call you, pin your location and this shit.
Right.
That's just a little bit too much for him. The technology.
Yeah.
It's created relationships where it's just not tenable for him. Let's see. The one.
Y'all is the YN. Y'all the different. Y'all the other generation. Tell the niggas. Let me move that. Y'all see how hell no. You're 12 years old.
That nigga like, you ain't gonna let me hit this.
No. And you know what's crazy is he's asked you that question because he's asked that question before. And people have let him hit it.
Hell yeah, he go buy his old shit. The nigga, they gonna tell you where they buy their shit at.
Yeah. Now, you both just did something important, and for the folks who don't live around Negroes, this is important for you to understand what just happened, because this could have turned out a couple different ways. But you guys, you leaned into them and you acknowledged them young niggas right away. And if you look at what Homeboy did, Alibaba, he dapped them all up. He looked them eye to eye, dapped them all up, and then right now he just got done saying, "Let me get this out your way. Sit right here, sit right there." Like he's orchestrating. He's orchestrating comfort, like we cool.
Yeah.
Because if he would have came off like, "What y'all niggas doing around here? I work here," blah blah, it would have been an issue. And then you got all this camera equipment and shit. They could have fucking swiped your shit and dipped out.
Or just goddamn smashed it just to be destructive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Y'all both did the right thing right away. Quick acknowledgement.
Little niggas trying to get me fucked up. I was send y'all ass to the liquor store. I was send y'all little niggas to the liquor store. Shit. Y'all niggas know where I bet y'all little YN niggas go in the liquor store right motherfucking now. I bet you little niggas, y'all little YN niggas go. My little nigga, I might be renting y'all niggas one day. I might be renting these little niggas one day. My youngin' on the box, we gotta get home soon. Nigga, you on the back, we got a nigga on the box. Show us the box, little nigga. Show us the box, little nigga. That nigga got that box. Let me see the box. Let me see the box, Wayne. Hold up. Put your foot on the table, Wayne. Hey, we're gonna put this nigga cash out, but you nigga got cash out. Hey, how many of you niggas on the box? Any nigga on the box, we putting cash apps up. We reward bad behavior, niggas. How many of you niggas on the box like this motherfucker? Y'all little niggas, like y'all ain't just the only little YN we got right here. Real nigga. Real niggas. Nigga, cut that bitch off. Nigga, you need a blade? Nigga, cut that bitch off. Go ahead, nigga, cut that bitch off. I get fucking. Don't cut that bitch off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Put that bitch up here on the table. Hey, you go in there and tell them niggas give me a bill. Go in there and tell them niggas bring me a number. Y'all shit. Tell the nigga out here say you want to know. Y'all, I buy one of these little YN niggas a bill. I have another. Hey. That's all right. Yeah, one more. All right. Hey, put that motherfucking box up on the table, man. That's good content. Put that box up on. That nigga took the box out. That nigga took the box out. He took that bitch out.
Oh shit. Now that's in the state of Minnesota. That is illegal. You will get arrested for doing that shit. That's crazy. He fucking cut it off at the table. Fuck it. Jesus. Even more reason why it was important that you all connected with him. These little niggas is dangerous. See, y'all think we come in here cooning and talking bad. These are fucking survival techniques. Y'all better be paying attention. That nigga cut. Oh my god. And yes, Dolomite. Yeah, he's speaking that language, but you better speak that language, or you're gonna become a lick. Very quickly. Exactly.
Whew. That nigga cut that bitch off
at the table, like fuck it. Damn.
Oh man, that was too much right there. Oh man, that was too much. University, I gotta show you this.
Damn, is that now? Do you know what's the rules around that? Cutting your brace off.
You doing this shit violation?
Yeah,
violation, nigga.
That's a whole charge in Minnesota, and they don't play. John, do you know it was so bad here back in 2019 that they ran out of ankle monitors? Like, how the fuck did that even happen? They fucking ran out of ankle monitors.
In Minnesota and probably other places, typically you have to pay for an ankle monitor.
No, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do have to pay for them here. Yep.
Not in DC though.
Oh wow.
Right, it's federal, so it's like you're gonna, it'd be like the federal government punishing these people. You understand?
Yeah, so if they take it off, it's a felony, right? or should
Well,
be.
not necessarily a felony, but you're gonna have to deal with the consequences. But my bigger point is that this is how, again, the people are feeding off of this. You understand? Like, there's a company that basically charges you charges the government for the people wearing the monitors. You see what I'm saying? So it costs nothing, but it just costs the costs, the government, I guess, pays for it. They don't do that in all places. Take a look at this. This is in some of our more affluent neighborhoods around the water here in DC, the YNs. I don't know if they're going to show video of them YNs.
All right.
In Southwest,
Pull it up. Pull it up, John. We can't. Hold on. Let's change the view. There we go.
But right now, police say they have no reports of any injuries. Now, one of our photojournalists on the scene says he saw police place at least one person in handcuffs. Police say they're keeping an eye on this area to keep everyone safe tonight.
I'm going to see if I can find.
Was that last night?
I think it was last night. Yeah. The weather's warming up. The kids out of school.
Yeah.
And these are high-end areas that they're going to.
Disruption.
High-end restaurants and stuff like that. And you can see some of the tweets about it here.
Yeah, this happened in Chicago last night too.
Oh wow! So yeah, so everybody's warming up.
Out. Yeah.
Look, here's an article right up the street from where we were, where I was the other night doing street interviews. 32 minutes ago, DC was wild as hell last night. This up Columbia Heights and rode teens down Navy Yard. These are two. Navy Yard is much more affluent than Columbia Heights, and Columbia Heights ain't cheap by any means. Open streets pop up in Columbia Heights tonight for Good Friday. So these are the Hispanics doing this here. A lot of Hispanics live in this area.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess the YNs were out there, like, doing their thing, disrupting this whole Easter thing.
Wow.
So I think that's what this person is saying. So 6 arrests made, including for assaulting a police officer. MPD responded to multiple large groups of juveniles in the area of the Southwest waterfront and the Navy Yard. So these are two disparate areas. So the police are, are being spread thin, and these are two commercial corridors, high-end commercial corridors for the most part. The baseball stadium and the waterfront here, both on the water, and, just packs of kids, just disturbing commerce. And, people aren't going to come back down there if the city can't get control of these kids. So just more of the same there.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh, shit. Here it is. Look at this shit. Look at this shit.
Run for your life.
Imagine you down here, brought your child to a baseball game, or you going to have dinner at the waterfront, the wharf. Look at this shit.
Oh, no, we're not. Oh, no, we're not.
And you can see like that. I mean, like, this is in the Navy Yard right here. Like, they really don't.
A nice area. Looks pretty clean.
Yeah, very, very affluent area there. Man, and, just running wild. While everyone else is trying to enjoy their night.
Find this video again. We had a little issue happen here in downtown Minneapolis last night too, with a bunch of Negroes fighting. And then, like I told you, Chicago. I'll put I can pull up the Chicago.
Yeah, go ahead and pull it up.
So this is, again, like, we ain't coming up here, deep diving for these fucking stories. This shit just pops up. It happens all the time. It's everywhere, man. And this is yesterday in Chicago. Now, John, I was going to use this for the morning row. Pay attention, John. Let me know what you see, and we'll see if we catch the same thing.
Yeah. Is it mostly women fighting? Who's fighting there? Blow it up a little bit.
Well, that's one thing. That's can't tell who's who anymore because of the hair.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I'll finish it. Then I'll point out what I see. All right. What do you notice about what they were all wearing?
Oh, those are school uniforms.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And what do we know about schools with school uniforms? Sometimes they're charter schools.
Oh, yeah.
But usually they're schools that provide what? Structure and discipline.
Yeah. Damn.
So you would assume that those types of children would have this level of order that the public school, quote unquote, kids don't. You would assume that's an assumption.
Right.
But as you can see, the culture even overrides that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is why, we keep pointing these things out and sparking conversation about them, is that a lot of times then they look like they just let out of school. So this is probably maybe 20 to 30 minutes after school let out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we put a lot of pressure on these institutions, mainly schools, to do better. But even when they do better, there's still the other side of a response, which is the community or the family response, that we never really get. They never get the finger pointed at them. There's never a call to action for them to do better. There's a question: where are the parents? Somebody sees this, they say, where are the parents? But hell, if the parents is on the same type of time as the kids, that's a wash.
Why didn't they stab each other? They touching each other. Why didn't one of them stab the other?
I know they have. Somebody had to have a knife, John.
Why don't you think they stabbed each other? They probably believe, and if you put your hands on me, I can.
I don't know. Why didn't they stab you? That's a good question.
Oh shit! Hold on. Give me 1 second. Damn.
Go ahead.
Shit. Hey, how's it going? Did you not see the lock on the door?
I did not see any code or anything like that. It's just like a lock and key, like I was saying.
Oh no, you have to touch it and it'll light up. It's like a circular lock, right?
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, okay.
Okay, you touch
Let me check it out.
You touch it and then it lights up. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm right there on the porch here. Going in. All right, let me check this out. Okay, touch it. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, now I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you a code to a room you can go into. I'm gonna show you room number 6. Okay, it's upstairs in the front.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna send you a code right now. Mm-hmm. My bad, Universal. Shit, that was the blind guy. You remember the blind guy that called me in the other day?
Yeah, I seen the video posted about it. I didn't watch it yet, but yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that, Universal. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Again, mama shame. Again, when we're looking at these young people, we have to ask more questions. It's not just where the parents. It's not why is the school failing them. Like, there's more that's taking place here. That's my main point.
Yeah, I think that was the point of this rally. They're calling out the black culture. This is in Chicago, the epitome of that, all that drill gangster rap. Has that, sunk into the kids at all? It's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is amazing, bro. Like, that makes a school damn near, untenable to send your kids to. I wouldn't want to send my kids to school like that.
You better pray they have the survival skills.
Well, are you able to learn anything with those kids acting up and misbehaving in school? I'm not sure.
Well, it's hard to. And then some schools, they'll try to separate with the IB and AP classes. But even still, your kids have to navigate lunch in the hallways and all that shit too. Like, it's stressed out, or they share teachers, and your teacher's overwhelmed from the last fucking period where she was trying to calm 4 of these kids down. By the time you get to your class, she's fucking frazzled.
I didn't even think about that. That is very, very true.
We don't think about this shit. Just like police officers, they get call after call after call dealing with crazy shit, like the shit that happened in your building a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
Think about how much stress that is on an 8 or 12 hour shift, and you're dealing with niggas over and over with all these unique fucking factors and situations. It's insane.
And it's they're illogical and they're screaming at you at the same time. You know what I'm saying? You know,
They
universe.
love you and they hate you.
I wanted to see if you can see something here.
Go ahead, go ahead.
This is a clip from Anton Daniels.
More explaining than solving. There's no solution. There's only strategy, Stanley.
I want you to listen to this.
Name a white person that killed a black person that is not or have not been held accountable in the last 5 years.
George Zimmerman.
You get it? Play
that back one more time.
Name a white person that killed a black person that is not or have not been held accountable in the last 5 years.
George Zimmerman.
You see what we up against here, bro?
Yeah.
Do you see what the problem is? Does everyone in the chat see what the problem is here? These blacks see it as us against the world. They're not even fucking making distinctions.
Yeah, no, there's no distinction.
I remember seeing a picture of George Zimmerman's grandma.
Yeah.
She was talking to some of these niggas on
Not
the
black. Yeah. Yeah, he's not white. I mean. Yeah.
He's as much as black as Kamala Harris.
Oh.
Is George Zimmerman, who's blacker, George Zimmerman or Kamala Harris?
Oh shit.
Oh. Who's blacker?
Kamala.
Greetings, Kimmy.
John,
Mm-hmm.
I thought of a solution last night to all of this violent criminal crisis. Why don't they send all these YNs, YNWs, whatever you want to call them, gangbangers, to El Salvador? Think about it. If they go there, you think they're going to continue the same behaviors if they know that they're going to get shipped out and really be around gangsters, real life gangsters?
Hell no.
Send them there.
You know, I speculate. I was talking to Wicked World, and he was saying, man, you know, he was expressing like, man, there is no solution. There is no solution. And what I suspect is going to be some technology advances that will they'll put into place. I'm going to see if I can find an article about it.
I'm just saying, John, a lot of my little crazy ideas have come to fruition. They're going to label them as terrorists and send them out of here. And it's cheaper to jail them in El Salvador than in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point. I don't think it's ever going to happen. They would have all kind of civil rights things that they would have to overcome to do that. But here's something that I do think will happen. To see, oh shit. Let me close this ad, and here's what I do think might happen. I'll do the ad for you. Oh, the damn ad is so long.
Thank you, Mayor. And perhaps if you don't have the answer to this, perhaps Deputy Mayor Gatewood would. An incident on Friday evening, someone trying to get down.
Well, my bad. Is it not showing?
No, we're still looking at the Anton video. There we go.
Oh.
There we go.
You see it now? Okay, listen to it.
Town using a ride share. The ride share had a blocked off map and said no rides downtown. And we wondered if perhaps the city or the police department is working with the ride shares during times of possible teen takeovers to prevent people from coming into the city.
I told you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that question. What I will tell you is we try to explore every avenue. There are times where we look at geofencing. That could have been one.
Damn. Hold on for a second. Hello? Hello?
So the passcode is not working. I found room 6, I think.
Okay, did you hit the pound sign after you entered the? Oh yeah, I didn't tell you. Hit the pound sign. You have to hit the pound sign. Yeah, otherwise that's like the signal that you entered the correct code. So. Oh shit! Hold on for a minute. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find the code. Maybe I get the wrong code. Oh, let's see. What is that code? Oh, okay. Damn. Sorry about that. Damn. I'm sorry about that. All right. Try that. Oh, yeah. You gotta wait 5 minutes. Let me see. Hold on. While you're there, you can go downstairs and take a look at this room while that lock is resetting. So give me a second. Give me a second. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Give me a second. So there's a room number 3 downstairs. And I'm going to send you the code to that one.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to send you.
So hit the pound. Hit the pound sign, huh?
Yeah, after you hit the number, yeah, hit the pound sign. So room number 3 right there. As soon as you go down the stairs, you're fine.
Okay.
And then when you finish that, when you finish taking a look at that, you can go back upstairs and take a look at the other room. It'll probably be unlocked by that time. Sounds good.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hold on till you get in that room. Go ahead. Did you get the code? I sent you the code there.
Yeah, and it's room number 3.
Yeah, right there by the front door. Yeah. Did it work?
Just in case I
Say what? I can't hear you. What'd you say?
again in case I messed it up.
You must be muted or something. You're muffled. I can't
better?
hear you. Yeah, that's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you better. But yeah, go ahead and try that code there.
Sure.
You room 3, right? You're in room 3, right?
Yeah, I'm at room 3.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and try that code again.
All right.
Operation failed.
Okay. Well.
It's the last code I sent you, right? Begin with a 4, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can give you another code. Maybe I don't know what the hell's going on. Let me give you another code here. I know that code works, but let's see. All right, try this.
Okay.
All right, try that right there. I just sent you another number here.
All right.
Operation failed.
You put in 7 digits, right? It's 7 digits, right?
Yeah.
And you're at the right room. You're at the room right by the front door, right?
Yeah, the one right to the right of the front door says 3 above it.
Repeat the code you put in for me.
Out loud? Okay,
Yeah.
sure. 490-5202. Yeah.
That's the right code.
All
right.
Yeah.
Try the room upstairs. See if you can get in there.
Operation failed.
Oh, I see there's a little button on the handle. Maybe I'm supposed to press that when I'm done.
No, you're supposed to press the pound sign. The pound sign.
Yeah.
Don't do it again. It's gonna lock the lock. Try room 6.
Room 6 again? Okay. Okay. All right. So which one do you think I should do first?
Room 6.
Is any of them?
Room 6, the one in the front, toward the front of
All
the house.
right. But I just need like any of the codes you sent. I'll try.
Oh yeah, let me send it to you again.
Okay.
You got it?
Yep. Thanks. There we go. Very good. Oh, wow. This is great. This is really, really nice. Wow. Okay. It's furnished too. This is incredible. Like the desk and the couch. So much space. How much is this one?
What did we discuss the other day? I forget what price.
So basically, I was telling you like anywhere below like 900, including or 950, including utilities.
And when are you looking to move?
I'm looking to move like pretty soon.
When are you
time
looking
before
I should ask you, when are you looking to pay?
So I guess like essentially I can pay like 1 month's rent and security deposit, but I don't know that I can
we
pay
don't
a
charge security.
deposit.
We don't charge security deposits.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No, we just charge.
That's good. Okay.
If you want to pay monthly, you have to pay 2 months at a time. So instead of
Okay,
monthly, you have
that
to
could
pay
work.
bi-monthly. All right.
Okay.
That works.
Yeah, I think that should work. And depending on how much the room is, how much is, do you know?
Yeah, it just depends on when you're paying.
Okay,
you want
I
to pay?
gotcha.
Can you pay today?
Well,
Pay
I could
today, I can give you a better
do as
deal.
early.
You pay today, I can give you a
I was
better
gonna
deal
say,
than
I
I can
could
give
do
you
like-
tomorrow.
Right. Okay. Well, what
day
about
goes
like
by.
Monday or Tuesday?
We'll see. It's always listed, so I may or may not have that room available.
Got it.
Yeah. So if you want to lock it in, you have to lock it in like right now.
Do it right.
But,
Yeah. Okay. Well, ideally to get 2 months rent, I would be able to do like most easily May 1st. I know it's a little bit far out, but it's like less than 2 weeks. I don't know how that would work.
As I said, we always have rooms available. We have another one across
Okay.
the hall. It just hasn't been cleaned yet. I could show you that one. But yeah, so
Okay.
whenever you're ready, we always have rooms available for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, yeah. I'll be in touch maybe about this room if I can come up with the money for the 2 months rent. Like before May 1st.
Mhm.
But if not, then I'll definitely talk to you about like maybe the other room on May 1st or something else that you might have on May 1st.
Oh, did you want to see
I'll
the
let
room
you know.
downstairs? You want to try to open up the room downstairs while you're here?
Yeah, I can try again. Yeah. Are all your rooms finished in like sort of a similar fashion?
Yeah, they're very similar. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Well, just the difference between traveling for leisure and traveling.
Okay, room 3, huh?
Yeah, right there by the door.
All right.
Try the 4905 again.
All right.
Operation failed.
I didn't hear you enter but one number, right? How many numbers did you enter?
4 numbers and pound sign.
No, it's 7 numbers.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. 490. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Oh wow. Yeah, very nice. Also, I like this one too. It's a little bit smaller than the other one, but I like that it's on the ground level. And yeah.
All right. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Just
TV. That's cool.
Yeah, call me on Monday, and I'll let you know what we have available. We'll go from there.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great. I guess my only other question is, your name is John, right?
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. That was fucking work right there, bro. He kept fucking up the codes and shit. Oh my god. Damn. Shit. You gotta be patient at the university.
Yeah, sometimes that's what it takes, man. Reminders, patience, shit. No.
So look at it. So they're doing
geofencing. So we do look at geofencing in large events, sort of like Lollapalooza and other areas, to really think about how we can maintain some of the traffic and foot traction downtown. So we can get back to you with specifics on whether or not that was the case last Friday.
Oh man.
Yo, is that not crazy? Yo.
So they're treating this shit like it's a fucking carnival event. We're gonna bring out some geo fencing so these young kids can go and destroy the city in orderly fashion, pretty much.
Well, no, it's preventing them.
No, it's not.
Well, remember he says, listen to what the lady says. Listen here.
Oh, you're running back.
During times of possible teen takeovers to prevent people from coming into the city.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that question.
Here it is.
Using a ride share. The ride share had a blocked off map and said no rides downtown. And we wondered if perhaps the city or the police department is working with the ride shares during times of possible teen takeovers to prevent people from coming into the city.
Got it.
Yeah. Man.
So basically they're using technology and saying, hey, do not bring anyone from the south side of Chicago downtown when we're having trouble. Right? That's technology more or less segregating the blacks from the commercial corridors.
Yes.
That's very interesting.
Which is happening in more than one way, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's affecting the economic systems of black communities as far as jobs. It's eliminating a lot of jobs that a lot of black jobs, a lot of jobs they would be doing. It's changing. It's literally shifting portions of the black culture, but now they're utilizing it to strategize on how to deal with it. The culture is so disruptive that, and Chicago is a great example of this, that you can't deny what you're doing, and they're trying to find more and more strategies instead of really just addressing the real issue. This shit ain't gonna work. They still gonna find a way downtown.
Well, but it will have a disparate impact, as they like to say, in that it will primarily affect people who need to get downtown for good reason. And have ride share. I could see them blocking off the ride shares based upon your age.
Yep.
Right. Clearly, your past behavior. Right. If you've taken an Uber to a previous teen takeover, they're probably going to block you from going again. And in those instances, you probably were taking it using your parents' Uber account, right? So now you're blocking the parents, right?
Oh man.
It's just a situation where if you're not willing to figure out a solution for it, people have to end up paying with a broad brush. And again, look at what happened in Chicago. They geofenced the entire area off.
That man, John, listen, man. Like, Staley in the comments says, "Well, what are your solutions?" Like, honestly, the solutions are gonna make it seem more racist, because if we're gonna really talk solutions, we're talking about coming down hard on young people now. But these young people are being disruptive, and if there's not a community response to help you, if you really want the solutions, what Kimmy came up and suggested isn't too far-fetched. I mean, shit, we might have to start doing stuff like that. These kids are out of control, man.
And it would kind of be harmless in a way that you don't know it's being done to you. They can just stop picking them up altogether.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to get back to this Anton Daniels, man. I thought this was interesting. Again, I'm gonna play it from the top and just, I mean, this is ridiculous all the way through. Listen.
Name a white person that killed a black person that is not or have not been held accountable in the last 5 years.
George Zimmerman.
Now, George Zimmerman was more than 5 years ago, right?
Yeah, that's what I caught when he first said it. That's why I said that was more than 5 years ago. But yeah, he's also not white. But okay,
it was like 2012, wasn't it? Or was Trayvon was like 2012? It was when Obama was in office. It had to be like
2012 into 2013. It was the summer of 2012. No, 2013. I think. Wait, no.
It was when Obama was in office, so it had to be 20. When in office 20, yeah, so it'd be about 2012 or something like that.
Yeah,
more than 10 years ago. And again, like, you know, not only is he wrong, but he had to go back 10, 12 years, right?
Yeah.
To find one white man that he thought got over on them and then get punished. And it wasn't even a white man. Fucking amazing. And I'll play a little bit more here. And of course, he's the lightest one in the bunch, damn near.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
George Zimmerman wasn't even white.
That nigga just shook his head. You want to mail me?
And?
The nigga then said, "Ooh, really?"
Yeah.
Right. He'd be back tomorrow up on the same panel saying George Zimmerman was white.
Right.
I don't think he understood a damn thing. Like, it didn't register. Right. He been wound up and told that George Zimmerman killed a little black boy and blacks beat themselves against the world. And it really didn't fucking matter that George Zimmerman was not white. And listen to the rest of this universe.
Say one thing. I just want to answer your question. You know, who
Can you see who's talking Universal?
Yeah, I can see her.
Let me run it back one more time. I want you to pay attention to her mannerisms.
No, I caught him. She lifted up too, so she definitely has something to say. Check the nails too. The nails is on point.
She got something on her mind. Look.
Hold on.
Hold on, wait a minute. I will tell my truth. Right? Listen, Richard. I mean, this is gonna be classic Negro behavior, Universal. Listen.
Have not been held accountable in the last 5 years.
George Zimmerman.
George Zimmerman wasn't even white.
Yep.
Hey,
I wrote. Yeah. No, did you see the first had not? Then the second one was like, oh, here we go, motherfucker.
She like, I got him. She like, you just name one.
Yeah.
And he like, Joseph, nigga, what the fuck does it matter? What she said. Like, nigga, what fuck it matter? For the people in the audience, look at her roll her motherfucking neck when the truth was being spoken.
Both sides.
George Zimmerman.
George Zimmerman wasn't even white.
Look at them fingers, that finger came out that nigga. She about to tell y'all niggas something. She about to get your ass straight right now. You about to get told. Let's go.
Zimmerman wasn't even white.
just say one thing. I just want to answer your question. You know, who killed who or whatnot. Cal Rittenhouse was 17 years old, white boy that murdered two or three black kids in Michigan.
And that's all wrong. That they weren't kids; they were all adults, and they weren't even black. I think there was one mixed guy. I think he was very racially ambiguous. That's wrong. That's wrong.
How have they been able to carry this lie this fucking long with the internet right there in front of their fucking face? How have they able to do this, bro? These are probably fairly intelligent blacks.
Good jobs.
You could tell by the backdrops they probably have a decent looking house, probably have children. This is fucking amazing, bro.
John, man, listen. I keep posting it in the chat. And at some point, I might have to just do a standalone video on it. The racial idolatry, man. When you believe in race more than you believe in God or the universe or whatever is out there, this is what happens. It's purely emotional belief. and you'll take narratives that confirm your bias and you run with those, and anything that counters it you reject right away to keep your worldview in line with the lie. And the crazy part about it, John, is that I'm not saying that racism doesn't exist. Shit happens, but the degree that Black Americans utilize it in their life, and you couple that with the victimhood, it is astounding, man. I honestly think it holds us back. I truly do.
They're outright making up lies now. I mean, they're swallowing it whole, bro. Like no digestion, bro. Like just gobbling it up, swallow it whole.
But you know what? They don't even. I don't even think they know that they're lies, John, because it's such a conviction of belief that they don't know they're lying. They don't know the truth because it feels right.
Bro, like this, this is really sad, bro. Like this is and again, it's all sisters lining these niggas up, sending them out into the street. Woe is me, the world's against me. Nobody's being held accountable. And I mean, just listen to this, bro. Listen.
During a protest, he was acquitted on all charges. Jordan Penny, I think that's his name. He choked out that Black homeless man on a train in New York recently. Was also acquitted of charges. So, and
no,
I guess
neither one of those was killed. Stop.
You know, but he was pointing out like why there could be. I know you don't think it's true, but there could be like a sense of white power supremacy in this country, because sometimes when white people do certain crimes, they're not held to the same extent as.
Now she's going off topic from what he asked her. You see this, right?
That's typical, though.
Right?
Yeah. Blacks can't stay focused. We can't.
Well, they are focused on like what works for them.
But that idolatry, yet again, yes.
Like she can't get to the truth. This is like that knife that Carmelo brought to school. Like she got to look that shit.
Exactly.
She got to away from that and look past that and talk about something else. So now she's on white supremacy.
Yep.
All away from the question that he asked her here.
Black people or other people do. And so you were asking him to give names. I gave you two, and one was actually the same age as the guy, the Black boy that just killed the white guy. And he was acquitted of all his charges. He was also a 17-year-old white boy in Wisconsin.
Happens all the time.
And it's like
Happens all the time, but he can't name the last one he named was he got the facts from
his belief system.
Why was he acquitted when he actually murdered someone?
Why was he acquitted? I mean, the case was live, the video. She could go and research this herself. But I think, it's like that. You ever seen that Booker T. Washington statue, Lifting the Veil of Ignorance?
Yes.
I think that's what it is, bro. Like, she don't want to lift the veil of ignorance. You try to lift it off her, she gonna pull it down.
Now think about that statue, how old that statue is, John. This is decades of dealing with this problem. But these Negroes have more information and are more racially probably charged than back when that statue, when Booker T brought forth that concept. So just like we are so deep down in this, I don't think people really truly get it. Like, this is why I say there's no solutions. How do you change this woman's mind?
No, I don't think you can.
How the fuck do you change her mind? Because if you say anything, you're being a coon, you hate yourself, you're sexist. She's got so many like filters, there's no getting through.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. None of the other women are even challenging her. And here's the most interesting part of it. I think she does this at the end.
You all are saying that,
because they didn't murder anybody.
They did, though.
I remember when I said the word murder, murder is a legal term, right? You use it, interchangeably, but, it is a legal term. In reality, they killed someone, but they didn't get convicted of murder. And I've said all along, I don't think a lot of the blacks understand the difference, or they can even understand the difference. And here he is saying they didn't murder anybody, and she said, yes, they did.
You all are saying that,
Because they didn't murder anybody.
They did though.
She like, what? What do you mean? They didn't murder somebody. I saw some dead people. I saw dead people. What do you mean they didn't murder anybody? What she would have been correct if he had said they didn't kill anybody, which they did kill someone, but they did not murder anyone. And yeah, this is the kind of that nuance that I don't think the blacks can understand here.
But what do you mean?
No,
Cal
they didn't.
Rittenhouse definitely murdered 2 or 3 people. Are you familiar?
Oh man.
Woo! Oh man, he did not murder. He murdered 2 or 3 people. She said.
With the story?
No, I'm not.
Look, she said, "Are you familiar with the story, nigga?"
Murdered
sideways too.
2 or 3 people. Are you familiar with the story?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you can't just make that statement then. Because you're not.
Nigga, you just making shit up.
Now, if she was from Brooklyn, John, she would have been like, "Are you dumb? Are you dumb?"
And her saying, "Are you familiar with the story?" I think is, being somewhat dismissive, condescending, I guess you could say. This is the kind of attitude you'd have to deal with at home too, right?
Absolutely can, because if the court of law determined that they was acquitted of the charges, then that means that he's not a murderer.
No, that means that the system worked in his favor.
Look, you see the dude downstairs say, "Oh my God, bro. You burning up my fucking brain here with that logic."
Based on who he was, because that wouldn't have worked.
You can't just automatically say somebody is when they not, when they got tried in the court of law.
And the
they
law is
got
always
acquitted.
fair, right? And the law is
Universe. The law always fair, right? The law always fair, right?
always fair, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely it is in this situation.
I'm gonna tap out.
100%.
I'm done now.
I'm out. And you see that all the time, like when you back them up, instead of, either conceding the point or continuing to argue their point, they just tap the fuck out. Right? Yeah. And she said, "I'm out. Look, fucking I'm out." Look.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is in this situation.
I'm gonna tap
100%.
out. I'm done now.
Because if the evidence is showing that he's not guilty, then why would I say that he's not guilty? It's innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. Same thing for.
You notice what she doing at Universal?
Yeah, so you ain't even worth my time, honey.
Well, she also had to get the last word.
Of course. Well, yeah.
So she said, "Look, I'm gonna tap out now. I got my last word. I'm not paying you any fucking attention. I'm on my phone now.
Yeah.
You can talk to the hand, nigga.
Yeah,
talk
I'm done. I'm done.
Talk to the green screen, nigga. I'm done talking to you. I've got my last word out. Carry on."
Daniel Penny. Now, I am familiar with Daniel Penny. I am familiar with what happened on the subway over. I think it was over in New York, right?
Yeah, it was New York.
I am familiar with Daniel Penny. 100%. And in the case of George Floyd, the police officer, the white police officer who was a part of the blue gang, the blue wall, absolutely got held accountable, and he got convicted, and he's in prison today. And I don't even think that was a race. I don't even think that was a race issue. I believe that was an issue of an individual, a cop, overexerting his power over somebody that should not have been in that position in the first place, but at the same time, he didn't deserve to lose his life.
And that is saying that, man, that was a struggle session in there for Sister Gal, and she just like, "Fucking, I'm out. I'm not listening to shit no more."
And I
go ahead.
I didn't know where that clip was going to go, but I said, like, what can you say to, like, that's what happens.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, that's what's happening in an online conversation. Can you imagine somebody who knows her, like, personally trying to have this conversation? Like, you just tap out, because just like there's no point even talking.
Yeah, that would be very, 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 very difficult. So we heard about the black man that talked about abortion. Universal.
Yes.
Yo, fuck the baby.
the baby. With the baby. Fuck the baby. Fuck the baby. Give you the Bacardi. I'm ready to say fuck the motherfucker. Ready to beat the motherfucking baby. Fuck up. You sound like a
She just
nigga.
hit the Bacardi. Was that the Bacardi?
You sound like a nigga.
Did she just hit the Bacardi? Oh no!
I go get an abortion, nigga. It don't matter. Fuck the baby.
Fuck the baby. With the baby.
There's Planned Parenthood in the background. You see it?
Yeah, I see it.
There's Planned Parenthood right there.
With the baby. Fuck the baby.
Yep, that was
Fuck the
a
baby. Give you the Bacardi. I'm ready to say fuck
Yeah,
the
she's a pretty hood
ready
chick.
to beat the motherfucking
Yeah.
baby. Fuck up. You sound like a nigga.
You sound I'm glad she said it. I'm glad she said it. Let it play because I got a comment on this.
With the baby. With the baby. Fuck the baby. Fuck the baby. Give you the Bacardi. I'm ready to say fuck the motherfucker. Ready to beat the motherfucking baby. Fuck up. You sound like a nigga.
I'll be right back.
Now what you all just heard, and I get in trouble for this because I'm always talking about dating apparently, but this is what has happened. There's been a complete flip in mindsets, and I'm not saying the men's mindset was good from the get-go. It was bad. Shit needed to be fixed, but it's gone on so long in urban Black America that we are starting to have. Hold on, let me mute John's mic. We've seen a flip in how the women, a lot of younger women, they're starting to approach things with that toxic Black male perspective, and that's how they approach a lot of relationships. And it's seeped for so long that it's spread. It's like a fucking virus. It is spread. So when she says you sound like a nigga, she really means that, because that's what a lot of these women have been hearing for so long. We can blame rap music and all that stuff. We can blame all that. But this is a problem. And it ain't not all, but most. There's a lot. This is a fucking problem. Stanley, stop asking the same question. No, I know that. But the ones that do, it seeps in and it plays a huge role, because that's where we're seeing a lot of the issues is in the urban setting. And we can get hung up if most of them are not. It's a significant amount that plays a role that affects the entire culture. So we don't have to get back and forth into is it most or not most. It's whatever the percentage is. We will never agree on that. It's a lot.
What we will never agree on is how important this analysis is. Okay, what you need to do is be more precise in your language. Okay, I heard you say urban Blacks. That's why I wanted to test what you're actually thinking. Okay, my solution is probably look less to identity politics or identity psychology or whatever the fuck it is you're practicing, and be more individualistic. That's my solution. And it's probably crueler than your solution. It's almost Darwinian.
And I actually agree with that. I do think that. Of course
you do. And I've been fucking saying this for months, but nobody seems to be able to either deal with that as a solution. I don't give a fuck about this girl. Why are we even showing it as an example?
Well, you don't give a fuck about it, but other people may give a fuck about it, and we're highlighting the point.
She will either be successful or not successful, and I don't care either way. If she's successful, great. I'll be proud of her. If she goes by the wayside, then you know what? That's how life is. So, and I'm not necessarily even fussing at you. I'm kind of venting on this whole, Black culture narrative. There is no Black culture. There are several different subcultures within the culture. She is one part of the quote urban culture. I've never seen a young Black girl act like this. Now, you can also say, well, okay, boomer, but the bottom line is we need to let go of this all black people are the same and we all swim in the same culture and urban culture is to be imitated out in the suburbs. That's be brave level intelligent. So I'm glad you kind of agree with me. We need to fucking let go of some of these quote cultural bonds because it really isn't a homogeneous culture.
All right, so let's have a conversation and not attack.
I'm not even in the mood for a conversation. I've said what I said. Bottom line is people need to be more themselves instead of trying to be a stereotype.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, well, that's my conversation. And people should be, if you're not strong enough to not be like this, if you think, and I'm not talking about you, I'm kind of making a generalization here. If somebody, you know, who sees this show 2 weeks from now thinks this girl is an example either way, a good example or a bad example, they're overthinking it. This is something I would not want my daughter to do or my wife or sister or anything like that. But this girl is either going to sober up or she's not. It's literally no deeper than that. Trying to make this some example of how black people and, you know, fuck all that. We really need to, you know, kind of, you know, either. I said something the other day, black culture or any culture literally starts on the inside of your front door. And then you go out and your kids play in the neighborhood. We need to stop doing this top down, you know, blacks are this because we're looking top down, or black should be this, or anybody should be one way or another. We need to do better.
Correct.
So I don't do the racial idolatry and all that bullshit. It's gobbledygook. Start with your own four walls. And if you don't have four walls, then, you know, maybe you will need a mentor, or maybe you will need a Universal Jones, or maybe you will need a John Galt. But after that display with the little YNs the other day, I'm starting to think John wouldn't be, you know, the best I don't know, mentor of young black boys.
Are you okay? Are you interested in entertaining any questions? Because I have
No.
some questions. Okay.
Well, from you?
Yes.
Sure, why not?
So just on that last point, like John's not the best mentor for these young guys. Who do you think can reach those young kids? Like, what do you have an
my
idea?
answer is I don't care. You know, one of the questions
Why not?
I literally don't care. I mean, if I were there, I might care, but I don't know those kids from Adam, and I do not think they are an example of any kids I know in this neighborhood. I don't care
in your
because
neighborhood?
I can't care.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying in your neighborhood, in your circle, you don't run across these kids, so you don't care about how they
over
operate.
even. I literally in 60 years have never run into John's situation. And I was young once, even when I was in high school, even, you know, throughout the years. My son had friends. Nope, never ran into it. And I will emphasize that seeing these kids hanging out and asking, you know, my big deal was, why are these kids out so late, whether they're in school or out of school? So no, I don't care what happens to the kids because there's nothing I can do about it. And I do not think they are, other than, hey, why are those kids out so late? I don't think they're not examples. I tend not to like to do stereotypes, so they're not stereotypical in my opinion.
So what are they?
And I don't think they're a reflection of quote black culture. I think they're the product of bad home training and neglectful parents.
But when we look at other ethnicities,
Dude,
that have
I
bad
don't
home
look
training-
at what we look at. I think for myself. I don't care what you're looking at. I'm speaking from Stanley Cross's perspective. And you know what? Maybe I'm in a position to do it, because I don't have young kids and haven't had a young kid in quite some time. My bottom line is this woman is not, she might be a stereotype, but in my mind, she's kind of singular. I don't think she is an example of anything other than bad behavior. And if you want to tack on race to it, that's your choice to do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Answer this question, Stanley.
Before we move on, one thing to say, I've literally, like when I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, I have seen young white girls do this kind of thing too. So that's maybe why I'm less willing to just pin a color on it.
You've seen them celebrate going to get a
I have seen them do bad behavior. I don't know that they've, I don't know what she's doing, but I've seen white girls do this kind of aberrant behavior too. Don't pin me down on specifics. I've seen bad behavior is as specific as I'm going to get.
You say you don't know what she's doing. Should I
wait your turn?
But
let Universal finish.
This will be my last question. Do you think that there's a variance, a degree of bad behavior?
I don't give a shit about that. That's your job, not mine.
Of course. All right.
Since you say you didn't know what she's doing, should I replay it again? I think it was pretty clear.
I think she was simulating being pregnant. Is she pregnant?
Yeah, she's heading into the Planned Parenthood. That's the blue army.
Well, you know what? I see a woman who has some bigger issues than her race.
This
No. Let's address what I said. You think this is racial, or does she have some personal problem that needs to be dealt with? Well, I don't see race. In this behavior, I don't see race. I see a disturbed young woman who is being very flippant about this. But I don't think it's because she's black. I think she's just a disturbed young lady.
I think when you bookmark,
I don't really care what you think.
Okay,
I told you what I think. I don't care to bump heads and go back and forth. It's what I see.
Okay. Oh shit. Well, I think that it kind of mirrors the young man that I interviewed on the street there.
You know what? That's part of the problem with you and Universal's analysis is you fucking see mirrors everywhere. This is like that. We're connecting dots throughout the black community. No.
Well,
this individual, you missed part of what I told Universal. I see her as an individual with a problem. I'm less willing than the anti-blacks to tack a color onto it.
Okay, fair enough.
So when you say it's like some blackmail, you lost me when you made that comparison.
Hey, Universal, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
How do you think the man in her life that got her pregnant feels about her going to get the abortion?
He most likely doesn't care.
He probably like the guy in the street interview, right? What did he say?
He might have gave her half the payment, if not the full thing.
Kill it, bitch. Right? Kill it, bitch.
Which is part of the problem.
Somebody said, read the comments in the video. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I bet they're juicy. Juicy comments here. Let's see what we got here. What do you think the comments said? Fuck that baby. They need to make a song off that bitch.
She might be getting some. It might be 50-50 support and against it. It's sad, man.
You like a nigga? Let me play that shit again.
Fuck the baby. What the baby? What the baby?
You hear the lady laughing in the background? Universal.
Fuck the baby.
You gonna pass the Bacardi at?
Give you the Bacardi. Fuck the motherfucker.
Where the Bacardi at?
Pass the Bacardi. Pass the Bacardi. I knew you running in get this shit sucked up out of me real quick. Get back out there, this motherfucker. Suck it in, suck it out. Ooh, somebody said she would have been a horrible mama.
Let me ask you, and this is actually an honest question, and I promise I won't overtalk. And it's to each of you. Why is it important who's paying for her abortion? Why does it matter?
I didn't say it's important.
It's not important.
Okay. Well, why did you ask?
No one.
I thought somebody.
I made a comment that he probably because John asked, "How does he feel about
Okay,
it?"
so therefore you cared
So-
about it. Why even make the comment? What does it matter? Who
Because
pays
that's a
for it?
common thing that
Her
happens.
behavior
Do you want me to answer
is
the
what
question?
matters.
It's a common thing that happens in these dynamics that the man is asked to pay for it or pay for half.
Okay, well, maybe you're not capable of actually concentrating on what I asked. I don't care that it's common. I'm asking, why do you care?
That's why I care about it, because it happens frequently enough. It's a pattern. I'm pointing that out to
And
you.
I don't think it's a pattern.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's your thought.
All right, time for your opinion. Everyone, no one knows, right? We know there's no study on it.
Well, we don't know, so why even speculate? There's no way we can know who paid for it. I don't like wasting time on these sorts of, non-data related things. If I'm going to do an analysis, it's just not that important who paid for it. Her behavior is the problem.
Oh, this is hard hitting right here. Look at this. Damn, that's hard hitting right there. Yikes.
Oof.
Yikes. I'm sorry, part is hard hitting, bro. Oof. Oof.
It ain't the baby's fault that they were.
Oof. 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 Jeez. Someone said nobody wears sweatpants. Go have an abortion. Do you think she? Well, why wouldn't you wear sweatpants to have an abortion? You wear a dress.
Well, you shouldn't wear white sweatpants. Wear something dark. You might get blood on that white.
Well, you wear a dress.
Damn.
Well, I don't believe that.
The shirt. Oh Lord.
That's got to be. Look at this. I know hood chicks that literally book these abortions casually like appointments. No shit. I heard the girl saying how she would get an abortion in the club and all her friends were laughing because it's normal. Yes, they were sister gals. Wow.
See, I don't think it's normal.
Yeah.
I don't know the numbers on abortion, but
no. I'm talking about her individual behavior. Fuck the baby. That's not common.
There's a lot of videos like this.
Okay, well, dude, I don't make a whole culture suffer for a few YouTube videos.
Probably making it suffer by pointing out.
And I don't even mean this as a pejorative. I mean, I've heard Be Brave say that he sees stuff and he talks about what he's seen on YouTube videos. And I'm sorry, that's just not data. And John, once Universal answers, I actually, you missed part of my quote solution. I think Black people just need to be more individualistic and stop watching YouTube videos if it comes to that.
Just don't look away, right? Just look away.
Yeah.
Absolutely look away. If it's not something you can fix, then look away. I don't feel I am not my brother's keeper.
Say that one more time.
Yes, be brave, motherfucker. I don't care. How many times do I have to say that? I'm literally no. I feel no guilt. I am not my brother's keeper unless he's actually my brother.
How do I not, bro? I have a platform for a reason, bro. I can say whatever the fuck I want. The fuck you mean who? He killed someone, he's out. Like, how the fuck does that work? Like, bro, he's literally like, what? like, what? What do you mean stop? I'm dead serious. He's literally, he stabbed him and he's out. Like, bro, what? Like, what? No, I'm dead, bro. I'm dead, bro. I'm not joking, bro. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Wait a minute, Brave in the audience. Brave in the audience. Brave, I got something for you.
Yeah, I smoked him out.
My nigga Brave. Brave in the audience. What? Stanley, you might have to stand down. I need Brave to come up here. The YN.
Yeah, I do. I guess I do need to go get beer, but I'm not fussing at Brave. I pretty much said what I have to say because I think it was Universal or somebody asked me about my solution. And really, and if you, the other reason I came up is that video you're talking about doing. I would love for you to do it, Universal. And
I might have to just hunker down and get it done.
I really think I'd do it and I'll critique it. I might agree with it, but please do it. I actually think that's a great idea.
And I'll offer what I consider be my strategies, whether and we can have a conversation about it. Because I don't think we're too far off. I think we're approaching it from two different angles though.
Well, I approach it, and maybe it's just, one of these things I picked up in the military. You just cannot lose sleep over something you can't fix. That doesn't mean you don't have sympathy, but you don't have to have empathy.
Correct. I agree with that 100%.
And that's really it. I think and how many times have I said, John, I actually don't think there is a quote Black community from coast to coast. And if we think it is, that is actually our biggest problem.
So still, you don't have to answer this question now, but if there's not a Black community, what do you call this collective kind of idea that Black folks have amongst themselves then? What do you
then
call
I think they're wrong. Now there are Black communities.
Sure. Like actual,
but that's as far as I'm gonna go. I don't think
when you see this dialogue or this rally behind a Carmelo, like when you see Black folks,
I think they are stupid. I think they're literally stupid for doing so, dude. If nothing else, even if I'm being stupid, I'll just admit to being consistently stupid. Okay, we don't know the details of it. Wait for the trial before you even think about it.
And I'm just using that as an example. I don't want to deep dive into the detail, but
understood. Well, I haven't done the deep dive.
And it's not just Black folks, but that's what we're talking about right now.
We don't know, dude. We don't know if it was racial.
But yeah, okay.
No. I mean the actual encounter.
Yeah, I know, and that's where I'm not trying to take you. I'm trying to see if you can answer it. Like
now, I think the reaction to it is racial.
Okay,
I mean, they might be making something. Now, I think, given American history, it's likely it was racial. But dude, I've had fights with white boys in high school, and it wasn't racial. It was just boy stuff.
Did you ever stab anyone?
Motherfucker, that's a dumb question, and I won't even bother going down that. That is a dumb question.
Why is that a dumb question?
Because why would I stab someone? My parents, and let me put it to you this way: my parents didn't raise me to stab people.
Your parents didn't raise you to defend yourself?
Yeah.
Is stabbing the only way to defend yourself?
Did your parents teach you to watch?
Now, it could actually be that back in the day, we solved things with fists. So, I'll give the point that it's generational. We have much more, kids are a lot more violent and have access to these sorts of things. I'll give you an example. My father is a retired policeman, and I knew right where his, guns, because he's kind of an enthusiast. I knew right where they were, but I knew, motherfucker, don't even look at him. If I want to do it, ask him.
Hey, Brady, pull up, man. I got something. I'm only going to show it if you hear.
So the bottom line is there's more ways to defend yourself than knives. And I thought it was either a disrespectful question or just an outright stupid question. No, why would, as a matter of fact, I never even thought of solving a problem permanently because it's just going to cause more problems for me.
Let me ask you this.
Back in the day, it was really more about just dominance.
Let me ask you this question, Stanley. How seriously did you think that boy may have stabbed him with a?
I don't give a fuck.
No, I'm just saying.
I didn't think about it seriously. And to be honest, the only reason I've engaged in it is just it's been batted around the John Galt channel.
But
honestly, if you had never done a show on it, I wouldn't even think about it. That's how seriously I take it.
We got Brave up here, so we got to be on the best behavior. You can step down.
Nah, motherfucker, I don't have to be on my best behavior. I'll just be on my best behavior.
Well, but I'm running the show. I'm running the show here, Sammy. So, like,
yeah, well, you got a point.
Respect my show here. I got some clips I want to show to Brave. Brave, what's up, Brave?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh man, Brave. Brave. I did some street interviews the other day, right?
Hey, hold on. Was there a street takeover last night in Chicago?
And DC too, Brave.
Yeah.
Okay, Chicago and DC.
Yeah.
And that's not a black problem. What the fuck, man? Go ahead, John. Jesus Christ. My God. Amazing.
Brave, we're gonna start it from the top. We're gonna start it from the top, Brave. There's so much.
Oh wait, so we're doing reruns? Yeah, I've already seen this. So Universal, maybe we'll talk later about this, but I hope you do that show.
Yeah, I'll try to knock it out today.
No rush. I want it well thought out.
Fuck the baby.
No, I will stay. I thought you were going back to that young man.
Ready to beat the
We're gonna get there.
fuck up. You sound like a nigga.
Psychopaths. I'm telling you, 70% black psychopaths.
You know where she is, Brave? Do you know where she is? Do you know where she is, Brave?
Yeah, I heard you, Planned Parenthood. Psychopaths, man. I'm not saying that shit lightly, man. 70% of black Americans are psychopaths. Look up the clinical definition. Nothing matters but what goes on in their own pathetic brains.
Brave. I did some street interviews the other day, right? You know that, Brave.
Yeah.
And there were some things I wanted you to comment on here. Now you heard the woman talking about abortion, right, Brave? Well, she took her a swig of whiskey.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
I'm
looking at it right now, right?
Well, you just heard her say that. Did y'all see that? Well, she said, "Fuck the baby, fuck the baby." You didn't see that?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Now that's the woman, right? That's the female.
That's black culture.
That's the female side.
I got you.
Got
Yeah.
you. Now I'm about to bring it home for you and show you her likely counterpart. Understand, right? You get where I'm going with this, Brave.
Go ahead.
Right. So I showed you the woman. Here's the man.
What's your first name? John. John? Yeah. My man. Yeah. Listen, John.
I want you to hear.
Straight.
I want you to hear what this black man says, Brave.
God all day. You can call me if you know my number on the iPad. Queries. Trayvon.
Come on.
Now niggas want extra chooser because now play games like we fly down there, stayed down there for 8 years.
This must be right here.
Can I comment on that iPad point?
Hold on, because I want to get this. Oh, I found it, Brave. Brave. Here it is. Brave, you ready? Are you ready, Brave?
Go ahead.
Are you ready?
Hit me with
it. Like escape.
Sit down, Brave. Sit down.
I am.
You fall and bump your head, Brave.
Okay.
I don't know how. Yeah. Mind you, I'm one of them people that will tell a girl if she get pregnant, kill it. Because I'm not going to be there for you. People don't like telling the truth to these women. I will tell you the truth. I'm not going to be here for you.
Why not?
That.
Why not?
Because I wasn't here for you before.
What do you mean?
I'm only fucking you.
Right.
If we only fucking, then why would I be sitting there doing that? We're not in a relationship.
Right.
We're not, I don't even frequent you. I don't.
The urban landlord. You talking about oil? Fucking.
So on both sides of the equation, Brave, the men and the women, is very flippant. Very little morality here. I'm about to fuck the baby. Fuck the baby. You niggas say, bitch, kill it. I think you can extrapolate this flippant attitude toward life out into their neighborhoods if they happen to make it out of the war.
Well, my God, yes.
Kill it.
Christ.
Fuck it, kill it, right? And it is really amazing, to see it on both
This
sides.
is just idiocy.
Go away, delusional man. Go away.
Motherfucker, you don't tell me to go away. What the fuck? This isn't your panel.
I know. I still say go away, delusional.
Then why are you being so flippant?
Because I'm saying go away, delusional man.
Okay, John, I was addressing
your name?
you. I think the actual salient point is his point about I'm just fucking you. And that reminds me, I forget the name of the culture, but the incel culture, there's like YouTube shows about how to get girls, and I can't remember.
Fruitivism.
Hold on, Sam.
No. These are white boys talking about how to get girls, and I can't remember. So this, I'm just here to fuck you. That actually sounds. I don't think it's particular to the black culture.
All right.
In quotes.
Fair enough. Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, it's not particular to black culture. It's just so rampant that the black
motherfucker. Why are you talking? I was just talking to John.
Yeah, I know, because I said the black.
So you're talking. Then you're talking to John. I get it.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Right. Not talking to you. You're delusional. You're out of your mind, Stanley.
Brave, I want you to listen to this, Brave, and I want you to give me your thoughts on this.
What's your name? Alibaba Hassan. Okay, where you from? Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Did you hear what his name is, Brave?
Alibaba Hassan. You know, and they do that to, for some sort of status. So he's worried about status while he's saying fuck the baby, and his whole culture is going down the drain. These fucking black people, John, are fucking not only crazy and psychopathic, they're fucking dangerous. That's what people don't get about this attitude. These people are raising children. God damn. Son of a bitch.
Alibaba
Hussein, yes.
Oh,
yes, that's my whole life is my name.
Listen, Brave.
What is it, 5%? I was born FOI. Fruitivism. That's the security on. And so tell us.
Do you know what the fruit of Islam is, Brave? I have to break all this shit down for you.
Fruit of Islam, really? And the fruit of Islam says fuck the baby. That's nice to know. Yes, sir. Buddy, these blacks, they got it going on.
Yeah, I'll talk to y'all later. I got to leave the monkeys performing for their white master show.
Go away. Jesus Christ. Go to your make-believe world. Jesus, good God.
Oh, wait, hold it. That make-believe world you're talking about, I motherfucking built it from scratch. So I have a world to pretend. I have a pretend world that I paid for, bitch. I'm not a bottom feeder. Talk to you later.
I paid for my bottom feeding, buddy.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Welfare king.
Welfare? Did he accuse me of being on welfare? I'll be a son of a bitch. Ain't never had a government check in my life, and I'll be damn got called. Did he say welfare? Oh.
Woo, Brady, I warm me up, Brady. I'm gonna get to the YN. Do you know what a YN is, Brady?
Yes, I do.
This is young nigga world. YNW, Brady.
Hold on a minute. Hey, hold on. Hey, Brooklyn Watson, I'd make a better father than you. I heard your stupid shit earlier, thinking this solution is this solution. I would make a way better father than you would a mother, dipshit. Brooklyn, you and CK, all three of you.
Yeah, I like Brooklyn Watson.
If you haven't noticed, who's the white guy up here talking real logic constantly over in all these streets? Ma, what are you two saying up here other than insulting somebody? Get the fuck out of here. Go ahead, John.
Brave, we're gonna get to these YNs, Brave. You're gonna have to brace yourself, Brave, for these YNs. You got to I promise you gotta go brace yourself when I get to these YNs, Brave.
I'm gonna cut you out too, John, over this. I heard someone I didn't like.
What are you doing? What
cut that fucking band off.
That motherfucker. Well, I think he later explained he had already been tampering with it. And that's why he like, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? He like, I don't give a fuck.
Well, that's to let you off a little bit, but god damn it, John.
But you know, when I told him, nigga, don't cut it off, right? You heard me say it, like,
you did? Okay, all right. I forget.
These motherfuckers are so impulsive, though, Bray.
I got you.
First, like, I've been on the box, full disclosure, and it don't take a lot of discipline. You just gotta prop your legs up at night and charge that motherfucker, right? That's all you gotta do.
Right.
Charge every night, go out during the day, get back home before that bitch goes dead. Because if it goes dead, you technically are violated. You understand? It's like a walking GPS. They know everywhere you are. You commit a crime with that bitch on, they're gonna track you back to it.
I got it.
They wanted to stay live. His was already dead, so he violated already. You hear him say, "Hey, when I go to my appointment, yeah, they're gonna violate me."
Take back my cussing you out. I take it all back.
But you know, and I said, man, cut that motherfucker. But before I could even say it, I think I told him before that, hey, don't cut the motherfucker off, and then that nigga pulled it up. Right? Anyway.
What's your story, man? Well, personally, like,
he sounds so intelligent too.
Very integrated.
God damn, listen
I
to
don't know my father. I met my mom like probably at 5. Like I see my mom a lot. I was seeing my mom a lot. But
stop that fucking film, guy. God damn, no wonder he's saying kill the fucking baby. He was dumped out and fucking thrown in a fucking trash by his parents. Since this happens in such large numbers, we're wondering why the blacks are tearing up the fucking inner cities and nobody can live around them. When are we gonna fucking catch up?
Be brave. What happened with you? Why you give your family up?
I was thrown out of my family.
Why you give your family up? You fucking bum. Why you give your family up? You fucking bum.
If you want to think that, go
Why
ahead.
you give your family up? You fucking bum.
Oh, my heart. Oh, my feelings. Oh, my goodness. You're hitting me with such truth. That's probably why it don't hurt.
Fucking bum.
Okay, good. You're not letting him get it out of his system. Go ahead, CK. With your ugly ass fucking wife that won't leave you because
fucking bum. You're a fucking bum.
I am.
You're
Yes.
a fucking failure. And you did take advantage of your white skin, you fucking bum.
Brave, he said you took advantage of your white skin. What
He didn't take advantage of his white skin. He's a fucking bum.
Brave, what you got to say about that? He said you didn't take advantage of your white skin. What you said, Brave?
I didn't. I put this white skin up on the shelf and said, "The hell with it." He got me on that one, John.
You didn't take advantage of your white skin.
Although I'll tell you what, my white skin, what it did do is, like, as a bottom feeder.
You're a fucking bum.
Break.
Not a man,
Hold on,
y'all.
let me say this.
Go ahead, Brave. And I got to show something else for you, Brave.
All right, my white skin, where I did take advantage of it is, as a bottom feeder, there's nobody as a bottom feeder that had a more loving, wonderful life than this bottom feeder, and that is partially because of white skin.
Be brave. You proud?
Take advantage of it.
You proud of what you saying right now? You proud?
Well, yeah.
Proud?
Yeah.
You didn't take care of your family. You're fucking proud.
I didn't say that. You said it.
No, you said it. You're a fucking bum, Be brave.
If you want to put words in my mouth because you're a half-wit.
You're proud to be a fucking bum, Be brave.
Yeah, well, actually, I am, yes.
And you think by talking about black people make you high and mighty? You're a fucking bum. You're a bum.
Okay. You feel better?
Your wife left you because you was a fucking bum. You didn't want to do nothing.
No, I worked. No.
She left you because you was a fucking bum.
No, I worked. No, when I was with
Be brave. She left you because you was a fucking bum. Be brave.
Hey.
That's reality. Be brave.
Hold on.
Ain't nothing to hold on about. Your wife left you.
No, John, you gotta shut him up.
You had another man raise your daughter. You had another man raise your daughter.
Hey.
Thank you. No, for the record, hold on.
Hold on, Brave. I don't want Brave. I ain't gonna.
No. I'm answering one thing here.
I don't need you to waste your time.
No, when I was with my family, I raised my family, CK. I worked every day of my fucking life and have worked every day of my life, all my life.
All right. Look, Brave. I got you up here because I want you to. All right, look, I got Brave up here because I got some content.
I'm going, John. I ain't going to interrupt your show. He's a fucking bum.
Okay, good.
You're fucking.
All right.
This bum would be fucking your wife if I was around her if I wanted, pal. That's not a good statement, is it? I take that black woman and tear her ass up. She come home to you wondering what the fuck happened to her when that white boy got a hold of her. God damn it, I ain't lying. Don't fucking get me around your wife, CK3. You're too stupid to put any competition against me intellectually. Your wife would run right into mine because I'm such an interesting man. Are you crazy? Go ahead, John.
Bray, I tell you, man, I love you come here, Bray. You know, you that white man, boy. I tell you, that white man, boy. You don't back down these motherfucking niggas.
I'm the motherfucker. I'm the one, ain't I, John? I've known that all my life.
I tried to explain this to some niggas, Brave. I tried to explain this to some niggas, and they did not get it. They did not get it. And I'm gonna see if you get it, Brave. I'm gonna roll the tape here, Brave. I want you to look at this, and at some point, I'm gonna stop the tape, and I'm gonna explain something to you. Look.
No, just well, I have police in New York, but I don't landlord there yet. Yeah, DC, yeah. Same here, man. Oh, that was a good one, boy. That was a good one there. Ooh, I bring a man.
Look at this, Brave.
Mm.
I'm gonna show you something. Listen.
Mm.
Wait a minute. Give me a minute. Oh, we almost there.
Am I looking left or right?
So the withdrawal from the clinic is pretty legit.
Listen, Brave. Here it is. Here. I want you to pay close attention to what's going on.
More, but I'm on. Yes.
Hold on.
Okay. So the withdrawal from the.
You want heroin?
Not. But I'm. You know, so I was in a clinic.
I'm just trying to get it from the top, Brave.
Okay.
Now, this is a drug addict. Poor white trash.
Oh, yeah, I heard you talking about him. Poor white trash. And they moved him in a bunch of rich people because of my little theory that, yes, you can live around white trash if you're rich because they're white trash.
And they said,
oh, Brave, this makes your point. This brings it all home. Look.
I want to
This motherfucker live right by the White House, Brave.
Damn.
Right by the White House, Brave. Most of the people in the audience either couldn't afford it or wouldn't pay for where he's living. And I want you to listen how he talks about his neighborhood around whites. Even as a poor white trash motherfucker. As y'all love to call B Brave. Poor white trash, look what the city would do for him because they know he will fit in amongst them upper class whites where they put him in. You understand?
Get him, John. God damn it.
Yeah, if it'll play, Brave. YouTube probably don't want me to show it to you, Brave. Let me see if I can. It's gonna play, Brave. What the fuck? What time mark is this? 1:52. What the fuck? I've been having trouble with my fucking internet all day over here. Damn, what's in the fuck? Let me. Oh, here it is.
What you about to do?
14th and Mass.
14th and man, that's a good area.
Yes, it is.
What are you doing down there?
Well, not much at the moment. Kind of.
What happened to your head, forehead?
Oh, it's a bit of a story. Well, I went from one of the homeless places. What's that?
It's a black man begging him, Brave. You see
One of
that?
the homeless places gave out, wipes and stuff.
What happened there? Right.
A black man came up and begged him for like a cigarette or something, or $1 or something. He gave it to the black man. You can see the black man.
So the black man that's homeless begged the white man for a cigarette that's homeless?
Or $1 or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. Either $1 or a cigarette.
No matter what, top to bottom, whites have been taking care of blacks like children. This guy right here is gold.
Brave,
Good God.
make it play. Come on, play now. Play. The fuck is it, bro? Here it is.
One of the homeless places gave out, wipes and stuff, and I went into Safeway, and they said, well, they think they stole it, and then they slammed me into the ground. And
You stole the white.
yeah, I had wipes that they had given out, and then I had something else, and then they didn't even check. I wasn't even out of the store, and it kind of led to something, and it just kind of got re-aggravated over and over.
John, have you
At the moment, I'm just sleep deprived.
Say what?
Have you noticed even this white trash dude, it speaks pretty well according to the other black guy that supposedly has his life together?
Yeah, that's what you
Isn't that
should know.
amazing? Isn't
Right?
that amazing, folks? That's why I say white trash are amazing folks. Even at the bottom, they know how to conduct things. Go ahead.
He doesn't have a Bluetooth speaker playing music.
Nope.
He doesn't look intimidating. He likes to ride his bike like the rich whites, right? And he talks about, he had a couple of accidents on his bike and stuff like that. But just listen to how he talks about his neighborhood and how the government looked at his record, no violence in his background, just, a guy that just on drugs, trying his best to get off. And they put him in a great neighborhood, bro. A great neighborhood to live. And they had to trust him that he wouldn't bother those white people. You understand, bro? Those white people that were paying $2,000, $3,000 a month in rent. They had to have trust in him that he's not only going to not bother them violently, but not going to create a condition where they don't want to live there because they can easily move. You understand? These are very affluent people in the building where he lives.
I was in a clinic and now I'm coming off of Suboxone. So
But what is Suboxone?
it's like methadone.
What
But
do you take methadone for?
for heroin withdrawals, but I haven't used
You on heroin?
not anymore. But I'm on yes.
Okay.
So the withdrawal from the clinic is pretty intense.
Is that why your fingers look like that?
Yeah, somewhat.
Put your fingers up to the camera. No, bring them up to the camera. Turn them the other way. Excuse me, ladies. Come next. Put your fingers up to the camera. Turn them the other
Yeah.
way. Bring it up close to the camera.
Yeah, I just I'm not healing as fast as I should.
Turn around.
Yeah.
Now, let me see your knuckles here.
Okay, that's it. I know. I see it. It's a bit much.
Did you used to shoot in your fingers?
No, that's just it's not healing as fast, and then my blood flow. I have very bad blood flow.
Oh, you got bad blood flow. Okay.
So yeah, and then I kept getting in bike accidents, and it's just
You riding bikes on the street?
yeah. Well, bicycle. I have a bicycle, and it just kind of I can see they're healing, but it's just very slow.
Yeah.
But
right,
it's don't be getting better. It's getting better.
Yeah. So you're in a homeless shelter?
No, I have a voucher.
Or you're in Section 8 voucher?
Yes.
Okay.
Through-
So we got a 1-bedroom?
Studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice little studio. Yeah, I like it. 3 years I've been there.
You heard it, Brent?
3 years?
3
Yeah,
years.
perfect.
3 years.
And
Really?
again, and again, look at his manner of speaking compared to that other Ali D. Hussein. Alibaba Hassan. I'm telling you, this is what I'm saying. Whites at the bottom have more sophistication than blacks in the middle class.
Am I not making your point here, Brave? Is this man not making
Yes,
your
you are.
point?
Thank you. Yes.
Blacks can't see this, Brave.
It don't sink in. It's like you blacks have some problems going on.
They put this white
White
man.
trash motherfucker. He's very pleasant, speaking nice. I doubt if you could get him to say kill the fucking baby. I don't think you could get him to say that.
It ain't in his heart or his head, Brave.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He ain't gonna kill anybody.
No,
Right?
that's why I said white trash. If they kill themselves, it's in their own homes with drugs. But other than that, they ain't bothering nobody.
And this is why, that they can put him in these buildings downtown and it doesn't disturb, the chemistry of the building. You understand, Brave?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And
That's what I've been saying now for 2 fucking years. White
no.
trash, you can live around them.
Now, on my stream, the social workers for the blacks bring them over here to me to live in the ghetto. I got video of that, where an African social worker is bringing blacks around to rent rooms in the ghetto. They wouldn't dare bring them blacks to where he lives.
John, I'm surprised somebody hasn't looked into that for some sort of discrimination or something, that the whites are being steered here and the blacks are being steered here.
Is the government going to sue itself? The government's not going to sue itself.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is blacks could look into that and probably raise hell, because what's happening is the government on the very quietly is adhering to the reality of this. These people aren't destructive. These people are.
Well, I guess if they did
John, I got a question, John.
What's up?
John, I done been to the monuments a couple times, but you know where the Lincoln Monument at to the left, like it's Frederick Douglass' house. That's like the ghetto, man. Ain't it? Because Frederick Douglass, it's real close to the monuments.
Yeah, but the Frederick Douglass house is in Southeast, if I'm not mistaken. What you're talking about, that's in the ghetto. That's close to me, but it's gentrifying very rapidly now, and so
because it's real close, John, to the monuments.
Yeah, I mean DC's
Because
very
I took
small.
my kids there, and I walked down the street across the street to the Frederick Douglass house, and I seen it. So it must be two parts because that
No,
area
it must
kind of
be-
big. It's kind of big. Yeah.
It must be another one because you couldn't have walked to the one that's over here in Southeast from the National Mall. That would be a very long way to walk. So maybe they got something else down in town, but his official house is over here in Southeast DC.
What's
You
the
know.
neighborhood like around his official house?
It's crazy. The neighborhood is it's called Anacostia, where his
Is it being gentrified?
it's gentrifying very rapidly. So the houses, a lot of them, it's downhill from me, right? So my neighborhood sits up higher than Anacostia, and so there are a lot of, I guess it goes back in history to like where they were more wood houses as opposed. There are a lot of wooden
Is it
shotgun.
like a mini mansion, John? It's like a
think it's
mini
a-
mansion, right? It's kind of big.
Yeah, it's big. Yeah, the Frederick Douglass
Yeah.
house.
Okay, I seen it. Okay, I misplaced. Okay, I seen it. That was the one I seen.
So they have a lot of those because it's like down in the, what do they call it, down in the valley type, as opposed to me, I'm in the heights and the classic down in the valley. So it's a lot of wood frame houses, not all of them, a little bit smaller houses, smaller lots and stuff like that. But it is gentrifying very rapidly because it's across the river from the baseball stadium. And that's where the blacks were marauding last night. All around the waterfronts here in DC, the blacks marauded from one neighborhood to the next, from waterfront to the next here. But yeah, this is very interesting here, Brave. This drug addict, he's a recovering drug addict, white man, poor, probably been poor all his life.
There's a perfect here.
Look,
Well, what's your name?
John Galt.
John Galt?
The urban landlord on YouTube.
Well, I gotta get going. Like I said.
Nice meeting you, bro.
All right.
Good luck to you.
I get it.
Need $1? I'll give you $1.
Yeah.
$2. You're lucky.
he didn't even ask me for anything, Brave.
No, I'm telling you, that's what I'm trying to tell people. White trashes are vastly superior to black trash. They just are. I ain't saying that to be an asshole. We got to look into this because white trashes are getting running. The black trash and the black 70%ers are using white trash for a cover, like white trash are doing all this and that. I'm going, no, they're not. No whites are doing what you blacks are doing. No, none. Look how pleasant that fellow was. Look at the other black dude that was on there you had. Talking about kill the baby. Kill the fucking baby. I'll be fucking you. That's all that matters. I'll be fucking you. What? Nice thinking, man. Jesus.
Man, imagine if your mama heard that, Be Brave. Come on now. How you gonna talk like that? Imagine your mama watching this and hearing you say stuff like that. I feel embarrassed. I can't talk like that.
Bray, I didn't even get a chance to finish playing the niggas. So many niggas on here. Bray, listen to them.
Nigga, that's a phone. Not.
Ask them what they think of family.
Oh, hold on.
But it's on all day. You can call me if you
I want you to hear what he.
I like. Listen, I started working on people's cars. What's your name? Alibaba Hassan. Okay, where you from? Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Oh, you what is it, 5%ers? I was born to security on. Personally, my story is a little.
I want you to hear this, Brave.
I met my mom probably at 5. Like I see my mom a lot. I was seeing my mom a lot, but I actually started to get integrated because she was on drugs. So when I really met her, coming up off it, and drug abuse in the 90s was a thing. Yeah, it was a thing.
Yeah, everybody was doing it. Yeah, everybody was. The whole fucking country was going down the drain. Not just blacks alone. God damn. Everybody was doing drugs.
Brave, it gets so much better, Brave. it gets so much better. I'm going to really explain to you. It gets so much better. You don't have to sit down, Brady. Listen.
Kids don't mind. So I really raised myself. Got a little bit of a better understanding of it. I'm from a grassroots. I'm from a real life, like one of them. How can I word this?
Dumbass.
I'm a former Division I athlete.
Where?
Delaware State University.
Okay. All right.
I'm a Hornet. I transferred because my coach was trying to be my damn dad. Graduated.
Somebody's always fucking with him, John.
Went to Shaw University.
Somebody's always fucking
I'm
with
trying to
him.
further my education.
Yeah.
Shaw is in
North Carolina.
Let me get to the good part, Brave. I'm going to fast forward a bit. I want you to hear him talking about work, Brave. How the fuck is Brave?
You gonna prove my point again?
Again, Brave. I want you to
Crabtree. Like right when you get off Crabtree Boulevard.
I'm not very familiar, but go ahead.
I'm just trying,
Yeah.
But yeah, like went to Shaw, played another year.
Okay. Let's see. I want you to listen. He's going to explain to you what the black man is up against.
Oh God, let's hear this. Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Son of a bitch.
I'm about to call
It's a whole nother ball game. But it's a whole other thing.
Right.
Learned a lot down there. Stayed down there for 8 years. Started working construction. Types of games and shit. I'm a gamer. So, like.
I missed something. Hold on, listen to this.
Started working on people's cars and doing crawl space. And
what's your given name?
Alibaba Hassan.
Oh, your parents were in the movement
from birth.
Did your parents ever tell you about Move?
He didn't know about
black people in Philadelphia.
Damn.
Son of a bitch, man.
Damn, come on here. What the fuck? What in the fuck? Yo, what the fuck?
You never heard of this shit?
Said Move?
There's a whole fucking Netflix documentary on this shit.
I don't know what the fuck.
Google that shit and look me up too. I'm John Galt, the urban landlord.
Listen, when I walked by you the first time and shit, I was just coming in here to make sure that my job was still intact.
You work here, busboy?
Yeah, I just got my job back actually because I'm a persistent human.
What happened? What happened? Well, what you mean you just got your job back?
A year ago they fired me because language barriers and shit like that.
Language barriers? You speak English.
The poppies in there didn't like me, but everybody else.
Spaniolas.
Yeah. The poppies didn't like me, but they fired me.
What are poppies?
Said Hispanolas. I said, nigga, you speak English. What the fuck do you mean, language barrier? He said the poppies didn't like me. Blacks call poppies Hispanic. Poppy is daddy or something in Hispanic. I don't know what the fuck it means.
So he lost his job because of a language barrier that he made up in his fucking mind?
It's a little bit deeper than that, Brady.
Go ahead.
I'm a landlord. I've dealt with a lot of blacks across industries. What has happened, Brave, is that the blacks are persona non grata in the restaurant industry, by and large here. By and large.
In a lot of industries. Go ahead.
Okay, but by and large, when motherfucker got in just what a nigga is might have his hands on, persona non grata. You understand?
Yeah.
Right?
Especially the way they're all talking about Whitey these days. Go ahead.
The way they're talking about Whitey, they're in DC, they've been in DC, New York in particular, probably Philadelphia as well. Those are the extreme cities where real high-end dining, Boston the same. The restaurants more or less put the blacks, if they're going to have them, they're going to have them in the back of the house. You're not going to have some angry ass black in the front of the house talking about disrespect, you touch me, shit like that. These are $400 or $500 tickets. Average ticket at some of these restaurants might be $300-$400. You understand, Bray? And so you gotta put your best foot forward, your best face forward. And here's a guy that can't work in the front of the house, or he's trying to work in the front of the house, but and he's going to explain it here later. But he can't interact with the people in the back of the house. So the Spanish people are so valuable, even at this mid-tier, low-tier restaurant. that they force him out. They want to work with their own people where there's no language barrier. You understand? They're not dealing with customers. They're dealing with line preps, people that's preparing the food. There are no chefs in here. These are just line cooks. And here he was a food runner. And he couldn't effectively work with these people, so they push him to the front of the house. And that's what he's explaining here. So after a year, he finally got his job back. But they said, we can't let you work with the Hispanics. They don't want to work with you. We'll let you deal with the customers, the few little black customers that still come in here, and then liberal white women. We'll see if you can deal with them. This is one of those boom shakalaka places, Brave. You may not be familiar with that. Boom shakalaka is, that black poetry, love, playing music and, snapping their fingers and reading poetry type place.
Okay.
It's a black radical place. The Cornel West, the who else, Sister Soldier type people. It's a white bookstore. They have all black radical books, but it's owned by a Jewish person. Ironically enough, his name is Andy Shalal. And so he opened up this black radical place. But of course, he did it in a very gentrifying neighborhood. About half a block from here, a black girl was killed over sweet and sour sauce. 14 years old, Brave.
How long ago was that?
Let me see. I can show it to you. Unbelievable. And the girl that killed her is out of jail now. It was probably a couple of years ago. Let's see.
Jesus Christ.
Sweet and sour sauce killing, DC. And you'll see that here, Brave. Look at this, Brave. Take a look at this. Check a look. Look at this, Brave.
The family of 16-year-old Naima Lagon, who was fatally stabbed outside a Northwest DC McDonald's last August, reacting to a judge's decision to give the 16-year-old suspect in this case the maximum.
I'm right up the block from here, Brave. Live streaming. Where this little girl was killed over sweet and sour sauce here.
Sentence. The suspect will remain in DYRS custody until her 21st birthday.
For this to happen, it hits me hard because I was not able to protect her.
I think I feel relieved. One, that this has come to a close.
Brave, you don't even know why she was killed, do you?
Yeah, you said over hot sauce. I mean,
nigga, you think that black girl was killed over sweet and sour sauce? Come on now, Brave. Get the fuck out of here. Come on.
I can picture it though. Tell me what's happening. What's going on?
All right.
But I can picture that, yes. I think they could kill each other over a fucking argument over sweet and sour. Yeah, I do.
No. I mean, that's what the news reported.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at this woman here. Even with the weave in her head, she's not ugly. She's not some big fat blubber-faced black woman.
No, is that weave? You think that's fake hair?
Yeah, that's fake hair. Okay. But nonetheless, she's trying to mimic her own hairstyle.
Well, at least they're doing that. Bless her heart.
Right? You understand? Like, now look at her daughter mimicking her own hairstyle. Look at the complexion, Brave. You see the complexion? Fairly light skin. Look at the little girl. Look at the little girl. Let me see if they had a picture. The little girl. Look at the neighborhood they were in. You see the white woman. Look, Brave. Look at that white woman right there. Look at that white woman. Look at that white woman. That's the McDonald's where the sweet and sour sauce incident started. This is look at them buildings all around, Brave. This high-end area, Brave. Right? You understand this?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
So this nigger and her black-ass friends come into DC. The black friend probably is ugly, dark-skinned, fat black girl. And she's hanging out with this cute little girl whose family has moved out of the ghetto and moved far away from niggers. They live in Waldorf, Maryland. They moved out of Black PG County, which is used to be the most black affluent county in this area, in the country. But it got so bad and violent that they had to move out of that motherfucker and move even further away from DC. But her daughter, on the night before school, the first day of school, she wanted to come and hang out with the bad blacks. And she came into DC 40 miles away. And this jealous, angry black girl killed her. The news says over sweet and sour sauce, but it goes deeper than that.
It hits me hard because I was not able to protect her.
I think I feel relieved, one, that this has come to a close. Two, that we got the maximum, which was, her to be in a facility until she was
Is that
21.
fake hair too, John?
All of that's fake. Yeah, all this shit's fake. This may be, I can't tell, Brave. It's probably fake, but let's just go with it's fake.
All right.
Until proven otherwise.
And
Yeah, it's probably fake, Brave.
I feel like, this still isn't enough.
Prosecutors say 16-year-old Naima.
So this is a little gay girl, but she's still kind of cute. You understand? So she probably still gets the attention of some boys.
Uh-huh.
And so she's hanging out probably with a poor, black, unattractive black girl. She's angry, jealous of her.
Well, who's calling her gay at 16? Her parents?
No, this girl is gay. She's gay. I can look at her and tell she's gay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, she's
Okay.
gay. Right? And she's hanging out with other little black girls, and they're jealous of her. Her family's doing a little bit better than they are. And over a little simple argument, they decided to kill her. And there was another black girl with her. I think that, hid information, didn't tell, or whatever.
Lagon was stabbed by a friend after an argument over sweet and sour sauce. During today's sentencing, prosecutors say the 16-year-old suspect showed no remorse for stabbing and killing Naima. They pointed to text.
See that, Brave?
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
No remorse.
They were friends, nigga. Do you understand what the fuck I'm talking about?
I'm getting it now. Yeah, I'm getting it now. Yeah, we going to colorism here, John, and jealousy and everything else.
Economics, class, and color.
But the news has to make it look like sweet and sour stabbing.
Yeah, like.
Is there any way they could possibly say she was jealous of her, so she killed her because she was prettier? News can't say that.
No, they can't say that, bro. They can't say that now. But the blacks know. The mama know. The mother knows, bro.
Messages, they say the defendant sent immediately after the stabbing. Prosecutors also used video surveillance to show the defendant had the opportunity to walk away or could have went inside to get more sweet and sour sauce.
That's how you know it when no sweet and sour sauce, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? I know niggas.
Yeah.
I know niggas very well. That nigga could have went back inside and got more, could have got an armload full, truckload full of sweet and sour sauce. But she did not do it. She did not walk away. She stabbed her over it. If you think it was over sweet and sour sauce, then you think that Carmelo killed Anthony over he didn't want to get rained on. It goes so much deeper in that, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Much deeper.
I see. Now.
I think the parents talk about this here.
I don't know what this young lady went through. I don't know what her life experience was, but I know that she committed a crime and she took someone away from my family.
That she called a friend.
The
Heard that, bro?
Yes, it's just a pathetic goddamn thing of fucking looking for an answer in the fucking child's past rather than just call people fucking animals. It'd be nice if they just say there's a whole lot of animals in your culture and get to it. That's what would be nice. That's what would help.
And what you're seeing, Brave, is like all kind of bonds being broken. These niggas don't really have friends. There is no true definition of a friend. Here are two teen girls on the night before school killing each other, nigga. Over sweet and sour, or what is being reported is over sweet and sour sauce. And there are no bonds here if you can kill someone over that, bro.
Argued the suspect pulled a knife in self-defense only because two people were attempting to jump her. They also brought up different triggers.
Doesn't that sound like the Austin Metcalf situation? Two people attempting to jump her. So I go straight to the knife and just stab one of them.
And trauma the 16-year-old was dealing with prior to the altercation. The 16-year-old
She's dealing with trauma, Bray, prior to the altercation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you live around blacks, you're traumatized. It's not complicated. Everywhere they go, everywhere these young people go, there's psychopath goddamn adults around them talking like goddamn fools, acting like idiots, hollering over every little thing and just violent as hell. If they ain't violent, they talk violent. Hell, that little girl didn't have a chance. No wonder she killed somebody. She was out of. That's why I say black culture is nothing but a psychological wrecking ball for children.
Give me 1 second, Bray. Hold on for 1 second, Bray. I got something else for you, Bray. I got to show you this fat black trying to process a passport on Gopuff just a few minutes ago. Have mercy, Bray. Have mercy.
Yeah, no, these black kids are being raised around animals, man. 70% of blacks are out of their fucking minds, folks. And you think these kids aren't suffering from that? You think these little kids, these little 7-year-olds that grow into 10-year-olds, that grow into 16-year-old kids aren't completely fucking screwed up by the time they get through with these goddamn black adults around them? Jesus Christ. And for Stanley to say, who cares about him? I don't care about him either. I just want the goddamn finger pointed where it belongs. That's what I'm saying. You black bastards, start pointing your finger somewhere. God damn it. That lady, when she was talking, I'm not sure what she went through. Shut the hell up. Why would you care? She killed your daughter. If somebody killed my daughter, I wouldn't care what she went through. I just want to kill her myself. I want the child dead. She executed my daughter. Execute the child when they get them of age. Jesus Christ. What'd she go through? Jesus, that's sickening. I'm not sure. Poor her.
Bray, now, you know I got so much ammunition, Bray. I should call this little sweet white girl right now. Poor white trash. Poor white trash, Brave. She's a stripper, as the niggas like say. She a stripper, Brave. She stripped for a living. First thing this morning, she texted me. She said, "Hi, Mr. Jungle. I have the rent for you. Just let me know. I worked all night. Just let me know when you want to come pick it up." White girl, poor white trash. And then I have a black guy text me saying, "Hey man, didn't make any money last night. I tried to get it today." It's just on and on it goes, Brave.
Never ends. Whites are performers, folks. You black people owe whites reparations the way we take care of your black asses. You owe the white culture reparations. Taking care of your food, your housing, your women, your health care, everything we do for you black people. And you want payment from us? Fucking hell, our white trash even are fucking up and running. Go ahead,
Brave,
John.
you saw that motherfucker, that drug addict motherfucker. I don't know if you heard him say that somebody threw him down on the ground. Did you hear him say that, Brave?
I heard a little scuffle or something. Yeah, what was it?
So what he was saying is that I know what was going on here. He was accused of stealing, Brave, and some black security guard just smashed his ass to the ground. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So, that's really what he's saying. That's why he got the scar on his forehead there. That was the. Yeah. Let me show you this, Brady. This just happened today. Let me see if I can share it to you. Before I get back to them YNs and shit. Let me see. Where is it? Tab? No, it's not there. Cancel. Let's see. Share my screen. Share my screen. Just send it to myself. Let's see. I want to show this to you, Brad. Oh, geez, I gotta show this to you. I hope I don't have to send it to myself. Where is it? Okay. Let me see. Okay, how do I do that? Oh, sorry. I know how to do it, Brad. Sorry, my bad. View. Okay, yeah, I got it now, Brad. I got it now, Brad. Give me 1 second. It's coming up here. Let's view. Open. Make sure it's open. Give me 1 second, Brad. This just happened today, Brad. Let me see if I can share. Oh, yeah. Screen mirroring. That's not it. Screen mirroring. All right. Take a look at this, Brad. Start broadcast. All right. Okay, now I got it. Window. It should be here. Oh, it's on the screen. Okay, it's on my screen. All right, let me go photos. Okay, let me share my entire screen here. Brave. Look at this. Look at this big fat ass woman trying to process a damn Gopuff order. Let me see if I can get it to the front. Hold on, I don't want to do this. Look at this, Brave. You see her all the way up there, Brave? You see her walking up to the car, look up to my house.
Okay, yes.
Look at just big, fat, walking slow. Yeah, I got it. Just look how big and fat, Brave.
Don't even have any kind of work shoes on, dumbass. She's not walking all day long. She's got them dumb shoes on. Stupid fucking people, man. Stupid.
Oh, Brave.
Low IQ right there, John.
Oh no, hanging out the window.
Last person came, didn't even show up and shit. They sit right there and didn't even get out the car. Lazy as hell.
She can't figure that, Brave. Let me see. Look how long it's taking to figure this shit out. She can't figure it out.
Don't they show them how to do it before they go out in the field?
I'm sure they do, Brave. Listen.
This worked before?
Listen.
This worked before?
Yeah.
Yeah, was this what they scanned? I never did a passport.
It's every time they come, Brave. The last motherfucker just pulled off, didn't even attempt to make the delivery. Yes.
Do it.
They need to do a better app for the passport and shit. All I do.
It was programmed for drivers.
Yeah. She made this school. I get put in some fake data in there. What they usually do, they can get this.
Your first name is Marcus?
Yep.
Then she goes on.
26 April 2018.
She can't figure this.
26 April 2018.
So what she just read there, Brave? She read the fucking app the day that passport was issued. And she said, your passport expired. These niggas are so dumb, Brave. Listen.
I can't believe that.
Are you?
Well, what you think in 2028 then?
Something about endorsement. I don't know what that means.
That's probably know it.
In Washington, D.C., wouldn't they be accustomed to dealing with passports as ID?
Well, what I think is happening, Brave, is that they are sending the blacks into the ghetto to do the deliveries. Understand?
Right. Yeah, I do. Yeah, they send a white woman, she might be in trouble.
Right. So many of the blacks don't have passports, so they're not, their customer base that she's serving mostly have IDs of some sort, driver license type IDs, and so they're not practicing on the regular IDs, if that make on anything but the driver's licenses. So whenever they encounter a passport, it's like, what the fuck is this? I don't know what this is, And so it's just it's another example. They're not taking their job seriously. They show up in flip flops. They'll cancel your order on you. Then they just have to go back out there and do it again, which costs them money. And it's just another. It's it's just never ending.
It doesn't. I know. It's what, you know.
And so listen to this guy, Brave. We haven't even gotten to the meat of this shit, Brave. Listen.
No, I was working as a food runner, but you know, I was working as a food runner. Now I'm a server because I know the whole menu now. But in the same sense, I've been trying to get back into this place for a little while because it's eclectic.
Right.
It's one of the places that I.
Do you know what he about to say now, Brave? You don't even know yet, do you?
No, I do not. Let's hear it.
Do you know what eclectic means, Brave?
Yes. Wide variety of interests.
Uh-huh. Now, remember I told you this bookstore is primarily Black focused, right? It's a bookstore / restaurant with all these Sister Soldier, you know, Cornel West, Black radical philosophers. You understand?
Uh-huh.
That's the books that are sold in here. And so what type of people will come here? Black radical women, right? And so listen to what he says.
I could get money and be some bitches. Come on, man.
I want to stop it. I keep stopping it, Brave. You probably heard Blacks talk about get money, get money. You ever heard Blacks talk that way, Brave?
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure I have. Get money. I probably don't hear it as often as you do.
Well, how do you get money, Brave?
Well, you work.
Well, why don't they talk about I'm going to work? I got to go to work, make some money.
Oh, you're talking about getting money from the bitches?
Well, they are, more or less removing the aspect of work in their language and in their behavior.
Okay, all right.
So I'm going to get money, nigga. I'm hustling, fucking bitches.
They can't even say the word fucking work. They can't. Okay, yeah, that's interesting, John. I guess.
Work, right? You understand the connection between work and getting money? They've removed that. It's all about just getting money. You understand? Get money. They have rap songs called "Get Money." All my niggas get money. They're not talking about working to get money. It's just by any means necessary hustling. Listen.
And you know me, man. That's part of the reason why I came back. Shit, I've been single for 23 hours. So I ain't even mad. So me personally,
So listen, you didn't hear what he said? He said, I came back here to work because there's bitches in here. You didn't hear him say that. I think, let me play it back again. I came back here because there's bitches in here.
I heard him say something about bitches.
Yeah, he said, nigga, it be bitches in here. That's why I came back, nigga. To be honest.
That got nothing to do with feeding himself, huh? Buying a home, perhaps, or, paying for rent. Jesus, God damn. Fucking son of a bitch.
You know me, man. That's part of the reason why I came back. Shit, I've been single for 23
You heard it,
hours.
Brave?
So I ain't even mad. So me personally, not really trying to, I'm just going, I'm gonna give myself some, some grace and give myself some time to get over my little situation. And if I'm getting a little shorty, what happened? We don't see eye to eye. We don't even see eye to foot. So what happened? What's the reason though? A little bit of everything. I can't really place my finger on one thing because then I'm gonna start seeing all the bad shit that she is and all the bad shit that I am. I'm not perfect in my situation. I'm not perfect.
Yo, keep your finger on the screen so it don't go what you call it. So it don't go. You see that move right there? You ever heard of move, man? Your
Hell no.
They gonna say documentary on that shit.
Damn, I ain't never known. I ain't know nothing about this.
How old are you?
34.
There you go.
Listen, all I do is play video games and play basketball. I play video games and basketball. I'm about to start streaming.
What you gonna stream about?
Either I'm gonna stream about regular life, my Call of Duty experiences, and shit. I play all types of games and shit. I'm a gamer. So
think about Pop the Balloon, Brave. What do they talk about they doing on Pop the Balloon?
All kinds of stupid shit that doesn't add up to nothing, and something that makes them sound more important than they fucking are.
And so what did he say he want to do? What did he say he's going to do?
Same shit, talking like he's going to be famous for fucking getting on a stream and fucking making money at gaming. Jesus goddamn Christ, man. God damn, these motherfuckers make you sick to your stomach, John. Oh, fuck.
He said, all I do is play video game, basketball. That's what he said. He's a 34-year-old man, Brave.
I told you. They owe whites money, John. We take care of them like children. We've spoiled it. We've spoiled the black race in this country. Whites have. We've spoiled them. Here's a classic example. 35 fucking years old, ain't got the brain of a fucking 15-year-old. God damn.
Oh, Brave. Oh, Brave. It gets Brave. It gets so much worse. We ain't even got to the YNs yet, Brave.
With these older gamers like me, we play games like, we might pull out the GameCube, the Dreamcast, right, the old Game Boy with the great action with the 4 batteries, like the old shit. So to get people to actually get a feel for what actually gaming is, I from the grassroots gaming, I used to game when it was just Super Mario.
Hey, does he think the black woman is God or no?
Me personally, I know that it's an avenue for that.
Yo, people want to know, you like sister gals or what? You like sister gals?
I like what like me. I like. Listen, I saw a fat bitch earlier. She was fat as shit, but she was pretty as shit. Ain't gonna sit there and say I wasn't feeling it. You gotta like what you. Mind you, she was feeling it. Like she was on me. Mind you, I'm dirty as shit and off of work. I work construction sometimes. I just got a construction job, came here. I'm a hustler. Women pick up on stuff like that.
You heard that, Brave?
And this nigga on his shit. Like, all right, this man is a man's man. Like, right. I work cross space.
All right, let me get through this, Brave. Like I said, he's not a bad guy all around, but there's just a lot of things missing.
Everything he's saying is pathetic. Everything if my son was talking like that at fucking 35, I'd bust him upside his fucking head.
He's come from a very difficult circumstances.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Hell, that don't matter. He can talk the English language. You can fucking write.
There's no such thing.
Hold on.
It's privacy. Right? You're not private. I'm not private.
Here comes the white. Here come the YNs, Brave. I'm gonna take it down at some point. I'll put it back up and take it down. I don't want to be showing too much of these young niggas. Let's go. I just want you to hear a couple things here, Brave. Let's take it on. They're going to talk to you about how they loot and everything, Brave, which is very interesting, and how they dispose of their loot. You're going to see some interesting things here. I'm going to point out if it ever will load here. What is going on?
What are you talking about? Did you say loot as in L-O-O?
L-O-O-T. Here.
Money?
No, here. You ever heard of flash mobs, Brave?
Yes.
Okay, so
loot is stolen goods?
Right. So they're going to be describing what they do with their flash mobs.
My little nigga.
Right here.
My little nigga. I might be renting y'all niggas one day. I might be renting these little niggas one day.
My youngin on the box. Got the box.
Nigga, you on the back. We got a nigga on the box. Show us the box, little nigga. Show us the box, little nigga. That nigga got that box. Let me see the box. Let me see the box, Wayne. Put your foot on the table, Wayne. Hey, we're gonna put this nigga cash out, but you nigga got cash out. Hey, how many of you niggas on the box? Any nigga on the box, we putting cash out, sir. We reward bad behavior, nigga. How many of you niggas on the box like this motherfucker? Y'all little niggas, y'all ain't no, this the only little YN we got right here, real nigga. Real niggas. Nigga, cut that bitch off. Nigga, you need a blade? Nigga, cut that bitch off. Go ahead, nigga, cut that bitch off. I just fuck with, don't cut that bitch off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Put that bitch up here on the table. Hey, you go ahead and tell them niggas give me a bill. Go ahead and tell them niggas bring me a number. Y'all ain't shit. Tell the nigga out here say you want to know. Y'all, I better buy one of these little white niggas a bill. I have another. Hey. That's all right. Yeah, one more. All right, hey, put that motherfucking box up on the table, man. That's good content. Put that box up on. That nigga took the box out. That nigga took the box out. He took that bitch out. He took that bitch out. Why double million?
Hold up. God damn. Oh, we don't let it.
He took that box out. Put that box up on. That nigga took the box out.
You see that box, Bray? That's the box right there. You ever seen a box before, Bray?
No, I mean, I've seen a box, yeah, but I guess in black language, I've never seen a box. According to black.
Nigga, I'm on the box. Look at that box, Bray.
Put that box up on.
There it is right there, Bray. For those of you who never seen a motherfucker on a box.
What are we talking about, John? I'm clueless here. This black culture's got me. It's like, you know, it's a different world. I know, but god damn.
Ooh, Bray. Oh, Bray. Bray, he said, what we looking at? You don't know what you're looking at, Bray?
No, I don't. It looks like a table with a glass on it or something. I don't know.
All right, let me see.
Oh, is that a tit I see popping out there?
No, so look,
just out of the screen.
Look, up on the upper right, there's a upper right window. In the bottom right-hand corner of the upper right window, that's the ankle bracelet he just took off. Right? I'm gonna see if I can go back again.
Oh, I got it. I see it. Okay, got it.
Look, and we play it again. Let's see.
Yeah, I got it. I seen it.
So the guy taking it off is the one in the back with the gray hoodie.
Okay.
Listen. He said, you want to know. Y'all did here. I said, buy one of these little white niggas a bill. I have another. Hey. It's like, one more. One more. All right, hey, put that motherfucking box up on the table, man. That's good content. Put that box up on. That nigga took the box out.
You saw it, Brady? He took it off, put it on the table.
Okay.
That nigga took the box out.
He had it right there in his hand. Look.
That nigga took the box out. That nigga took the box out.
There it is right there, Brady. It's in his hand. It's like a big ass watch for your leg to go around your leg.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
It's like a hip.
Jesus Christ.
He took that bitch out. Oh. Why double million? Hey, you better put that bitch back on, man. You better put that back on, boy. How you cut this shit off? How you get it off? You cut it out. Oh, this little nigga. This little nigga done cut the motherfucking box off. This little nigga, you box off. Say what? When you cut it off? You just cut it off? You ain't charged it up?
He said, I said, nigga, you cut it off. He said, nigga, been dead anyway. I ain't even charged this motherfucker.
I've been on the box before. I know you're supposed to charge that bitch every night when you go to sleep. Put your leg up and charge that bitch up, huh? You don't be charging your shit up. Hey, let that little Wayne get up here at the seat right here. Hey, nigga, it's a new generation. Hell yeah. Little Wayne, hey, this little nigga done cut his
I'm gonna
box.
pause it for 1 second. I'm gonna put it up on the screen, Brave. Now, when you look at this little boy right here, this is probably the best of all of them. You understand, Brave?
Jesus, really? No kidding.
That's in this nigga on the box. And somebody saw fit to give him braces. You understand? He got more money, probably cares a little bit about him.
Braces, hell, the government gave them to him. What do you mean somebody gave him one?
Somebody saw fit to even take the nigga to get the braces. Shit, the bar low. I understand. They ain't nobody paid for them, but they took him. They saw the value in getting them. And they took him to every appointment he needed to go to, or he went. Now, why he went, he's going to tell you why he got the braces. Listen.
Make sure I put it back on that, nigga.
Yeah, I don't even thought I put it back on this.
Put this up on the table, nigga. Look at that bitch.
Here's the box again. Look. It's right in the table. Look.
No, that bitch. Cut off.
Been cut off.
Ain't cut off.
See, now they got cameras on that bitch. That's a camera on the box.
Jesus Christ.
When I had it, they ain't had cameras on the motherfuckers.
Y'all ain't fucking with that bitch. Shit, I'm gonna hang that bitch right here like a headphone.
You see little nigga laughing, break. Nothing serious.
What's your stream? You streaming? You said.
Hey, shit, we get live on this motherfucker. Get live on this motherfucker.
Bray, I'm gonna pause for 1 second. I want to show you something. Look at this shit, Bray. Look at the top left corner. You see that?
Okay. Yeah.
You see that? What you see?
Look like a kid at a table or something like that, right?
How do you think that little kid is? He's about 9 o'clock.
I'll go for that. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Young kid.
I think they say it was
shoot somebody.
I think they say it was 6 or 7. You understand? 6 or 7.
Uh-huh.
I want you to keep listening to what they're talking about.
We're gonna go round table. What's your name?
Say, come on.
Juan. How old are you, young man? Man, bro,
I'm 15.
Bro, you need to charge that motherfucker up.
But you let me hit this out on God.
I've been on that box now, bro. Honestly, bro, young nigga.
Did you understand what he just said?
Fuck no. Fuck no, man. These motherfuckers all.
You let me hit this out on God.
Bray, come on now, Bray. Much as you be talking about niggas, you better listen.
Bro, you need to charge that motherfucker up.
But you let me hit this out on God.
And one more time. He said, "You got me in the czar on God."
If you held a gun to my head, I couldn't have guessed that. Jesus fucking Christ, man. God damn. But there's no problem. Just because you don't live around them doesn't mean they're spreading. No, you don't live around them. It's okay. Pay no attention to them. These motherfuckers are a cancer on the American culture, folks. Rat ass fucking human beings, man.
Oh, Zah, oh God. Do you know what Zah is, Bray?
Hell no. Was that some black dot or something like that, or what?
God you don't know about that Zaza?
No. Is it a youthful thing or is it a black thing? I don't know.
Oh, bro.
I'm 15.
Bro, you need to charge that motherfucker up.
But you let me hit this out on God.
I've been on that box now, bro. Honestly, bro, young nigga, I'm gonna tell you. Bro. Like, I cut this motherfucker for real.
Get on the bottom. This drove off, but you gotta cut it off. I cut it off from the bottom right here. You see?
I gotta show you shit, bro. He's saying, I cut this bitch off from the bottom, nigga. Nigga, on God, nigga, on Zah, nigga, Zaza.
What the fuck?
You don't know about this.
What the fuck's that mean? God damn. Oh, Stanley says, black culture is American culture. Right, Stanley, got it. Sure enough, buddy. Fucking Christ.
Look at you. Zaza, nigga, on God.
Swahili, I swear.
On God, bro. Zaza. That's that exotic, bro. Exotic, nigga. They smoke that exotic. That Zaza. You know, black people
That's the word to replace exotic?
Yeah, Zaza.
They just can't say exotic?
Fuck that. Hey, y'all, this shit.
It's too English?
Yeah, Zaza, nigga. Zaza.
Low IQ fucking animals is what it is.
Oh, God, nigga. Look, somebody said there's a vape shop chain called Zaza. See, there you go.
Jesus Christ.
You didn't know how bad it was, did you, Bert? You couldn't have imagined. You walk into a fucking buzz store here, bro. You probably wouldn't even expect to see no shit like that. Abortion clinic bitches on Zaza. Bray, this is in the affluent waterfront neighborhoods here in DC. Look at this shit.
Nothing's up here yet, John.
Oh shit. This is in the waterfront area of DC last night. This is what happened in Chicago as well. It's black Brave, and these are high areas. It's not the ghetto that you see these blacks. You understand that?
Yeah, John, you're borging out again.
Oh shit. Brave, can you hear me?
Yeah, now, yeah.
This is not the ghetto where these blacks are running wild. You see this, right, Brave? You see this?
Yeah, I know they did the same thing in the Magic Mile in the Streeterville in Chicago. Go right up where the money's at and destroy that shit.
Yeah, and this is the money. This is the money area that they did this in 2 neighborhoods last night in DC. Navy Yard, which is where they are right here. The baseball stadium. Matter of fact, if I were to zoom in, there's a little post right here with an end. Do you see that? You may not be able to see it on the screen. This is the subway station. So the blacks, the men from the subway, get off here and then terrorize all these people that live in these nice buildings here. You see, this is a brand new building here, and they're brand new buildings all over the place, all along the waterfront here. And so these blacks don't live there, but they are able to get there by way of that's where they're running to, is to the train station. You see this new
Yeah.
and so there you go there.
Why worry about them? You don't live around them. Jesus Christ, everywhere, every fucking hell, you'd have to be fucking 150 miles away from the animals.
There's a great. Here we go. Listen to this more. This crazy shit is going. They're gonna talk about how they loot, nigga, and steal cars. These are 15, 6, 9, 14-year-old. They about to tell you how the business works, Bray. They're gonna talk about guns and everything, Bray.
It says it. Cause I cut it right here, I can't put it back on. I be putting it back on once in a while, cause police be tweaking and stuff. So every
Bray,
time
I'm
they
sorry.
everything
I'm
I
not
try
to
to
keep
cut it.
interrupting to explain. Do you know what tweaking mean?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I think it has to do with drug design. Drug.
No. You know, they saying, I got to put my ankle bracelet back on every now and then because these police be tripping. But now they use it.
Oh, I thought he said tweaking.
He did say tweaking, but I'm putting it in our vernacular, so what you would understand. He said he police be tripping. I hear both.
That's the word for tripping?
Right. So he said they be tripping, bro. They be tweaking. And so I had to put the ankle bracelet back on, you know what I'm saying? Because they be tweaking and shit.
No, put it back on the leg. Cause they don't be checking it. The only time they check it is like once a month or so. My PO.
You gotta check in. You got PO. You gotta check in then.
I go tomorrow. I'm checking in tomorrow.
But you gonna check your leg, though, ain't it?
I'm just gonna do that time.
You heard that, Brady?
Yeah, falling off a log. Just go to jail and get your 3 hots and a meal and have somebody else take care of you. You fucking pieces of shit.
I'm just gonna do that time, my nigga.
Sure.
I do that time, my nigga.
Yeah, ain't no big deal.
Nigga, I lay down for 6 months. I don't know if you know that, Brady. That's what they call it, laying down. Now I go lay down for 6 months. What? Say what? Say less, nigga.
That's why the
I'm just gonna do that time.
Brady.
This motherfucker's gonna go out and make kids too, John. This motherfucker's gonna make kids. He can't speak the English language. It's gonna be by a fucking fat ass black woman, and he's gonna have 2 or 3 fucking kids, and we're gonna pay for everything, not only their food, heat, and housing, every goddamn thing they do. They're sucking the life out of them.
I'm just gonna do that time.
What'd you do to get on the bus?
I wasn't going to my court date.
You heard that, Brady?
What'd he say? What'd he say?
Damn, I had to translate all this shit for you. God damn it. I need a Google Ebonic translator. Listen.
What you do to get on the box?
I wasn't going to my court date.
You heard that?
I mean, he said he missed his court date, right?
I said, what you do to get on that box?
What you do to get on the box?
I wasn't going to my court date.
John, all I could understand is, I swear to God, court date. What the fuck, man?
I try one more time. God damn.
It's not. Just tell me what he said.
I am. He said, I said, what you do to get on that box, nigga? That's what I asked him.
Yeah, I heard that.
I just wasn't going to my court dates.
Oh, okay. I just want. Okay, yeah, he said it fast. It's like, God damn.
I know.
Okay,
I know. Listen.
What you do to get on the box?
I wasn't going to my court date.
You heard it?
Yeah, I heard that. Now that you, said it.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Christ.
So all he had to do was stay off that fucking ankle monitor. Just show up once a week. He said, nigga, we're going to have to follow your ass because you won't follow the basic goddamn rules. Someone said the re-education of B-Brain. You getting a master's degree today, Brain.
God damn. I'm gonna make sure I kick it back out of my brain. I don't want to remember this shit.
Listen to me, Brain.
Dylan.
You heard that? You heard that?
Yeah, I heard it.
What did he say? What did he say?
I don't know. I just heard him mumble something. God damn.
You get your fucking PhD, and now I want you, every time that motherfucker mumble, I want you to think about that white man that was slammed to the ground and had a mark on his forehead. And you think about the difference, bro. A drug addict versus a 15-year-old with all the benefits, no drugs in this nigga brain, only marijuana. Listen, bro.
What's my court date? I was responsible. Dylan. Lulu and shit. Like Lulu.
You heard that? No, let me think.
I heard stealing.
Now I'm about to bring, I'm about to bring you, Brave, all the headlines wrapped up into a visual. All over the country, blacks have been looting Lululemons. And for those of you that wonder, why the fuck are they selling women's yoga pants and what are they doing with them? You about to hear it all here, Brave. It's just for you, Braves. Exclusive to Brave here.
Dylan. Lulu and shit. Like Lululemon. I was boosting it.
Oh, Lululemon.
Yeah, I was boosting.
Y'all like losing that bitch.
Yeah, you like boosting like
What are you?
You heard me say, I said, y'all nigga was
all them yoga pants.
you hear me say, y'all nigga was looting yoga pants from Lululemons? Brave, I don't know if you noticed, these fucking yoga pants cost about, I don't know, $125, $150. You know
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it a bit.
You know what yoga pants are, Brave?
Yes, I've only done 20 streams on the women who like to look like whores while they're wearing them.
But you know, these pretty white women, Brave. Oh,
I know, they're doing it too. Yes,
Oh,
this is
Lord
what
have mercy.
whites do this too.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Do you know, you ever heard of a lady named Karina Vetrano, Brave? Do you know who that is?
No, I don't.
Brave. We're going way down in the water. Way down in the water. Brave. This is Karina Vetrano. You see her? Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on my soul. Here is Karina Vetrano. Have mercy. So, you see that, Brave?
Yeah, she ain't that pretty. Why, she's supposed to be pretty.
Yeah, she's a nice looking woman. And yeah, Brave.
No, yeah, she ain't bad. She ain't bad, but it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing to fucking be something on a headline front runner. I suppose if she's kind of black though. You got to
haunting
Look at that, Brave.
of Karina Vetrano.
Shit, nickel. You crazy motherfucker.
Taking just
Have mercy on my soul. The Lord is my shepherd.
Oh, I thought she was some kind of star or something. Oh, I see what we're getting at. Okay.
Just an average white woman. Look at it, Brave. Have mercy. Look at that hair. Look at them legs. Gotta make a nigga go crazy, bro.
On a remote jogging trail, shown for the very
God,
first time, uncovered.
Look at her, bro. There she goes.
These are the last haunting images of Karina
Yes.
Vetronova.
Yes, yes.
Taken just minutes before.
Yes. Look at her, Bray. You never heard of her, Bray?
Do what? What's that, John?
You never heard of her, Brave?
Fuck no.
Online attempts to mount a defense fund for the suspect in the rape.
Is that the rich girl that was raped and murdered?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, hell, that was like what, year and a half ago, something like
That's
that.
a few years ago. Listen, look at this shit, Bray.
How long
Murder
ago?
of a Queens jogger.
Oh, this is probably 4 or 5 years ago. I was living in New York. I was in New York for it's 8 years ago. Damn.
Were unfairly scuttled by the host sites. Supporters of Chanel Lewis busted earlier this month.
They had a fundraiser for this nigga.
Jesus Christ.
Hmm? You see the headline right there? Fundraising for the defense of Karina Vetronova, suspected killer. You see that, Brave?
In the August 2nd murder of
Brave, why you think they fundraise for a nigga like a crazy ass nigga?
They hate fucking white people that much, John. Every bit of crazy that you see, you gotta put that right alongside with the equal hate that they have for white people.
And so now I bring you to these Lululemons, Brave.
Black shit.
You saw the,
Was he clearly convicted? I mean, what are they fundraising for?
yeah, the blacks would say he didn't do it. The blacks said he didn't do that shit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this was in New York. I was living in New York at the time. Her father showed up to court with a baseball bat. I don't know if you knew that, Brave. He like, yo,
I don't blame him. Shit. Jesus Christ.
So, Brave, back to the YNs.
I gotta get going here. I gotta get going here, John.
Let me hurry up for you.
I'll be selling that shit. Sell that shit to niggas in my school and shit. Yeah, you buy that shit for like 60. Like 200. But I sell it for cheap, for Lulu. For 60. Brooklyn. Started school league. No beef.
So he just explained to you the looting of Lululemons in the market, the aftermarket for looted goods. They loot Lululemons and sell it in their school. You understand? So the school is a criminal marketplace. You understand that, Bray?
Sure, yeah.
He just explained to you what you see on the news when the niggers go in and loot Lululemons for yoga pants. They go back to their schools and the Amazon and e-marketplace and sell this shit. Got it?
Why the fuck you transfer?
Now they're going to talk about guns.
Yeah, because the bitch in the shit. I do it. These are AC.
You like the southern rap.
Yeah, little baby.
Thank you.
Yeah. Later on, not today.
Oh, this nigga, you got
See if I get him talking about guns.
And then what y'all gonna be doing tonight?
I'm gonna still be outside, but I'm probably gonna take them down to Savannah. Take them in the house.
You gonna take that nigga all the way southeast? And then come all the way back up here?
Yeah.
Nigga, you gonna be out there by 12 o'clock tonight. Wow.
Don't take that long though. Where we gotta go? Don't take that long though.
Yeah, we be taking a train.
I knew y'all niggas be hopping the train. Y'all ain't paying for that shit.
Nah, you be having a
I mean, it's no need to pay. They don't do money for
No, you don't do shit. They're
It's
right.
not really no need to pay for it.
I can't remember the last time I paid for that motherfucker.
Yeah. I be jumping the gate off home.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes. Y'all niggas fucking bus stop.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they
Real dope here. Let me see if I can
Anyway,
find
Bray, I knew you got to go. But anyway, they talked about how they get guns, how they steal cars. I mean, these are like 14, 15. One of them is young, it's 6 years old, Bray. And man, it's just really amazing. And I don't think the blacks are either capable or willing to take on this kind of problem. You know what I mean, Brave?
John, it's I think there's something going on here that blacks are really afraid of. I think that's why the 70%, as crazy as they are, I think a lot of the 70%ers have driven themselves crazy with trying to deny what the hell their culture is about.
Yeah.
They've literally driven themselves fucking insane with denial. It's so severe. It's so sickening because it sticks out like a sore thumb from all the other groups in this country, that the 70%ers are out of their fucking minds with denial. And it's not even a matter of, I'm wondering if you like to think, well, they're lying. They're lying. They know what's true. They're lying. But I'm thinking that not only are they lying, John, but I think somewhere deep down, they're so goddamn sad that they got to fucking cope with this shit. Because you can't have everywhere you go, your young people, so many of them doing this and thinking like this and get away with it. That's why I think the 70%, I think they're lashing out at Whitey as a complete fucking denial of what the hell they're going on. It's
Brave, Brave, at the end of the segment, I asked all the little young boys, I said, I think it's been 10 or 20 years, 10 years, where do you see yourself? Almost everyone of them said basketball. NBA. Can you believe that, Brave?
Yeah. That's what they have no real no ability to really conceive reality. Everything's make believe. Yeah, I'm going to be a basketball player. Okay, got it. Mr. Make Believe. Not one of them said electrician or a carpenter or nothing. Yeah. No, I'm telling you, John. You're doing good in showing this stuff, John. Keep doing it, please. Keep doing it because this stuff right here is just, if one thing's going to happen somewhere, this is going to become more exposed, and I don't think anything's going to be done about it until the global corporate machine wants to do something about it. But at least what you're doing, John, is you're allowing people to feel better about having to get the hell away from these animals. Because there's a lot of blacks that are 30%ers, John, and the people like Stanley have them feeling guilty for what they're thinking. And the 30%ers have every right to say these fucking pieces of shit. There's nothing. The black culture sucks. And then Stanley comes in and says all blacks ain't that bad. Well, I hate to break it to you, folks. With the 70% that apologize and make excuses, and this number that are actually in this way of thinking, the black culture is not a part of American culture anymore. It hasn't been for 20 years.
You think they've created their own culture? I think so, Brave. Honestly.
Yes. And it's not even a culture; it's a cancer. But you could call a culture a counterculture.
A culture can be cancerous, right? You know what I mean? Yes, it doesn't have to be positive. It can just be. It can be a culture.
That's why I said maybe a counterculture or something. But yeah, it's a whole different culture, and we're all having to deal with it in big ways. And I just wish that I understand that. I do get where blacks like Stanley say they don't want to worry about it. I understand that. But what kills me is, hey, you people that think that don't want to worry about it. How about just letting the blacks that want to talk about it without calling them fucking it's their imagination or they're delusional or they're anti-black. I mean, if you're talking about something, when you're talking about a fucking house fire and somebody continuously starting house fires, you've got a right to talk about who's doing that without somebody like a Stanley saying, what the fuck you talking about? Most blacks don't even live in the inner city. Shut the fuck up and let blacks talk about the trash so that people can fucking at least discuss it, the reality of it. In other words, go away and live in your delusional world. But to insult people for wanting to talk about it and point it out and dissect it and be very clear about what's going on, I can't believe there's people like Stanley that want to head people off the path. Stanley wants everybody to ignore it. I'm going, no, that's not what we need. We need black people not to ignore this. even if they can't do anything about it. Don't ignore it.
Yeah, no, I definitely think looking away, and that's why I always say, Barry, don't look away. You know what I'm saying? Look away, right? It is happening, and looking away is not going to solve the problem. Brave, I wanted to ask you before you go, what do you think about the white people, the protect white Americans? What do you think about that? I know you probably come with a different perspective. Let me hear your thoughts on it.
I haven't seen it, or I haven't seen the march. Are they? I assume that it's a very peaceful gathering. Number one. Or wait a minute, is this a something that happened, or is this an organization or a movement, or what?
Well, it just happened today. It was sponsored by one of the January 6ers, and it was in response to the Carmelo Anthony murder and the blacks rallying behind Carmelo Anthony.
Right. So did they have a crowd march or a protest or a gathering or what?
It was very small, considering, you know, a lot of blacks probably are still very hesitant to protest a white issues. So there is, you know, so there were people there, but not a lot. But do you think there are any legs as white become minorities? They're going to have to protect their interests.
No, there's no legs because the reason why there's no legs is because this is an outstanding thing, and after this is done, it's going to just fizzle out. And there's no legs for this reason. Whites are afraid to talk like I'm talking. I'm not saying they need to, you know, be as forthright as I am, but they can't even get in the room, John. They can't even enter into the discussion.
Well, Brave, you know, I will say to the go ahead.
That's why we're screwed as white people. You got to at least be able to discuss and be able to have the nerve to say, man, black people are fucked up.
Well, I want you to listen to the guy that
somebody you know. What's that?
I want you to listen to the guy that held the rally, and he sounded damn near like you, Brave. I've never heard another white man talk like this, honestly. People are criticizing him.
You got him on tape?
Yeah, people are criticizing him because he's Jewish. You know, I don't know where that stands. I think
Well,
this is
they play both sides of the fence, so he's going to play it real well. But go ahead.
This is him talking about black culture and rap music, killing white people. Take a look.
Brother Austin Metcalf, who lost his life to senseless black violence. I'm here with my brother.
Did you hear that? Senseless black violence, he said.
Yeah, he actually named it.
Stadium where the blood of Austin Metcalf is still wetting the bleachers. We have an amazing crowd, people still showing up, a lot of media, lots of police presence. I just want to invoke the name of Jesus Christ over.
I'm gonna fast forward.
Lift you up.
How do you know he's a small
wave of the gold?
I think he said he's Jewish by blood, but Christian by religion or whatever. Man.
Yeah,
golden age where all of now, not only are we disappearing, but we are being attacked and murdered in the streets. These two problems are intrinsically tied, but today we're here to address and call for justice for Austin Metcalf, who was murdered in that stadium. His blood is wet on the stadium bleachers. His killer is home playing Xbox. Yeah. This is injustice. Black, white, Asian, Puerto Rican, Spanish, whatever you are, recognize injustice and don't be a coward to call it out. Today, tens of thousands should have been here. We have a great crowd. But
They're in their
fear.
cars, though. They're in their cars. They're afraid. Tell them to say it out loud.
But there is a spirit of fear that is not of God. There is a spirit of fear that is not of God that has pervaded our culture. We are fearful to walk on the streets. We're fearful to assemble.
Yeah, they're literally right there in their cars. They're afraid to stand here because those assholes get them fired from their jobs. That's the reason why. Another reason why this protest today.
All these people that agree with us, but they're in their cars right now.
At some point, he called out rap.
Yeah. Okay. I don't need to hear anymore, John. Let me tell you what's going on. Let me tell you what's going on here. Let me tell you what's going on here. It's the oldest game in the book that the small hats do. They become the head and the leader of both sides. This guy is riling up whites so that whites will somehow cause even more trouble. This guy knows what he's doing. He's a small hat. He ain't no damn Christian. Number one. Number two, he's a conniving bastard, and that's what they do. So if you had a regular white up there, that white wouldn't be, if he was saying this stuff, he wouldn't be saying it with that same tone. This guy's even adding some fucking oomph to it, and his purpose. This guy is an agent, John. He's a fucking small hat agent. That's what he is.
I don't deny that. Trump just let this guy out of prison, so there could be something to that. I don't deny that. He does bring up a regular white guy.
It does not change the fact, but they still hate this
This fucking guy is an agent. I don't trust a small hat any farther. Even if a small hat was genuine, here's what I'd say to a small hat. You're a group of conniving pieces of shit humans. Get the fuck out of this movement. Even if you're serious, I don't want to chance it or risk it, is what I would tell him. If I was in that movement, I'd say, get out of here. You're not welcome. Even if your heart is in the right place, we appreciate it. But we don't want you or your spirit or anything in here. If you back us from a distance. Quit trying to be the face of it. That he's being the face of it, this is a fucking setup, John.
But why aren't any white people here being the face, Brave? Like,
because
honestly.
that's what I said earlier. White people are subdued. This guy is the face of it because he's getting something from it. What is he getting from it? The division between whites and blacks. Who wants division between whites and blacks? Small hats.
But don't some of the whites want division too, Brave?
Yes, but the point is this guy is going to do it in a way that's going to anger whites more than. See, I'm saying whites should be looking at this more logically. They need to That's why I said don't do it like I do it. Do it logically. Step up and say stuff that you're supposed to say when you're supposed to say it. This guy is going too extreme, he's riling up too much. What this guy is doing is he's dividing. He's not uniting. I don't mind dividing. I'm all about dividing. But he's not saying anything about. He's talking about the attacks. This attacks. That's attacks. A white guy that's a leader of this could just simply point out blacks have lost their minds. We need to separate from them.
Well, he is, bro. Brave.
I know what he's saying. I know, John. I'm telling you, he's a small hat. They do it. They're famous for it. Everybody knows they do it in spades, John.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Absolutely nothing.
If you were white and said the same thing, you think it would come off better?
Yes, much better. That those whites need to tell him to get the fuck out of here. We don't need you. They need to. The Lenin said, how do you confront the opposition? Become the opposition.
Yeah.
The message today is very simple. We need justice. Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf's murderer is on the loose.
And you know what this
right here.
This is why I say
Austin
white
Metcalf's blood is still stained on the bleach.
Play us a violin. Get passionate, you piece of human shit. Here's what I'm
crying
saying.
out for justice. Kai Kendall Stadium. The
Here's what I'm
message still
saying,
on the loose.
This is why whites deserve what they get. That they continuously let these fucking small hats pull this shit on them.
This has to be a psyop, man. It has to be. People all over X were saying they weren't going to attend because a small hat was running it, dude. This is, John, you see the theatrics in that dude's voice. It's goofy as hell.
Is this of Aaron C? I don't see any names.
Yes, it is, sir.
Hey, Elvin, glad to have you up here with me. Get him, Aaron C. Get him, goddammit.
But anyway, a clear psyop. This is the important part about being J-woke. I mean, you just know. I mean, all I had to do was look at the guy, and I know the whole thing was a waste of time.
Did I call it out of Aaron C?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that one's a given. I'm shocked that they would even do this.
It's a given, Aaron C, but people don't spot it.
Everybody online is J-woke. I don't even know why. It looked like there was like 5 people there or something. I mean, everyone's J-woke. They know what it is. So the fact that they would even do that is just beyond.
Yeah, I'm going to argue with you that even if you were white, I don't think a lot of whites would risk it, bro.
No, I think if you had a good white that was real, I think there would have been more people up there, John.
I promise you, you don't know the tactics of these people. It would be nothing to just capture all their IDs, their tags, and then SWAT these motherfuckers. The white man ain't got time for this shit. That swatting is like, in my mind, it's like damn near trying to kill someone.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying though, what I'm saying is there are whites that don't have they don't have an image to uphold. There would have been more of them there. Like Aaron C says, hopefully, I'm glad to hear it that people are becoming J-woke.
John,
happen.
John, I've done plenty of activism over the years. I went to like a ton of those like anti-lockdown protests and shit. You still got the First Amendment, man. Fuck these people, man. But I see what you're saying. You get fired and shit, but dude, I mean, at some point, you just gotta say, fuck it.
Bro, I guarantee you, there was someone out there taking every license tag that showed up at that rally. Guarantee you.
Yeah, they were for the small hats. Yes, for information for the small hats.
Yeah, right,
Yes.
right. And someone is working right now to figure out who all of those people are. And that serves as like, kind of a buffer to white people ever coming out and advocating for their own rights. Because there are groups, and there probably are small head groups, I don't deny that will enforce the law against the white people. Hell, believe it or not, Jake, Lane? He served 800 days in isolation or whatever it was.
That whole
I honestly don't know what the hell they're trying to do by having that, dude. I have no idea, because if they're trying to inflame white, I mean, these are the main people that push the propaganda against us. So the fact that he's out there doing that, again, they play both sides. We call it good Jew, bad Jew. They're playing both sides. That way it's controlled.
No, I don't disagree with you.
I got a quick question since you're J-Woke. Please don't tell me you're taking Trump serious.
No,
okay, I'm good. Well, there's people that talk in a certain way, and they all of a sudden go out of their minds and go, "Well, Trump ain't that bad." I'm not going to name any names, John, but
in
it's
2016,
a national known figure.
In 2016, I fell for it for like a good 3 or 4 months, because I mean he kept saying fake news. I was like, man, this dude's on fire. But quickly after he was elected, you remember when he ordered like those 60 missiles be directed at Syria or whatever for some conflict there. I was like, man, he just picked up where whoever else left off.
I try to split it down the middle to be fair, you understand, or just see both sides. I've been here in DC a long time. I've known some people that worked on the Hill, in the White House, stuff like that, and I think that your best intentions oftentimes get stymied by, the vested interests of other people. These career bureaucrats that have embedded themselves in the system. And there's just only so much you can do.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's true. Right. That's why I'm saying. That's why I always say, live your life. Nobody's changing any of this. I think Aaron disagrees with me on that. He thinks there's hope. I'm going, no, this is over. We're done. But what I'm saying is, for God's sakes, if we're done, at least go into it with a fucking sane mind. That's where the lack of dignity comes. It's not a lack of dignity to think you're powerless. It's a lack of dignity to not know you're powerless. That's where the fucking shame is.
Brave, I have a very good friend.
Go ahead, John.
I have a very good friend of mine, Philippe. He calls into the town from time to time, and he worked on the Hill and the White House. He told some stories, and people that that live far away from here, maybe they don't understand how laws get written. Like, these people aren't writing laws.
No,
and that shit opened my eyes. Like, he worked for a Georgia congressman or whatever, and Coca-Cola basically brought him legislation.
There you go. Yes,
he signed that shit, right? And then he got a donation, or he sponsored the CBC events, or they sponsored the CBC events in exchange for him signing it. It's almost very transactional, Brady. And if you don't sign the deal, someone else will.
I'm not faulting any. John, I'm not saying. Look, John, I've said before, if I had an image to uphold, I would be playing the game. I get the game. I would be playing it. But what makes me sick is people that deny the reality of what we're under. I don't mind you playing the game, but you don't have to act like this isn't a fucking pile of shit just because you're in the game. In other words, you can be in the game and still call out the fact that this is all a big joke. That's all I'm asking for people to do. Just
I think Brady, the low IQ people probably don't know.
I'm not talking about low IQ people. I'm talking about people with good brains that sit there and try to fucking talk like there's some legitimacy to this left-right bullshit. It's like, goddamn, when they see what's going on in their face and they still don't get it, I'm going, man, that's where we're screwed up. Like I said, I got to get going. But like I said, John, there's no shame. There's no shame in being powerless. The shame is when you don't understand that you're powerless. That's where the shame is at, because it's too obvious that we're powerless. Who in the hell is this panel of what? A bunch of dreamers trying to combine fucking a bunch of stupid lifestyle into what they call a relationship?
Nah, Brave, this is kind of the problem that white people face.
Oh yeah, I heard this. I got to get going though, John.
Yeah, I got to get going too. John I just had to hop up here after seeing that. John, just check this out before I roll, man. 10 seconds.
Thanks for coming up here, Aaron C. Thanks. I'm glad to hear this. The people on the internet. What you say on tweet? Where are they refusing this shit on Twitter or the
social media? X mainly, you know.
Okay, good. Yeah, good. Thank you. That's at least something to hear. I appreciate you coming up with that information.
But John, this is the equivalent of at a BLM, speech or something like that, like a white person talking. I mean, no one would take them serious. I mean, that's the equivalency of this dude going up there, man. I mean, it truly is an absolute joke. But yeah, I just had to hop up and call up the psyop, my man.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I take everything you're saying. I listen to what you're saying. Yeah. I do think though that there is space for the people like to be braves, and I think along comes someone that's going to be emboldened by maybe what they saw today and say, you know what,
yeah,
you know what I mean, and someone that's not compromised. I don't know if you saw this clip. Did you see this clip yet?
No, but let me say this before I get off.
Name a white. Right, yeah, go ahead, Bray.
If somebody actually got started making ground with any kind of a white movement that wasn't AstroTurf and small hat led, that white person would be killed very, very quickly.
That's interesting.
Talk to you guys later. Thanks, John.
Man, I love when you come up, Bray.
Thanks for helping white people out, John. You're doing the Lord's work. You doggone holy man, you. I'll see you guys later.
Give you the dope today, Bray.
All right.
All right, Bray.
John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me give you credit for being one of the holy men, these motherfuckers, here's what these holy men do. They give it to black culture like it needs to be given with both fucking barrels.
Both fucking barrels, yeah. I am that nigga, John Galt. We've been going for almost 6 hours exactly here. And, as much as I hate to do it, I got to do it. Not just for me, but for the people that co-host panels alongside of me, HB2N, Get Cracked, Stanley Cross, our lovely editor, Portia J, and of course, me, John Galt, right here. You see the Cash App scrolling in the banner. We also accept Streamlabs. We read every Cash App. We read every Streamlab. And sometimes we even post, a special thank you support for this show. You be a sponsor of a show. So we bring that raw dope every day. And we do appreciate the support from the people that are bringing out the support here. I got a couple phone calls. I got one. Aaron C., you want to hang on? You had some questions to ask me about real estate. Why don't you just ask me right here on the stream here?
I'd rather just call you. Understand this. I do call you, man.
I'd like to talk real estate on the stream here. You can ask me a generic question. Why don't you hold your thought for 1 second and I'll be right back, all right?
I got to dip. I'll have to catch up with you, John.
Oh shit. Man, you know, I gotta settle the dope online. You know how that goes and shit. What's up, tough guys? CKJ3, what's up? Everyone. Aaron C, you left me hanging here. No problem. Had to check going fishing. No problem. So here's the thing. So we're gonna do a little audience participation here. How about that? So I think it's nigga homosexuals, fag, gay, whatever the fuck you supposed to call. And I've been leaving him dangling for a little bit, you know. Shit, I got that dope nigga on one by whatever. So I gotta call this nigga back. It's 2 or 3 of these homos. They all fucking up in the same spot together. And so what I'm going to do is right now they're in one of my basements, and here's rule number 1: thou shalt not leave niggas long term in your basement. You know, you gotta get them up off the ground. I'll tell you reasons why another time. But anyway, so it's 2.5 niggers, and let's say 3, and they need a place to stay. They've been living in Airbnbs, you know, who knows how long. And so before we call them, maybe we should do an audience participation. How much should we charge this nigga per night? These niggers, homosexual niggas.
What's your regular weight?
It depends on room. Depends on location. So how much is it charging? How much should I charge?
Okay, so what's your lowest rent?
And then just for you, nigga, I'm gonna call one of my hoes to be that out here on the pole, nigga. Just for you. I'm gonna call one of my hoes to be out on the pole. I told you, nigga, I need you to come up here with a hoe. You never came with a hoe, but then I brought my hoes out here on the float. Did you see my hoe getting down on the float? Counting that money in the jungle. I told you I need you to do that, and you never did it. And I understand.
Do what? You need me to do what?
You get them hoes down on the float, counting that money. You never saw that hoe get down on the float? Count that money.
I'm not doing that shit online, John. You stupid as fuck, dog. Why you be asking me to do some stupid ass shit?
But I did it. Well, what's the difference between me and you?
Well, you can do it all you want to. I'm not doing that shit online. That's you, nigga. And you don't live that lifestyle. So
what's the difference between me and you then? Explain it.
Well, my thing is you ignorant and you don't even know you can get locked up for this shit.
I'm ignorant. What can I get locked up for? What can I get locked up for?
Well, it's not called pandering no more. It's called trafficking.
Yeah. Nigga,
so I'm not trying to involve myself with none of that because a lot of that shit they got mixed up because basically a lot of those women get. Let me talk, nigga. Some of those girls get forced. You know what I'm saying? That's not how we roll. That we ain't about forcing nobody to do shit. It's all choice. So that's where shit gets mixed up because it's blurred lines between people that are gorilla pimping, trafficking women, and treating women badly. That's not what I represent, bro.
Get down on the floor.
Yeah, I don't represent that bullshit, bro. I really don't.
Get down on the floor.
So that's why I think me and you, I think you misunderstand me.
Hoes get down on the floor.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm not about the fuckery. I'm not about the bullshit. I'm about progression, being a better individual, valuing yourself, valuing your time, and understanding that people want what they can't have. So it's not so much about giving anything up. It's about really understanding.
This is 20s.
Oh, I'm not doing that. But that's what it's about, bro.
Get down on the floor. Yeah. Get down on the floor.
And John, you can have a girl give you money on stream.
Get down on the floor.
But you don't even live that lifestyle.
Get down on the floor.
So it's just for you, it's like a skit. For me, this is real life.
Yeah.
Different.
Oh, you want to send me that message that you had me sign? Hold you down on the floor, my nigga. I feel you, my nigga. I want you to get up here and show the people too. Somebody gave them bitches 20.
No, I ain't giving up. I ain't doing nothing. You won't catch me doing it either.
Get down on the floor. Get down on the floor. Anyway, guys, how much y'all charge these homosexual niggas? Get down on how much y'all charge niggas, these homosexual niggas? How much y'all charge niggas, huh? What y'all think? I'm charging nigga $80 a night. What you think? $80 a night? Is that decent? $80 a night.
That's cheap. That's good.
Oh, you want me to charge you more? Should I charge you more? You think I should charge you more?
$80 a night, man. I can go. You can find a hotel for $80 a night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't they just go to a hotel?
Nigga, hotels in DC about $200 minimum a night, and you might be at the Hojo.
Damn. No, they got $75, $80 hotels.
Nigga, I done looked the shit up on stream before, so
really? Damn, is that bad out there?
Nigga, this DC, this nation.
Nigga, even San Diego got 79, 69. I mean, they low budget as a motherfucker.
This is 20s.
Oh, I'm not bad.
Get down on the floor. 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 Hoes, get down on the floor. Okay, you make them hoes get down on the floor. Get down low.
I don't even see these bitches. You got a bad camera angle.
Oh shit! Well, you don't need to see it. You saw it down on the floor, nigga.
Nah, nigga, that's just skipping and fucking up. I can't see a goddamn thing.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Man, those is your tenants, nigga. They paying you to live somewhere, nigga. They ain't paying you because you a pimp.
What's that in her hand, nigga? Huh?
You said what?
What's that in her hand right there?
What's what in what? Who in? What
You don't
money?
You don't see that?
What? She got $100?
She got at least $350.
That look like $100, nigga. That ain't no money.
She better give it to me though.
She give it to you because you got a place for her to live, you dummy.
Get down on the floor, huh? Get down.
You giving these hoes places to live.
Get down. Somebody gave them bitches 20s. Get down. Get down on the floor. That's why I want you to show a screen, bro.
But you have tenants. That doesn't even make any sense, John. You ain't making no sense, bro.
Get down on the floor.
John, you ain't making no sense. Those are tenants. You have tenants that are renting your room.
You got hoes.
What that mean?
Get down. Get down low. Get down low. That's what that means.
What does that mean, John? Tell me.
Those get down on the floor.
So what does that mean? I'm supposed to go online and show all my business, huh?
Show us
That's what I'm
one.
supposed to do.
Give us one.
Huh?
Just give us one, my nigga. Just give us one.
I have shown you a bitch online before. You remember that?
Nah, I probably missed it, but it's cool.
Well, nigga, I've showed two bitches actually.
Hey, yo, look, hold on.
On your show, on John Galt.
Okay, all right, great. But look, I gotta call this nigga up. So how much we charge this nigga now? How much we charge?
I told you. Oh, okay, a night, $100.
He said he need 3 nights Sunday. He needs Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And check out.
Well, if it's Saturday, then you can charge 100 for sure.
You need 3
Sunday,
nights.
you could be nice and charge him 80, and then you could charge him another 80 on Monday. It's just Saturday you could charge him, and not really. He ain't even really gonna trip because he knows it's the weekend.
It's the weekend, niggas.
Yeah, so you could charge anywhere from about 100 to 150, and then tomorrow, since it's Sunday, you could be nice. You could be like, all right, I'll let you get it for 80. And then on Monday, you could let them get it for 80. That way, it just all balances out to where you can get like basically $100 each night.
You know, I'm gonna see if he got 250, and then he want to extend in another unit on Tuesday. He said when he get paid.
Right.
So I need you to mute up Tough Guy. And I gotta call this nigga. Hold on for a minute, Tough Guy. Hold on. Mute up.
All right.
Hey. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Going okay, but when you get the call.
Oh yeah, sorry about that, man. I was busy and I had a hard time getting in touch with them. Anyway, so the unit upstairs, I think is available on Monday. I think they got another reservation off of the platform until Monday. So you can check in up there on let's just say Tuesday. But for the 3 nights here, you want to pay for the 3 nights downstairs? Is that okay in the basement?
I don't have a choice.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. So I was just wondering if that's okay. We got rooms available too. We got single rooms available. Okay, cool. All right, so okay, cool, no problem. So what we got is it's $80 for the basement downstairs, where you are right now, and then if you need to book a week, they give you a better rate if you pay for a week on Tuesday. We say Tuesday, right?
I would rather you do the weekly rate.
Yeah. On Tuesday they do a weekly rate for you.
I'm saying right now it's going to be $240 until then.
Yeah.
And then what is I just need to know what the weekly rate is so I can go ahead and start that.
Okay, yeah. So look, they do weeklies, bi-weeklies, and bi-monthlies. It's cheaper if you do bi-monthly on a monthly basis. Your rate would be lower. You just have to come up with more money.
That's fine.
Yeah. I'll check back with them. Yeah, I'll check
because I can do it on my payday.
Yeah, I'll check back with them. Between now and Tuesday, and then let you know what they say about the weekly rate and everything.
I'm saying because I'd rather do the bi-weekly rate.
Oh, you want to do bi-weekly? Okay, cool.
I'm just trying to place it in my head because I just have to do whatever I can do for my next paycheck right now.
Right.
But if it's 88 days and the weekly rate is lower, then I'll just going to just stay down here.
The weekly is going to be lower than daily, right? Clearly,
I'll just stay down here then.
And then the bi-weekly is going to be lower than the weekly, and then the bi-monthly clearly is going to be lower than the all of the options up above, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get through this little section right here.
Oh, okay.
Right now.
Yeah, what are you working at? Were you working at something in DC? What?
Yeah, I work downtown at a Japanese steakhouse.
Oh, which one?
Shoto.
What the fuck is that at?
It's a brand new joint, 1100 15th Street.
Wait a minute. It should been there for a minute, right?
I've been there right now. It's been 3 years.
3 years, yeah. I've been there. I think I've been there. Is it down there by that French place, Josephine's? You know what Josephine's is? Dauphine. Yeah. Oh, I love that place right there. God damn.
That's what I work at.
What, you work at Dauphines or Shoto?
I don't work at Dauphine. I work at Shoto.
That's right there by Dauphines, though, right?
It's right there in the same on the same corner as Dauphine. Yeah.
And what you do at the Japanese restaurant, bro?
I cook.
What you cook? Japanese food?
I make all the sauces. All the sauces.
All the sauces. Okay.
Yeah, so you ate that and you had my cook.
Yeah, what's it like working around? What is it? A bunch of Japanese there or Hispanic?
No, the funny part is a bunch of Italian motherfuckers.
Just a bunch of who?
Italians.
Italians in the Japanese restaurant?
Yeah. We don't have one Japanese person there.
What's it like bringing? Well, where the hell they bring the Italians from?
Because that's where the company started it. The concept. The guy who started it up, he's from Italy.
What's the name of it again? Shoto?
Shoto, yeah. Shoto, yeah.
Okay, damn. And it's a damn. So you like the sauce, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Hey, can I get a discount? I come in that bitch. I mention your name.
Yeah, I don't even get a discount.
Nigga, for real?
I don't even get a discount. And
Yo,
I hate that shit.
what the ticket be like on this shit when you go in there? That shit, I can't remember that time. That shit high though, right?
I said average person is going to spend $130 a person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that's easy, and that's just about something that shit now.
Right. You know, well, it's is this a Japanese grill? Is it?
No, it's they have like the grill where they make the steaks and the ribs and all that.
Right.
They got the sushi and then they got the all that shit, man.
Is there a lot of Spanish people working there?
Mm-hmm.
What's it?
A lot of what?
Spanish, the Spanish motherfucker.
Yeah, but the Spanish and Italian.
Spanish making Japanese. How many niggas work down there?
3.
Really? How many people work there?
About 200.
And what the niggas do?
In the kitchen, it's only 3 of us. It's one girl, one dishwasher, and me. The only black cooks. In the front of the house is two black dudes.
Were they servers or like wrongers?
One's a busboy, one's a server.
Oh no shit. What did money be being made in that motherfucker? The cooks?
Nah, the money is made in the front, waiting them tables.
No shit. You high end motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm saying they pay us decent, but it's not. They don't even pay us what we should be getting paid for being downtown.
What the pay like down there?
Now mine's is like 22, but it should be 27.
Why you say it should be 27 over 22?
Because that's the base rate. That's the base rate for my title.
What's your title?
I was saucier.
Oh, you're saucier.
And go to anybody else's restaurant, I'll be making between 27 and 30 dollars out.
Like
only because I'll take the 22 because they're not on my ass about nothing, and they leave me alone.
Oh, they leave you alone and you kind of work on it.
I got my own kitchen. They leave me alone and they don't bother me. So that's why.
What you mean you got your own kitchen? Like they got a little sauce kitchen?
They got 2 kitchens right now because their second concept, which is going to be like Japanese street food, ain't open yet. So they got a whole building that they never use it. So I use that as my kitchen until they open up that joint, which will be open in the summertime. And then when that joint open up, I'm just gonna be moving over there.
Oh, so you work in the kitchen mostly by yourself?
Yeah, during the day, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. All right. But yeah, go ahead and send that cash app over, man. Then I'll get back with you.
Who am I sending it to?
Send it to this number right here.
This number, okay.
All right,
thank you. You said 240, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Damn, this is 304, nigga. Be quiet again. Hello?
Hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, I'm about to send the cash, but is it to the same cash app?
Yeah, that's fine.
John Galt, right?
Send it to this number right here. This number will be it.
Okay. John Galt, right?
Yep.
Let me know if you get it. I'm sending it now.
Thank you.
Of course.
Bye-bye. Got these hoes out here on the street, nigga. What did it say? Nigga with a, who the show to, nigga? Show to Tenant calls in. Let me put that in the chat here. Show to Tenant. And 304. And 304 calls in. There you go. There you go. What's up, tough guy?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to press on mute because you was over there trying to conduct business.
Trying to handle my business, my nigga. We're just trying to handle it. Nigga. By the way, guys, support the channel, by the way, shit. Need all the support we can keep the shows coming. Tough guy, what do you think about this show we're gonna be having? We're gonna be having homeless shelter footage, nigga. Real dope. That's some real dope.
Wait, what now?
Homeless shelter footage, nigga. That's some real dope.
Homeless footage. Oh well.
Footage from the homeless shelter, nigga.
Hey, John, what would you do if you was homeless?
Shit, do it. What up? Shit, go. I stay in the homeless shelter. Fuck it. What would you mean?
I mean, what do you feel like it would take to get you out of that type of situation?
Man, I think you'd have to. If you're in the inner city, you could go get the benefit of the services and get yourself on your feet very quickly, right?
As far as what, like a job or what? What are you saying?
Yeah, that too. I mean, finding a job won't be that hard.
You think so? You don't think finding a job, especially like with decent pay where you can actually live off of, is easy? You think that's easy?
Well, what I'm saying is that
because you can find a job, yeah, anybody can find a job. I understand when people say you can work, you can get a job, but is that job going to be?
Hold on. But with the government services, as you've seen here, there's a lot of help. But you have to be disciplined to be able to, get that help. And the people that can, manipulate the system,
are able to get that help. The ones that can't manipulate the system, they become like the roadkill on the side of the carcass that other people make money off of. If you look at some of my streams, you see Africans bringing Black Americans around to look for housing. Well, the ones that are disciplined, diligent, that really want housing, they can use that that help to get housing. But the other guy on the stream who's also homeless said that, hey man, a lot of those guys don't take advantage of the help. So you got to be willing to take advantage of the help. You got to have yourself in a position to take advantage of the help, and you know you can get yourself up on your feet pretty easily if you can find work. Even if you can't find work, hell, I showed a homeless guy on stream today. That nigga live right downtown. In a better neighborhood than I live, bro.
So you think that a lot of people that are homeless, they don't take advantage of the services that are given to them?
I ain't gonna say a lot, but I'm saying the ones that do, they can improve their position very well. Like, you didn't see the stream that show earlier? The homeless guy? Let me see if I can show it to you. This motherfucker here lives right downtown, bro.
Oh, and like a sober living?
Say what?
Is it a sober living?
Hell no, it's a high-end apartment building. It's a high-end apartment building. Let me see.
Well, maybe you know something I don't know. California might be different. I'm not sure.
No, like, you know, different people, you know, like, it's like what Be Brave talks about a lot, bro. You understand? Like, even though he's poor, white, trash, drug addict motherfucker, right? Like, he's still, you know, look at this guy. Hope you can
Well,
see
he's
him.
white.
He's white, but, you know, he's a different type of drug addict, right? Look at him.
But that's the thing about white people. They get the resources easier and better. I mean, the whole thing is
a little bit more
you wouldn't
nuanced.
think.
Hold on. It's a little bit more nuanced in that. If you look at this white drug addict, listen to him.
Yeah, I had wipes that they had given out, and then I had something else, and then they didn't even check. I wasn't even out of the store, and it kind of led to something, and it just kind of got re-aggravated over and over.
Are you on drugs or something?
At the moment, I'm just sleep deprived. I was in a clinic, and now I'm coming off of, Suboxone.
What is Suboxone?
It's like methadone.
What do you take methadone for?
That's what I said. If you white, man, you ain't got no excuse.
You missing the point.
No, I'm not, nigga. That is the point. That's the point I'm making. You don't want to hear my point, nigga.
Okay, all right.
He white. He white, bro. Like, what the fuck is you talking about, nigga? He gonna be able to do all type of shit niggas can't do.
Well, and part of that is because
he's white.
Well, yeah, okay. But being white is more than just the color of his skin. It's how his mannerism, how he behaves. And so you can put him around more fluent.
No,
white.
drug addicts behave like drug addicts, John. Don't give me that shit.
All right, fair
He's
enough.
a fucking drug addict. Look at him.
So why do you think the city put him downtown and they put the poor blacks over here with me?
Because so they can say that. So they can be like, look, we help people.
All right.
There is no excuse for your black ass. And it's niggas like you that be like vamping that shit up. And that's not even what the deal is, bro. And the whole thing is, if you look at the whole system in general, food stamps, all of this shit, it's white people that get the most resources, nigga. Niggas will go out and work or hustle before they ask anybody for anything. That's the truth. And that's why niggas get locked up and go to jail, because that is what's shown to us in our hoods. We ain't shown all these programs like the white people. The white people know how to go up there to the office, and the white people help them. And the white people help them get in this their situation. Unless it's a black woman with children, they don't give a fuck about your ass as if you're a man. And that's another thing. He a grown ass man. He a grown ass white man, and he gonna get better resources than a grown ass black man. That's just the truth, nigga. Whenever you get done, and the whole thing, John, is I'm telling you, bro, you got to be careful because you in a winning position right now, but life can change. Anything can change, nigga. Anything can change, and your luck could reverse. So, just be humble and not talk about people like that, because you never know what your situation could be in 5 years. Anything could happen. You could have it all and lose it all. God will humble you. So that's one thing I don't agree with you that you be doing, my nigga, because I know how it is to have it all. I know how it is to have nothing, and I know how it is to get it back and have it all again and lose it all again and get it all again. See, that's the ups and downs of being a hustler. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand that because you have that cushion of the places that you own and all that shit. But anything can happen. Look at these people in California. They lost their homes. They were millionaires. Now they don't have shit. They have to rebuild. So all I'm telling you is, nigga, you could have it all. You could think you have it all figured out, but God will humble your ass. So the way you talk about these black people and the way you talk about your tenants and you got them on the phone over here on the internet, I don't agree with that shit. I'm just letting you know because I understand from a different lens. You're only seeing it from your point of view or how you perceive things, and you don't really know how life really is working for some people. Things aren't just easy to get a job or just to be paying rent when you got so much shit going on. You know? So that's what I'm just trying to do is just give you a different perspective because it's not you that's going through it. Anybody is not going to understand it unless it's them. I don't think you would understand it unless it was you going through the situation yourself.
Y'all losing my audio here?
You said what?
Hello? Are you
What'd you
still
say?
there? Oh no, I thought I made a mistake and muted. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You were saying something? Are you still there?
Say it one more time.
No, go ahead. Finish your statement there.
No, man, that's all I was just saying, man. As far as this John, like, I think you're a cool dude and all that. I think it's great what you're doing. You give people a place to live, man. People need a place to live, but exploiting them because of their financial situation or where they need to stay or anything like that, man, you shouldn't be doing that, man. That's evil, bro. Like, that's just my opinion. You allowed to do whatever you want. You're a grown ass man. This is your platform, all that. But if I was to call you my friend or if I fuck with you at all, I'm gonna let you know. So I'm just telling you, you know what I'm saying? You don't do whatever the hell you want to do. But I'm just telling you it ain't right because anything could change. Anything could change and things could be different for you next year. And you don't even see that or even know that. But that's how shit works in life. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure you've been down before because I heard about your little arrest record and shit like that. So you're not perfect yourself. Okay. So, and also you being a black man, you basically proving your own point because you've been in the same system. You've done a lot of shit yourself. And yes, you were able to pull yourself out of that. And, that's a blessing, but not a lot of people are. And not a lot of people have the business mindset you do either. Some people are workers. Not everybody can own a business, John. So the mindset you have, the things you were blessed with, you should be thanking God for, but you shouldn't be exploiting other people for their situations because you don't know them, you don't know how they got there, or what transpired for them to get there either. That's all I'm saying. That's just my opinion, bro. You could say whatever you want, but that's just how I feel.
Oh man, I was going to play something for you. What was I about to play for you? Shit, I can't find it though.
The people that he calls when he have people call and they're looking for a room, that's not none of our business. We shouldn't be hearing that. That's the people that he's exploiting.
Is that
because that's private information. It's just like you wouldn't want nobody to hear your social security card or your debit card number. We don't need to be hearing about somebody's living situation. That's just my opinion. That's fucked up. Because I'll tell you this, I live in California and it's fucking expensive and there's people living in their fucking cars that have full-time jobs. They work, bust their ass and they can't fucking afford to live here. So, I mean, I understand this whole realm in a different element because you're looking at it in a whole different way, and I'm looking at it as I could be you or I could be the person that's renting. So I've been in both situations, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so life has a funny way of working itself out. Don't do that to yourself because you could be setting yourself up for a situation to come, and then you got to figure out how to get out of it. So, you know, and people lose properties and houses all the fucking time, John.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. I mean, look at 2009, because I remember when I was winning, I was in a big ass house on the hill for $1,800 a month. Now rent is $1,800 a month.
And then it would feel some, but like it felt like I had like, you know, fun. I feel like the fun was like living the whole thing. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot changed and it just didn't work out. It was just a lot. And you know, like I'm fresh out of Nigeria. I have a strong personality.
You
kind of adjust to that.
You got a strong personality. Nigerian women are strong.
Like I'm not trying to like I'm not loud, but he said he couldn't understand what I had in my mind, like what I was thinking. Like it felt like I had like, you know, I don't know. Yeah.
I know you African women. I know the African women.
Yeah. And on the other side, I wasn't able to also be real with him because I felt like he could do more in terms of work. But
wait a minute. You say you felt like wait a minute. You say he felt like he could do more in terms of work.
Yeah, I felt like he could do more in terms of work. Like I feel like he gave up like easy on stuff.
What
Like,
do you mean? What do you mean he gave up?
stuff.
What do you mean he gave up easily?
Like if he felt some kind of pressure, like he would get a good job and I would be like, oh wow, and then he would feel some kind of pressure. He would be like, I don't know what they want from me. It's not working out. It's not healthy for me. I'm gonna leave. I'm not used to, you know, men saying that. I'm used to men fighting. Like I'm like, and then if I listen to what he's saying about what is going on, it's not enough pressure. He'll be like, I don't know what they want from me. It's not working out. It's not healthy for me. I'm gonna leave. I'm not used to, you know, men saying that. I'm used to men fighting. Like I'm like, and then if I listen to what he's men saying that, I'm used to men fighting. Like
Y'all niggas don't even know what the fuck I'm playing here. You probably bump following and shit. Like, what the fuck she talking about? Fighting who?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
He just said the university. I'll be back. He don't know what the fuck going on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can enlighten me. Man, that's crazy. Well, John, where'd you go? Where'd that nigga John go? Where'd that nigga John go? He went to go grab a motherfucking beer. That's where John went. He was an alcoholic. But hey, I'm a weedaholic, so it is what it is. But wait a minute. John is a weedaholic as well. I forgot.
Anyway.
So do you like weed more or beer more, John?
I like them combined. I don't drink beer by itself. You know what I mean? But yeah,
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of like a mix. Yeah. Some people call that cross-faded, but like I think that is like the best mix, honestly.
Man, I've been here for 6 hours. Guys, support the stream. I gotta get out of here and take a little nap and then get up and enjoy the rest of my day.
Oh no, John, don't go nowhere yet, man. We ain't done roasting your ass, man. We got to keep talking about you. Stop talking about people, man, and their living situations. We got to work that out.
I come back later. I promise you. I give you an opportunity, but I got to take a nap right now. I am John Galt here. Thank you all for joining. What can I say? Make sure you support the stream. And what else should I say? What else? What else would I do? You know what I was saying? You know what?
Yeah, that's why I call you one of the holy men. You heard me give you credit for being one of the holy men. Here's what these holy men do.
That is correct.
They give it to black culture like it needs to be given with both fucking barrels.
That is correct. And I'm out of here, guys. This nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga John Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. New drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga John Galt. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga John Galt.